Can you tell us about the kidnapping?
In TJ, the police like to go through your cell phone whenever you get pulled over. I was in the street. I was with my friend. These cops just get us out of nowhere. Then they throw me in the back of a patrol car, and then they tie me up. And from there on, I was like, okay, it's helping. And then I see we drive by the police station, and we don't stop. So I'm like, well, we just tried driving up to some places that I know that are not safe places. So we get over there, and it's like this dirt road, and cop car stops. They open the door, and he pulls us over. He's like, all right, I'm gonna give you a chance to tell me who you guys are. We're like, nah, we don't do shit. And they're like, nah, I already read your messages. You better tell me what the because somebody's coming right now, and those fools don't give a I was selling guns to the cartel back then. If they don't let me explain myself, then I'm probably dead. We stick into our store like, nah, what the are you talking about? He's like, all right. He ties us back up and he goes inside. That's when I thought like we were gonna die. Until we heard another truck pull up. State cops came out, and then I was wearing yellow pants, and I heard them tell the guy with the yellow pants, don't hit him in the face because he's a U.S. citizen. I was like, okay, I'm being tortured. I'm not gonna die right now, but I'm definitely being tortured. They come out, they open the door, and they just dragged us out, and two cops were the ones holding me down. They hit you in your belly and your knees. What they also do is they put a bag on your head. They waterboard you. Once you're about to pass out, they take it out.
And they did that?
Yeah, that's not cool, bro.
Have you seen someone get killed? Fernando, thank you so much for coming here, brother. I appreciate it.
Thank you for bringing me out here, bro.
Let me just start by saying if there's anything that you say throughout this conversation that you want cut out or edited for your own safety, you just say it and it'll come out.
All right.
Is that cool?
That's cool.
Like, just while you're saying it, just be like, cut that out. It's cut out.
All right, cool.
So first, can you just explain, what is your name and what did you do and what was your affiliation with the cartel?
Well, my name's Fernando, and I basically did a lot of smuggling for different cartels, not one specific, just for like different, because out there, it's not really like a contract when you're with the cartel. You just sometimes just start doing a lot of shit for them that you eventually in it. Sometimes you just do a couple of stuff and then just go on your way. So,
and it's important to note you were never.
Oh no, I was never part of any cartel.
Never affiliated.
I have friends and everything, but no.
Yeah. A lot of people you grew up with in San Diego and Tijuana.
Yeah, a lot. The other day I was counting them with another friend of mine, and I'm like, damn, like,
bro,
many of them are doing that. And
I think you were telling Danny Jones it was like 25 of your friends growing up with, maybe more, were like active within different cartels. Is that true?
Active and dead too, probably.
Bro, I don't even know if I have 25 friends. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even know that many people.
When you grow up, not poor, but like, kind of poor, like all your friends hang out in the street. So it's more poor people out there, like hanging out. It's more communal. Yeah, it's more communal. Yeah. Right. So people are out there a lot and just playing out there, kids with their bikes and stuff. So I knew a lot of kids like growing up. I still get to know a lot of people like throughout life. But I've always been like, even when we were little, when we were younger, and we hang out in in our neighborhood, whatever, I'd be the one that was like visiting other neighborhoods. Like I had friends in other neighborhoods. I had friends like I always went to other neighborhoods for girls. Like you know what I mean? That's how I got it. And then they invited me to parties, so I would meet like other guys and shit like that. And sometimes, there's always that hater guy that is like, cause you're from somewhere else and stuff. But I was always cool. Like I was always like, I think I've always known how to make friends. You know what I mean?
You seem pretty chill. I feel like you can assimilate.
I have another friend that used to do the same, but he was always getting his ass whooped in other hoods. Like when he went to other places, he was always getting chased and calling us like, "Hey, they guys," but he was always like staring hard at people and like things you shouldn't do when you're not in your.
But I feel like you can chill. You can kind of just like come. Yeah,
well, I'm just I'm not really like. I mean, I don't care. I'll do some crazy shit if I need to, but that's not really what I'm there for. You know what I mean? I'm there for something else.
No, that's cool. That's cool. Okay, so smuggling for the cartel is an insane life. So let's just go all the way back.
Just the title saying it's crazy. I bet people are like, "Whoa, this guy is like," you know what I mean? But it's pretty common in the border when you grow up in a border, especially like Tijuana and San Diego.
Yeah.
Bro, this story, like, it's funny. You can see in the comments with Danny, shout out to Danny, like people that are from there too. They're like, "Bro, this is my life," or "I did this too," and because it's just so normal for kids. Like, just to start with, everybody's crossing the border either to go to work or school. So from there on, you got people recruiting like kids and whoever has to cross the border that needs money. And so that's a lot of jobs. You know what I mean? So a lot of people are familiar with it. You either know somebody, or you've done something, or you've helped, or you've gotten like if you had a family member from the south that was trying to go across. Well, you get them you get them somebody to cross them.
Yeah, that's
And you know what I mean.
Interesting
So
thing.
that's not even that. Like in your mind, you're not even like doing anything for the cartel. But if you go in front of the judge, it's like, no, you know what I mean?
Right, but like if someone told you, "Yo, you're gonna be doing this," you'd be like, "No way." But the way you grow up, and that's just what people do, it doesn't seem that weird.
Yeah,
So you're
yeah,
like, all right.
yeah, exactly. And it's just like part of it, and you see a lot of people doing it, and you see like out of 10, one's getting caught. So it's like, hey, it's not that bad.
Yeah, you make some
Exactly.
money, have a job, have a purpose.
Yeah, like I had friends in high school that I wasn't doing it in high school. I did some other shit when I was that young, but I had friends that on their way to school they'll have illegal people following them. Like you cross the border walking, and sometimes they have people like how I did it with like fake papers and stuff. They just follow you like 2 or 3 people behind you, and they were on their way to school, and they just cross them and then just leave them at the same trolley station that they catch a bus to school. So they cash in their little $200-$300 there, and then go on their way to school.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a different world, bro. Like I grew up in Florida, so like obviously we had like a lot of Mexicans, Cubans, like a lot of people would be there. But once they were there, they were there.
Yeah,
they weren't going back and forth. Like no one was going back.
Oh
and
no,
forth.
yeah,
Like,
the border life is something else. It's because it's this whole community in Tijuana, San Diego, where it's like the border is just like a line on the land. You know what I mean? People come and go so often that you got families, you got you work there and you live here. Now we got Americans living in TJ and also working like living the border life too, because it's cheaper to live in TJ.
Right.
I mean, for the rent that you pay in California, you get a sick ass house in Tijuana.
And because
so you just
of-
live
yeah.
out there and then get the Century line or whatever, and just make the line and just go to work.
and because of this interesting border, like geopolitical situation, potentially, allegedly, cartels and other groups can use it for their purposes as well.
Well,
So-
if you buy a kilo of coke, let's say for instance, like in 1,600 at 16,000 bucks in TJ, just you cross that line and it's like 23, 25, maybe 30, depending on the how's the situation going. You know, if they're catching a lot of shit in the border, it's gonna go up. If it's not enough, you know what I mean? The prices come and go down like in months.
Yeah, it's crazy. So we can get into that, but I want to know how this starts, where you grow up. Like, where do you spend most of your time when you're born? Where are you born, and where do you spend the first like 5 years of your life?
My grandma, they came from the south, my grandparents, and they were the first ones in like the first families that came to that bought like land that was nothing there, and it's called La Colonia, like the neighborhood called Los Altos. It's right next to El Soler, El Infonavit, Playas, all these old. It's like the old TJ, like when people first started coming over, and it's right next to the line. It's right next to the border. So so my mother was born in Zona Norte, which is right next to it's right next to the only thing separating that hospital is not there anymore, but the only thing separating the hospital from the border was just like a highway.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
that close?
Yeah, she was born there, and they lived there, and then back then they got their visas when they were really young, so they went. My mom was the only one born in Mexico. Her sister and her brother, they were born in San Diego because my grandma could cross after she was born. So now they became a family that came and went since like the 80s. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So
And how did your grandma get visas and all the paperwork?
I don't know how it was back then, to be honest, because it was. I'm pretty much sure it was easier because a lot of people that were like in the neighborhood and stuff, they all had visas, and like my grandpa had I don't know if you've ever been to TJ, but when you're crossing the border, there's a lot of places where you could shop like souvenirs and shit like that. He had a couple of shops there, and he owned them and stuff. So I'm not really sure how they got into all that, how they got the house and stuff. But yeah, my mom she went to school in San Diego, so she came and went. And when she was pregnant with she got pregnant with me, we had family in LA. So they just drove all the way up there. Back then, there wasn't a lot of traffic or lines, so I'm pretty sure it was just like an hour and a half, or I don't know how much. But it's not more than 2 hours, the drive. So she went over there, and I was born over there in LA.
Gotcha.
And then my sisters were born in San Diego. So we've always been like coming and going. Like all my family crossed except for my grandmother because she lost her visa a long time ago. But other than that, we're all like U.S. citizens, or we can all cross or whatever. So, but my grandma's house is in TJ, so we're all pretty much raised out there. The only one that got a house in San Diego was my mom, but she started moving really young too. She started looking for like Section 8 and stuff like that, and now she owns her house for like 10 years now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she's been working and stuff. Like I said with Danny, once she did some shit with my grandma like back in 91, 92 or some shit, and then they got caught, and they miraculously got off because what they had was like it was like more than 90% cut, and like only 10% heroin or some shit like that. So
Gotcha.
so really they weren't crossing a lot of shit. They ended up just
Which is a lucky like technicality.
yeah. And then my mom after that she just went like straight arrow. Like she don't got a ticket. Like you know what I mean? She just went. She learned her lesson. You could say.
Do you feel like she got scared?
Yeah, she definitely did. She'll tell you like she didn't want that life. She didn't want nothing to
had
do because
kids,
my
like-
grandma she was living that life. She kind of knew and shit like that. And my mom lived it with her because she's the oldest daughter. So she didn't want that shit. Like after she got caught and all that, she didn't want that shit. So she just went straight arrow. She like worked in factories. Like she had like 2 to 3 jobs at the same time. You know that
She was
working mom.
grinding.
Yeah. Because my dad he left us and he was just doing like other shit. So I was raised just with grandma's house and my mom had 2 jobs. So sometimes I didn't see her till she got there like in the morning and stuff.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And only for a couple hours she just got some sleep and then she had to go back.
And your
And then-
grandma, so growing up, she kind of knew some guys like in the game.
Oh no, she loved the game. Like she was part of it. Yeah. She had this friend, she had a girlfriend, like she had a friend and she was like she dated like guys like El Chapo back in the days, like back in the 80s, 90s. And my grandma, she was like the friend that she brought over and they were like, hey, bring us food, go get us this, or go pick up money from this guy. Like, you know what? She was doing all this while her friend was dating she was having friends with the
So
guys.
she was
in there.
almost like the secretary or like the admin person. Like,
Of like the
running-
girlfriend of one of the girlfriends of one of the
Yeah.
guys, you know what I mean? So she that's how she got kind of connected. She knows like some people out there in Sinaloa and she started working. Well, she was living in Tijuana, so it was easier for them to cross because she worked, the same story that everybody, she worked across the border in the casino. So every day she would come and go.
Oh, interesting.
So it's the same, like a lot of people can relate to this, just working over there and on your way, you take some shit and then just deliver it wherever and then go.
And how far is that drive, TJ, to San Diego?
Oh no, the border is like in the middle of the city.
It's that close.
Yeah, no, the traffic to cross the border literally collides with the traffic from the city. It creates a whole chaos. It's a whole chaos in TJ because of the border.
It's like 20 minutes, 30 minutes?
Well, the drive to the border is like literally there, but to cross the border, it depends how long the line is. Like it would be from an hour to 3 hours, or if it's a holiday, 6 hours, 7
Wow.
hours. Like if it was the Rosarito Baja Beach, 10 hours. You know what I mean? Because all the people just want to come back on the same Monday or the same
And
Sunday.
wait, what
so-
is that, the Rosarito?
Yeah, and Rosarito Baja Beach is just this big all the like reggaeton and like music and
it's like a
all
big
the famous
festival.
art. Yeah, like a big ass music festival.
And
Yeah.
it's in TJ.
It's in Rosarito, like 30 minutes drive from TJ. It's a beach and stuff.
But it's
yeah.
all the Southern Californians go down.
Oh, Southern Cat. No, even like people from Southern Mexico and like from because of the artists that are there. It's really a big festival. So like even people from like Phoenix and like other places, Las Vegas and stuff like that, they just fly
that's
down there
cool.
and stuff. Like,
So,
yeah.
but growing up, you're going to school, like elementary, middle school in the States or in
No,
Tijuana?
I went. It's funny because I went to kindergarten in San Diego, and then that's when my mom got arrested. So I was off from school for like a year or something like that, and then I started elementary school. I think I'm tripping because I went to elementary school first and second grade, and it was like this private school, like a nice school, and then my mom got arrested. Yeah, that because they took me off of private school and they sent me to. She was like, if I'm gonna send you to public school, I might as well send you to San Diego. I don't want you to go in Mexico, you know what I mean?
Right.
So fucking learn English and stuff. So she sent me out to San Diego. I remember I didn't want to go to school in San Diego. I was like, no, like all my friends were, you know what I mean, in Mexico and stuff. So like I didn't really want to.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah, eventually I had to go, and it was funny because I was more. I think they're a little bit more advanced, like a year more advanced in Mexico than in over here. So the teacher was actually recommending me to send me to. I was supposed to go to third grade, so they were like, "You could just send him off to fourth grade because of his,
Yo, that's
whatever."
hilarious.
But the teacher, she was Mexican. My teacher lived in TJ too, and she was nice. She was this nice lady, Miss Guajardo. And she was like, she recommended my mom because I didn't speak no English. So she was like, you might as well leave him in third grade and to get his English going and stuff like that.
Even
And
though
then-
the math and shit, you could probably go higher.
So my mom did that. She was like, okay, just keep him in third grade and to get his English and stuff.
Oh,
so
wow.
yeah, I did that. And from third grade on, it was just in San Diego. But I lived in TJ.
But okay, so you're living in TJ
I'm crossing every day.
every day.
Every day.
And are the kids that you're going to school with in San Diego, are they like white Californian kids or are they like
No, there are a lot of
Latinos?
Paisa kids, a lot of like little Mexican kids.
What is that, Paisa?
Paisa is like it's us, it's me, like people from TJ that go to school in
What does Paisa mean?
Paisa is like it's actually a paisano, which means how do you say somebody that's from the same place that you are.
Like native?
Yeah, kind of like. Well, we have a word for kind of like colleague. But imagine a word for a place that you guys are both the same. Like if I'm from Tijuana, he's like, oh, he's my paisano because we're both from
interesting.
Tijuana.
Oh, yeah. It'd be
but, but I mean, at the end of the day, all
you're like
Mexicans.
Countrymen. Like if like people say like
yeah,
that,
it's a word.
Like,
no, it's not even for like country people.
But like that's like a guy from like my hometown.
Yeah, a guy from my hometown. Yeah, but now all Mexicans we say paisanos because we're all from Mexico. Like we're like.
Oh, interesting.
You know what I mean? I mean, if I'm in Mexico, a person from Tijuana will be my paisano. But if I'm like in America, a person from Mexico is my paisano.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like that. So we have a lot of paisano kids there, and yeah, we have white kids. It's pretty mixed, to be honest. From Filipino, whites, blacks, and Mexicans.
Oh, interesting. So you got exposed to a lot of different cultures.
Yeah. That's the first time I got exposed to different, because I went back to Mexico and my friends were like in downtown in Tijuana. We have this big avenue, the Revolution Avenue, where all the clubs are and all the white people go out and get drunk. So when we were walking out there with my friends, they'd be like excited to see like, oh, un chino, oh, un negro, like, oh, you know what I mean? Because they only saw it like in movies or there. They weren't really exposed to them like that.
Oh, that's so funny.
But me, I was really exposed to them too. So to me, they were like,
bro, I'm cheating off the chinos every day. Like,
bro, I'm beating them in soccer every day, bro. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, that I could see that. I was always exposed to that difference of like cultures of people that couldn't cross to America and just Americans that didn't like going to TJ.
Interesting.
So yeah, I that kind of opened always my mind, and I like at the same time I was always that guy that hang out in other neighborhoods, so just go out and explore and shit like that. I remember the first time I was getting they would let me borrow the cars in my house. I'll go pick all my friends and be like, they just fucking take the highway and just go like taking the freeway and then just exit in a random place, and I'll just remember which way I went in and out, and then I just start driving around and like knowing shit, like, you know, that was always me. Like,
but growing up, you were used to that. You were used to going to a new place, meeting new people, being surrounded by new cultures, and being like, okay, this is what
I think actually the living the border life that actually helped me like have an open mind and stuff.
Did you ever feel like you were an outsider in Tijuana?
Yeah. Oh no, to this day in Tijuana I'm the pocho. Oh, he's gringo, whatever. And in America he's the Tijuana. He's Mexican. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And why were you not Mexican enough in Tijuana?
Oh no, I am. Like some people can be like I can speak straight Spanish and you wouldn't even know that I can cross. So when I was out there, but once you tell them that I can or something like that, they're like, eres pocho.
Okay,
you know
so
what I mean?
they can't tell. But
they can't really tell because I'm
English.
100%. Like I consider myself more sometimes more Mexican because I just spent most of my life with my friends, and my first girlfriend, my first everything was over there. Over here it was mostly school, because right after school I just catch the bus and go back to the border and cross. Like I didn't really hang out with friends here and stuff. Like it was only if we ditched, I couldn't go back home early, so I had to kick it a while with some of them, and then I would go back home.
Do you remember when your mom got arrested?
I was really young, really young, so I don't remember. Because I just remember like they crossed the border and then I just didn't see him anymore, I think, or something like that. I can't even remember if I was in the car. Some of the shit maybe I had to talk to my fucking therapist. You know what I mean? But I remember that
I gotta write a song about this.
No, I remember we went to go visit them and they wouldn't let me in. They were in the MCC. So one of my aunts, her fiance or her fiance, he took me out to a little park that's by the bay over there in San Diego. And he was just had me like playing around and stuff. He was taking care of me, and he was like, "Oh yeah, they're in there. Like she's just in there, but your mom's okay." He was trying to like calm me down, and I remember looking at the building at the MCC, and I didn't really understand, but I kind of had like an idea and stuff. And then it was weird because I ended up at the MCC when like some years later.
Oh wow!
So I had this whole nostalgic like experience.
Full circle.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
and then your dad. I know you didn't really know him that well.
Oh no, I did. I knew him, but he just wasn't around.
Gotcha.
Like sometimes he would show up, like, hey, can I see you guys, whatever, and he was just like off and on and like.
And was he ever affiliated with like crime?
Yeah,
at all?
yeah. He got in. He was never really that good at it, but he was always lucky to get good jobs in good places. So somehow he landed a job as a cop, but it was like a little. Kind of you could say special forces, like, but local cops, like, like, you know, but they started working, and he ended up actually being like a federale, like in the road, but they started doing what they do, just stealing from the cartel, and he got beat up a couple of times, like a few. I remember one time he was just Like he was tied up in our apartment and they left him there like for dead, but he didn't die. Dude, my dad has gotten like really bad beatings, like in jail and like riots and stuff, where he's about to die, but he doesn't die miraculously. And he's like, you know what I mean? He's just one of those because meth is what fucked him up, you know? So, which is just one of those meth heads that are fucking invisible, you know what I mean? Yeah, bro, because he's been like, actually last
That's
time.
the mushroom from Mario, bro. It makes you strong.
But he wasn't smoking mushroom. That was not mushrooms. But that time he got beat up real bad in a riot, in a really famous prison riot in the TJ jail. He was dying and shit, and I actually they went to my house and one of the guys he was living with, and he was asking for like help. He's like, hey, your dad, I have him over there. He's like, he's in pain and I think he's really bad, whatever. And to be honest, at that point I was already smuggling people, so I had money. I was like 18, maybe 17, 18. But and I really didn't care, because at that point, like I already knew my dad. Like, you know, when you're young, it's like, oh, your dad, but you don't really see like the ugly side. And then when I grew up, I knew the ugly side because I lived it. Yeah, he was, as a human. So I was like, man, this fool, like I don't give a fuck. Like I don't, like, to be honest, I wasn't really tripping. But my sister knew, like my younger sister. I have two younger sisters. So the one in the middle, she's really sentimental and shit. So she started crying and whatever. And my sister, you know, I'll do anything for my sister. So I was like, all right. So I went and got my dad. I took him to the hospital. And yeah, he it was around Christmas time because he spent Christmas in the hospital. So like whatever, I actually got him off the hospital without paying too, because I was like, I have some money, but I'm not trying to pay your shit. You know what I mean? And I was like, so I'm gonna get you out, like just follow me out. And he was like, nah, what do you mean? Like he was actually trying to like ask the doctor like how much, like, to do paperwork and do the right thing, because he was off. I just needed to do the paperwork with the doctor to be like his medicines and shit like that. But I was like, nah, he's just gonna walk out with me, like, you know what I mean? I'm not fucking.
Bro, you smuggled your dad out.
I smuggled my dad out of the hospital. I gave him my sweater, and then I said, just walk next to me, like everybody's walking around, just walk next to me. And we got the elevator, we got out the street. My friend was waiting for me. We got in the car and we left.
Bro, and no one said nothing, like the security.
No, nobody. He was just because
they never called him.
Where he was a homeless basically at this point, you know what I mean? He's just like, you know. So
that is crazy.
Yeah. So I took him out and I got him like a week in a hotel, in a little cheap motel in the neighborhood. So it was in the neighborhood and it was around Christmas. So actually my sisters and her friends, and they actually wanted to check up on him and like bring him food and stuff. But my mom told him like, hey, because I was already in shit with like the cartel. I had some beef with some guys and there was some shooting going on. So my mom knew about it. So my mom told my dad like, hey, you know, este cabrón no puede estar aquí. He's like, he can't be around the neighborhood, so he can't be taking care of you. And my sisters were only there because it was vacation time. Like eventually they were gonna go back to the US. So she's like, you should go back to your family in South, you know, in Monterrey, and whatever. But I remember, and that's what he ended up doing. But I remember telling my dad like. I saved your life, so like I really don't owe you anything at this point. You know what I mean? Like the only thing I really owed you in life, it was like you giving me my life. But now I saved your life, so I don't really, you know what I mean? I felt it like that. You know what I mean? I was like,
how old were you at that point?
18.
I mean, that's like strongly poetic. Like,
yeah, well, that's how. Because I didn't really like. I don't have a problem with him. Like I could see him and say what's up or whatever. But he's just like, you know what I mean? It's like he's just another. I mean, like I said, I don't hate him. I can't hate him because he's still a part of me. That would be like hating myself, I think. So I'm cool with him, but I don't see him as, you know, like there's no fatherly feeling. There's no, you know what I mean? I actually feel like I got like father figures in the streets because I hang out with a lot of older homies. What do you call them? Like older friends. Mm-hmm. And that's how I got that's how I learned everything, like on the streets, like just hanging out with older people. They would teach me shit, like, cause they'll big brother, little brother you know what I mean? Like I did that too. Like in the neighborhood when you grow up so close to your friends and you see them every day and stuff.
Yeah, especially if your dad isn't that present. It's
not only is not present. I mean, even if he wasn't not present, but he was like somebody doing something good in life, I could still be like, oh, okay. I
respect him.
Yeah. But he was just like, you know, he's just in the streets, like smoking meth and stealing from people and doing like the worst of the worst of the worst. You know what I mean? So it's just.
But he was
like,
also a cop in between that.
No. He was like before he got really deep into like meth and shit.
Fuck.
He had actually he landed good jobs.
When you were little.
Yeah, when I was little, when all my sisters were little, like my youngest sister when I was 25. So yeah, we were really little, and then actually when my mom was pregnant with the youngest sister, he was already like they were already separated. It was just like, you know what I mean?
He was off the rails.
Yeah. But he was already like in meth and shit like that.
Oh, damn.
But before that, he was actually like You know, he could land good jobs and shit like that. And he ended up being a federale. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how he fucking did it.
And he was working in the prison too.
No. He got arrested, like after he got beat up for stealing from the cartel and shit like that, and all that happened, he got kicked out of the police force and all that shit. He just went like in the streets and just started like being a nobody.
And then he got arrested?
He got arrested and then he went to jail. He always came out in and out of jail. He just became one of those guys. But eventually he did something that got him like a few years. And then there was a big riot that happened that everybody knows about it. And they killed a bunch of inmates, a bunch of them. And the government would just throw them out in the streets and pretend it was cartel related. But it was funny because they all had the uniform of the prison, you know what I mean? They all had the sweatpants, the gray sweatpants, and
they would just be like, "Nah, go out."
It was just no. They were dead. They killed them in the riot, and they would just load up bodies like vans, or the police vans with bodies, and they would just lay them like how the cartel did it, and they would blame the cartel.
Even though it was a prison riot that
the riot was going on, and then bodies started showing up in the city, like nobody knew, and they were
in uniform.
Well, yeah, they had like sweats and shit. Most of them had prison sweats and
so everyone knows.
Everybody knew, but
you see these bodies in prison uniforms.
But everybody said it was cartel related and shit like that.
But and we're gonna get to this in a little bit. But like, I know you've described like the police and like the local government kind of as a cartel. So
yeah, anybody that's seen Narcos and all these series that made shit like that famous can really.
So in a way, it was cartel related. Mm-hmm. It's just a different cartel. It's the fourth cartel.
Yeah, the fourth cartel. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
Well, there's this. It's called El Cuarto Poder, the fourth power. That's what they call it. And there's I don't know if that's a word. It's just the saying. But in Mexico, it's the Cuarto Poder. It's
the
called
fourth power.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's actually mentioning. It's related to like the government, but it's or the cartel either. Well, you can't really tell it in real life. So yeah. So it will match both.
And so, how old were you when you first realized what the cartel was, or that there was this other power within your town that had control?
Well, like I said, my grandma was really deep, and then I started listening to corridos when I was young because I always corridos are the Mexican folklore music, like what's popping right now, you know, the guitars and stuff, and they're talking about it's basically stories of like narcos or whoever, and or like police chases or shit like that. But overall stories, and I've always liked stories. I write since I was young, so that really caught my eye because I only listen to like hip hop and stuff like that for the stories, the same thing. But then when I realized I thought it was just old people music, like drunk music and shit, like romantic music. But eventually when I heard one and it was like stories and stuff, I was like, oh, okay. I just went full on deep onto that. And then I started hearing these last names and names about people I heard about around my house or around, you know, people that I was around. So I was like, wait, you know what I mean? I started asking questions and shit. And my grandma likes to tell me everything. So she was just telling me who everybody was and stuff. And at the same time in the streets, I'm seeing how like, I'm from the generation where we're all like the graffiti was big on my generation. Like, well, it dragged for like 3 generations before me, and mine was like at a peak where everybody was doing it. Everybody had some. It was like a gang graffiti type thing because some of us did graffiti, like I did murals and stuff. But I had friends that never painted. They just banged. They just like, oh, where you from? You know what I mean? That type of thing. So it's like a little bit of both. So we beefed with other guys and from other neighborhoods. Since we had problems, we chased each other. But it was all like either bats or rocks, never guns or shit like that.
And how old are you when you're getting into like graffiti beefs?
Oh no, around graffiti I started like when I was 13.
Okay.
Like I say. And then I did it all the way till I started doing like cartel shit because everybody in my generation started doing cartel shit. Not only me, it was like everybody just started going for the money. Like everybody was like, fuck that. If I'm already crazy doing this shit over here, I might as well. You know, plus they were recruiting. That's when the whole violence started getting really deep. You know, when the president said like they were declaring war on the Tijuana cartel specifically. So everybody, like all the whole arms and the whole more war like type thing started. Like the command, the people in trucks and shit like that with their guns out. You start seeing that in the streets and shit. You start having friends that you knew that there were graffiti writers, and now you see them all vest up with like shit, and then we're at the parties and they're like, hey, and now everything's changing. But I can't remember if I told the story with Danny. There's really the breaking point is when one of the like our worst enemies, he just showed up to my friend's house where we hang out, like our hangout place.
And why was he your enemy?
he was just from another neighborhood, and every time we saw each other, like I don't know how shit started. Usually it starts because like either we beat up a friend of his, or they beat up a friend of ours, and then now we're looking for each other. You know what I mean? Or a girl, or it's just some stupid shit. You know, some stupid neighborhood gang shit. You know.
And how far apart were the neighborhoods?
Nah, he was like 2 neighborhoods away from mine. Like I don't know, 10 minutes. I mean, in car is like 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's the 10-minute bike ride.
Yeah. It's a 10-minute bike ride. So, but they were crazy too. Like every time we saw each other, if they were more, they would chase us, and if we were more, we would chase them. You know what I mean? Because whoever we caught, we fucked them up, and they fucked us up. You know what I mean? So they were like our enemy. So eventually, one of the main guys, he just pulls up in a little car to my friend's house. I wasn't there. I was barely showing up, walking, and I started doing the little whistle. So my friends would open me the door, and then he opens the car door. He was parked at some car I didn't recognize. So I was just like whistling. And then I looked. I was like, "What's up?" And he's like, "Oh, come here, bro. Get in the car." My friend, rest in peace. I haven't said it right here. And I get in the car, in the back of the car, and then the driver, he turns on the light. He looks at me. He's like, "Hey, what's up, bro?" And I was like, "Oh shit! Like, what's up?" He's like, "Nothing." And then he just like pounded, and he's like, "I'm telling him that I mean, you guys are fucking, you guys don't give a fuck the same as we don't give a fuck, and this shit might never end. The difference is I'm with the cartel now, like, cause his family was big in the cartel. He just was late to join the family, but once he did, he was really deep. He's like, nah, I was telling him like I would actually want to be friends with you guys, cause you guys like, I don't know, he just liked us, I guess. You know what I mean? That out of fucking like fighting so much, we ended up friends.
Almost like respect.
Yeah, he was no, definitely 100% respect. So he was like, he actually made a call. He's like, if I wanted to, like, I could kill all you guys. And he called some guys, and like 2 trucks showed up. We were like, at this point, we're like 16 maybe. So the guys that pulled up were like on their fucking probably late 20s. You know what I mean? So to us, we're like, oh, some old guys showed up and in trucks and shit with guns. And they asked him like, hey, what's up? And he was like, nah, I fixed everything. We're cool. And they're like, all right, aquí estamos a la orden. And then boom, they left. And their little radios and shit. So he's like, see, I'm telling you, like, I'm on some other shit, whatever. So we're like, okay. And it was funny because I was the youngest in my group. I mean, most of them were my age, but we got a couple older guys. But me and the friend that he was with, that when I met him, we're the youngest. Like, we're the youngest.
Yeah, 15, you know what I mean? 16.
So yeah. And so he was already like 17, 18. And we're a little scared, to be honest. At that point, we're like, damn, what the fuck? Because I remember he took us to a little hot dog stand. And we ate one, and then he's like, hey, you guys want to eat another one? And me and my friend were like, nah, we're cool. He's like, oh, come on, man, eat another one. But he said it in like this aggressive tone. We're like, all right, let me get another one.
The fucking Joey Chestnut.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, let me get another one, friend. That's for another two. We're just fucking chugging that shit. But yeah, after that, he just started showing up to our neighborhood, and we just became friends. He took us to his, and we started life just started changing from there on. Like the parties, the hangouts, all this shit, like the graffiti just went out the way. Like I did it because I like to do murals, and I'm like, I got like this little creative side to me. So on the weekends or shit like that, I would be painting with my friends, like doing legals or shit like that, or maybe even some illegals. But with my friends that I hang out all the time, we were in a whole different ballgame. Like we just started doing that.
Yeah, it got real really quick. This is a kid that I used to like throw rocks at, and all of a sudden now he's affiliated.
He showed up with an AK, and he just loaded up with a bunch of guys, and he said, let's be friends.
And you're like, we're best friends.
Yeah.
Now we're best friends.
Bro, we're buddies, like, you know what I mean? So I mean, eventually, like, we all started doing different shit. I'm a U.S. citizen, so I started smuggling people. My friend, he sold coke, like he was he's just a dealer, coke dealer and shit like that. Another guy, the same. Another guy, he helped pack one of his friends that would pack the weed and shit before it was crossed. Another one of my homies, his whole family smuggles people, but through the mountains. So they work over there and they do that shit. So like it was just all kinds of people, like just joining the shit that was already there. You know what I mean? Like,
and then they kind of get put into jobs. Like
It's just you start figuring out what you're good at, you know, or what you fucking can you do?
What are you useful for?
Yeah, and at the beginning, I was just crazy. We were just crazy. I was just like, anybody that I met that had a little power or that was somebody, I would be like, hey, whatever you need, like, let me know. I'm a U.S. citizen, like, you know, whatever, like this and that, like, anything you need inside, whatever, like, even outside, like in Mexico, like I was just there for anything to do. So one of the guys that I think I talk about him with Danny, that got me off of just fucking asking random people for jobs. He was He was a good old man. He used to help a lot of people and stuff. He was one of those old school drug dealers that helps the community, gives back. You know, he helped, like, if anybody had like needed like a surgery or something, he was there. Like, he gave the money, the family
cool.
money. He fixed the sports area for the kids and shit like that.
He was a good man.
Yeah, he was a good man. He wasn't really into violence. So when he found out that I was just doing random jobs for different people and actually doing like dangerous shit, he just got me off of there. He's like, nah, you're gonna be working with me now, and just because I don't want you doing that shit. Because he had a soccer team and all my friends were in it except for me, because I was just like, I was on some other shit. Like, I didn't really want to like play soccer and shit like that. But I was always at the soccer fields because we were always watching the it was indoor soccer, so we were always just watching the games and shit. Everybody hung out there and shit. And Don Sergio, that was his name. Sergio, he just loved watching all the games. He had a couple of sports he sponsored. A couple of teams he sponsored. So he was always there. And now he always had me there with him. You know what I mean? He made sure I wasn't doing like none of this shit, like crazy shit. And he just like kept an eye on me and shit like that. And he could actually protect me because he paid a lot of money to the cartel just so he could smuggle people. Because people had to pay money to the cartel. If you work, you got to pay them some money, like a percentage or whatever. And he actually made good money. So the more money you give, obviously the cartel is gonna like you more. So he was actually.
So he had a good relationship with them.
Exactly. So anytime I got in trouble, he would help. He would get me out of trouble because they get a bunch of times in trouble for like crazy shit, just the same shit. I was still young, so probably beating up like at a party or something a guy that was nephew to some cartel guy. So now they're looking for me. So now I gotta, like, Don Sergio, either he already knew or I had to tell him like, hey, this happened, like. But I always tell him like, hey, I never involved like your name or cartel. If it was always a beef, I'm like, hey, I'm ready to like catch the fade as you know what I mean. I'm ready to fight and just leave it at a fight at that. Like I'm never calling out like favors, or I'm never like, and it was always the people that I fucked with or that had beef with me, that they would go and run and cry to somebody else.
But in your mind is like, yo, I'm gonna handle my shit.
No, that's the mindset that should be, because actually they got in trouble for calling other people for stupid shit. You know what I mean? The mindset, even with the cops, if you get caught with some stupid shit, you look, fix it yourself before calling the cartel. If you can't if the cop is being a dig or whatever, then call me, whatever. But anything, every time, try to fix it yourself.
And what did he say to you when you were doing dumb shit and you were like, but I'll fix it? What was his reaction?
He was, he was like, nah, but they already called me. Like, it was stupid. My reaction was stupid because I was like, yeah, I could fix it. And they're like, nah, because we're already having calls up here. So, like, it's not like, you know what I mean? We can't be like, okay, let them fix it. Now, like, there's other people involved.
Because he understands that you're not alone. He understands exactly. that you are sort of getting involved in this world.
Because if he left me alone, then they could just do something to me and nobody would like.
Right. So he's like, I'm protecting you. I'm working with you.
Yeah, I think you always have to have somebody. And like I said, I've always had good relationships with people. So I've always had people, like a few people that would back me up and shit. Or because the group chats and everything, that's been since way back.
Yeah.
So there's always been time where like, look, I have a friend that lives in another neighborhood, but they were childhood friends. Like their little group of friends, we always hung out together and stuff like that. But their neighborhood, they started working for another cartel when they split up, and our neighborhood started working for another cartel. So sometimes in the group chat, we will see they were like, if you were one of my friends from the other neighborhood, and I seen like, oh, they're looking for Mark. So I would tell them like, bro, don't say anything, whatever, but they're looking for you. So you better talk to somebody because they're like looking for you like right now. Don't say I told you, but you know what I mean? So you'll be like, okay, cool. And the same for them, whenever they heard my name or one of my friends, we'll be like, hey, don't say nothing, but this guy is so, they're looking for you. So just watch out. So we had that friendship above like politics shit, you know what I mean?
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's hella crazy because we got caught doing that shit. Then we would be with them and fucking whatever.
Yeah, it's like, yo, you're snitching. Like you're selling us out to protect like your friend you grew up with.
Yeah, but the guys that are looking for them, they're just some fucking, they're not even from the neighborhood. You know what I mean?
Right.
There's just some cartel guys. Yeah, but I don't fucking know. You know what I mean?
Bro, that is high stakes, and everyone deletes the messages. I'm sure.
Obviously, you gotta delete it. That's the reason why I got caught in the last time when I was telling Danny about like a few years ago.
Yeah,
it was because of having messages.
Damn.
Yeah.
So I'm curious though. At 16, all of a sudden, this dude that like you're kind of beefing with becomes affiliated. He tells you like, "Hey, we're either cool or you're dead," and you're like, "I guess we're cool." Yeah, and that's what it is. Now we're friends.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
But you're still going to school. Mm-hmm. At 16, like you still have to go to school, like you're going to class, like you're going back and forth to the U.S.
Yeah, it's funny because in America, like people, it was funny because this girl, she was like, she was one of these cocky girls because she was good looking. She was like, how come I never see you at the parties? At like San Diego and partying, and I was already like in the clubs and like in cartel parties and shit like that. And so on my mind, I was like, like for your parties end like at 12 in the cow show, you know what I mean? Like minors party, when you're. So I was just like, nah, I just hang out in TJ. And she's like, oh yeah, well, I think she invited me to like a party or something, but she was mentioning. It was funny to me because when she asked me that, she's like, how come I never see you at the party? Like trying to like, like downgrade my shit. And on my mind, all this fucking movie happened like, bro, you don't even know, like, So I was like, yeah, I just hang out in TJ more. And when eventually, when all my friends from high school started like reaching like 18, they would go over there and party, and they would see me out there. I was already out there, like
right. You've been there.
Yeah, I've been there. They would be like, bro, what are you doing here? I was like, no, bro, what are you doing here? You know what I mean? Because some of the guys from like the cholos, the gangsters from my high school, they would go and try to walk around Revolucion, and then my friends from that, we would hang out there from like Zona Norte and all this Tijuana gangsters, they'll be like, hey, what's up with these folks? And I'll be like, and then all of a sudden you hear one of the guys, hey, what's up, Fernando? Whatever. And I was like, all right, nah, they're from my high school. Like, they're cool, whatever. Before they got jacked, before they took their shoes or some shit, you know what I mean? Because
oh wow, just because you were cool with them.
Yeah, because I was cool with them. So yeah, that's how I started seeing them out there when they started like turning 18, and now they would go to the clubs and shit like. But I was already out there since like 15, you know.
Are you doing good in school at this point? Like, are you studying?
Well, it was funny because in elementary they gave us this test, which was like, it was this program called like the GATE program, Gifted and Talented Student, some shit. They gave us like advanced classes. I had like IB, intermediate, whatever, and then they took us like before school ended, they took us to another class, which it was just like building a radio or doing like creative or some other shit. Mm-hmm. So I was always in like IB classes, and I was always like in advanced classes and shit like that with like the white kids and nerdy kids and stuff. And like I said, I like being friends with everybody, so I would talk to like the little weird guy with the violin and stuff. He would be my friend, and like the cool football player, whatever, they'll be my friend. And because I was not really like, they never see me, or I was not really from there, you could say. Like I was, there was a little group of TJ kids that we hung out there too, but it was like 8 or 9 of us. I mean, other people, even there's people that live in TJ that pretend they don't. You know what I mean? That, oh no, I live in Chula Vista. Like, shut the fuck up. I see you in the border every day, you know?
Oh, but they would be embarrassed to be from TJ.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, there would be people like that they wouldn't say, you know what I mean? Or they would be afraid to get caught and the school will kick you out. Because if you don't live in the school that you, like the neighborhood, the school that you belong to, the school district, whatever, and then they found out you live in TJ, they will kick you out.
Oh, interesting. So you technically,
you can't say you live in, you have to get an address close by the school.
So you had your mom's address?
No, my mom didn't live here yet. She always had like friends or stuff like that would let her borrow the address. But that's why everybody would pretend like they didn't live, like, because your parents would tell you, hey, don't say that you do. But once you meet another kid that lives in, you're like, hey, you know what I mean? You say, yeah. And there was people that they wouldn't admit. Yeah, you know what I mean? There was this girl, she was so like white, she was more on her white side, and she wouldn't even speak Spanish. But it was funny because her brother, he was so Mexican, and she was like, oh no, there was a lot of traffic because they were late to school, and he was like, nah, the line was fucking long as well, you know. So yeah, there's people like that too, but it's just a big part of, like, it's part of the whole community, just cross the border every day, come and go.
But you were good at school though, like you're doing like low key cartel jobs, like helping guys out, on the weekend, and then going back to school on Monday and like doing science.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, essays and shit. I love doing essays. Like in English, I was always like good grades and shit.
You were hanging
like
with essays and then doing essays.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
bro, that's wild.
Except math, I was always fucking up with math, to be honest. Like algebra, I couldn't get past fucking algebra. But like English and all the other shit, like science, I love science, bro. Like I'll do fucking research on my own. Like, you know what I mean? Like I love that shit. But then again, I wasn't doing homeworks for the same reason. I was just not caring. Actually, the homeworks was what brought me down, because it's 30% of your grade. So you could be doing well in tests and whatever, but if you're not doing homework, then you're fucked. So that's how I started getting D's and F's and shit like that. It got to a point where I was getting my grade, my card, and it's all fucked up. So I was just like, throw it away. Like, it was all sad, you know what I mean? It was sad because I knew I could do it, but then it was a whole lot of bullshit. Like, I think now as I think about it back, the whole stress of crossing the border, and like at the same time, because it was stress. The 9/11 happened, the Twin Towers and stuff. So after that, it just got worse. I was in like a fifth or sixth grade, something like that. But I was still in grade school. So like to cross the border, it was like 5 hours every day, being late, my mom being late to work. And it was just like all this stress, I think, that built up that I didn't really like school anymore. Just like the whole point of going to school and the whole thing, it was just like I didn't really like it. All my life was in TJ. Like I just crossed the border, went to school, and then as soon as I got out, went back. You know what I mean? And I just left my backpack and never picked up any homework and shit like that. You know, so that's how I started fucking up, and that's how they sent me when I was in 11th grade. They sent me. I think my theory is that they kicked me out because I got off the IB classes. I told them like I didn't want them anymore, like because I was already doing bad. So I was like, maybe if I go to regular classes, I could catch up a little bit to my grades. And I did that in 11th grade, but I was only there for like a few months, and then they're like, nah, you're off to the learning center. So they kicked me out to the learning center, which is I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's like 4 hours, and it's independent study basically. It's just a teacher that just to take care of you guys, but you got you do everything. So after that, I was fucking. I didn't like that shit at all, like, cause I knew I was good in school. I just, you know what I mean. So I didn't like that shit. I started like by this point, my mom already had like an apartment in San Diego, so I could stay there. And sometimes I would just ditch, or sometimes I would just stay asleep. And school started like, I just started like fucking up, and
you're also now doing jobs and smuggling.
Yeah,
I
really just go back. Like my friends are already more deep in it and shit, so I'm just started like kind of figuring out like I'm probably.
And you're making probably decent money at this
Not
point?
Really. Most of the shit I did was for free back in those days. Yeah, kind of earn your stripes.
Internship.
Yeah, your internship. Yeah. You do shit for free. That's why I was going to everybody and like, hey, whatever you need, whatever you need, whatever. So basically just fucking internship, and then afterwards, I started getting more deep and like started getting paid and everything. But it wasn't until I met Don Sergio that he actually, because even if we didn't have like work, he would show up and just give me money. He was like, hey, we haven't worked in a couple of days. Do you need some money? And he would just show up and drop out like $150 to $200, which back then, right now, would be like maybe like $400.
Why do you think he liked you so much, Don Sergio?
I don't know. We were really cool, man. I actually miss him a lot. When they killed him, I cried and everything. But I don't know, man. He liked all of us. Like he had a soccer team with my friends, like I said, and he liked all of us. Like he was really. Did
he help out the other kids?
Yeah.
On the soccer team?
Well, he bought him shoes, like everything. Yeah. He took us partying. He would fucking pay the bitches. You know what I mean? And he just brought us everywhere. Like he was really cool with us. I don't know, man. I couldn't say. I don't know. He was just really cool. He lived around the corner from where we hang out. And yeah, he was just.
Did he know your mom or your grandma?
I think he met him maybe a few times. He knew my uncle, rest in peace, my uncle. But he knew him, and because he would show up to my house to pick me up and stuff like that. And I would tell, like, my family knew. Like I would be like open to don't say, like a lot of people knew him by this point in the neighborhood. He was one of those like known. That works off the grid. Yeah. He was known to that, but he had that good personality. Like he was a good person, so nobody really bothered. Like you wouldn't see him with. He didn't really like guns. I would be like, hey, you should give me a gun to fucking take care of you, you know, or just have us armed in case of anything, because the war started with the cartel and shit like that. So like shit was crazy. He was like, nah, I don't need that shit. Like, man, no, He paid the government and everything. Anytime he needed something, he would just fucking call one of the guys he was paying off, and like 10, 15 patrol pickups would show up and just take care of his area, his house, whatever.
Wow.
But he said he never needed that. And I was like, I mean, if he would have had it when he was killed, he would have been alive. You know what I mean? Because they kidnapped him, and the first day that they tried to kidnap him.
And they meaning
the cartel. Yeah. The cartel at this point is split up. So one side is trying to get everybody to pay them, and well, both sides are like, everybody's like, oh, who you with? You know, at this point, everybody's like, who you with? So he stayed with the locals, and the guys that betrayed the cartel and went with other cartel, they were like killing everybody that wasn't joining them. So they called him, and he was like, well, no, I'm with them already. Like, I don't want to, like, you know, I'm not even part of this, whatever. So the house he had, it was like 2 or 3 houses away from a corner store, which was owned by my friend's family. And we knew him because we hung out like right in the store, or like a house right next door. And we knew his grandma and his mom, which are the ladies that in the storefront. So we're inside my friend's house that they passed away, and we're just like watching TV. And the lady calls us. He calls my friend, and he's like, "Hey, can you go check the store because there's some guys outside. I think they're trying to like steal something from the store, or just fucking take the money or something." So me and my friend, we walk out. We're like, go check out what happened. So we go out. We standing outside the store, and we're just looking at the guys there in a pickup, and they do look suspicious as fuck. But then when they see us, they just move. And then I start seeing another car, and then I start seeing guys like switching cars and shit. And I was like, nah, they're not trying to steal from the store. And then I called on Sergio because his house was. I was like, hey, there's some guys. And then as soon as I called him, I'm in the corner, so people are stopping right in the corner just to make the stop sign. And I see one of the guys that his face was in the newspaper and shit because he was from the other cartel, and they're like kidnappers. So I was like, hey, I can't. I was like, here, I just saw this guy, and I think they're onto you. And yeah, eventually he called somebody. He wasn't there, but he called somebody, and like a bunch of police showed up, like a bunch of police. And they started, like, before the cops entered the neighborhood, like I saw them started running away. They started getting in the cars, like all these people, and they just left. And I was like, oh shit. And then boom, the police came like a minute or two later. And then all the police just started surrounding the streets and shit and just looking for whatever. But then 2 days after, they came back and they got him outside his house. You know what I mean?
Fuck.
And he was old. He was like not old, but he was like in his maybe late 50s, maybe something like that.
And did they kidnap him that time, or did they just get him outside the house?
No, they got him outside the house. They kidnapped him and they took him, and then they found him. Well, they left him hanging from a bridge with like a message. Like they do that shit in Mexico, cartels and shit. Fuck?
Do you know what the message was?
Yeah, it said it wasn't even, the message wasn't even for his beef. It was just a message for like for somebody else, because it said like, don't mess with the kids. And like, don't Sergio wouldn't, you know what I mean? It wasn't even his beef. It was some other people's beef and some stupid shit. So yeah, man, I saw the news and they showed his body and shit. I was like, damn, like, fuck. But like I said, if he would have had his arm, I mean, we could have at least, I don't know.
And how old were you when he passed away?
Well, I was fresh out of the MCC. I was 19.
Fuck.
Yeah, I was 19. 19 or 20, around there. Yeah.
And this guy was your mentor. Like, he put you on, he protected you, he showed you everything.
Yeah, he was one of those father figures that I was telling you about. I've had a couple of those like throughout the year. Even in my graffiti, I have when I started doing graffiti and stuff, I saw one of the homies. He lived by my house, and his whole house was painted because he did murals and shit like that. And he was well known because they would do big productions with one of the famous crews in TJ, was called HEM, Hecho en Mexico. And so I would just go to his house and bother him every day, bro. Like, and just fucking go look for him. Hey, what's up? I was just trying to hang out, just fucking trying to get into the graffiti shit. And he did. He took me in. He was already older, and he just started showing me shit, like big brother me. And we went all these places, and I was young, but I was doing. Actually, it was pretty good. So they would just take me all over, and they were old, and it was a whole different vibe than the streets. Like, it was all artists from, like, all graffitiers, they're just chill as fuck. If anything, they're just drinking and smoking and whatever. But it was a whole different vibe, and I was already in another, like, you know what I mean? Like, so I started seeing those both worlds. But yeah, he was one of them, and then Don Sergio was another one. And yeah, I can name a few guys like that I could.
Did you go to Don Sergio's funeral?
Well, they took his body to Guadalajara, but we made him a ceremony in the neighborhood church. We made it like all the people, because he was loved in the community. So like a bunch of people just went and we did it there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I knew his wife and stuff like that. Yeah.
You got to make a mural for him.
Yeah, the thing is, we don't have a lot of pictures of him. We have some. This is 2008, 2009. So not a lot of good quality camera phones out there. You know what I mean? Yeah. We have a few pictures of them, but they're not really. But yeah, eventually, yeah. I like, for my friends, I have a frame, like they painted, one of my graffiti artists. He painted their faces, and I have it hang up in my room. But bro, I mean, I have three on my finger. Three dead homies. I have the guys that I painted. I have my uncle, and then I have another 20 other friends that I would have to paint if I really, you know what I mean? So I have to paint. I have a little murals to paint, bro.
Fuck. Bro.
You know what I mean? That's what makes it hard to
choose
to choose who. You know what I mean?
What's the thing people say? Like, people die every day.
They do.
Like, that's the mentality you kind of have to have within.
Yeah,
the
that's what when I hear about like when a famous rapper dies and they talk about conspiracy theories and stuff like that. I'm like, bro, if he was in the hood, he was just open to dying because that's what happens when you're out there. There's a lot of haters, especially if you're doing good. I try not to go back right now, at least not in a while, because shit is crazy out there, and people have to start seeing me with like, I've always been kind of like popular. They know me because I hang out with like famous people, or just because I'm crazy around this. I've been doing crazy shit or whatever, no? So eventually there's people that don't like you. That's normal, you know what I mean? But you never know who those people are. And most of the time it's people that grew up with you that they didn't do shit for their lives, and now they got a gun and they don't have nothing to lose. You know what I mean? Like, I was a really fan of Nipsey Hussle, you know what I mean? Like, when he passed, I was really fucking sad. It was in TJ, a guy I never met. I just listened to his albums a lot, like his music. And the way he passed, it was so, it hurted me a lot, because it's the same scenario that's happened in my city a bunch of times. Pop Smoke, Young Dolph. It's just you being in the hood, being in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's you know,
some guy with a gun with nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose, like some fucking low life, whoever, you know, that doesn't mind doing 10 or 15 or 25 to life because they ain't shit. You know, that's probably the most interesting shit that's gonna happen in their life, is killing you. So, man, don't even fucking risk it. You got nothing to do back there. You know what I mean? Like, fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand, like, Nipsey, he had a store and shit. He was trying to put on for the kids, but at the same time, just have some security. I mean, you're really in danger, bro. Like, you know what I mean? You're really in danger. It's not a game. Like, I know, even if I go back to my hood, I'm going to go back with some fucking security. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And maybe because, I mean, 3 houses away from my grandma's house, there was a crack house. I don't know if it's still there, but they used to be. So, like, it's crazy out there. This movement, there's people walking over. It's like, you got to have security. You can't be just like, nah, people respect me out here. Like, nope.
Nah, some people respect you.
Some people respect you.
And the more people that respect you, the more people that are not going to respect you. And they want to fucking prove something.
And I mean, there's fucking people hold grudges too. Might be that one guy that you talk shit to in elementary, or like you kicked his ass because I've actually avoided going to certain places and certain parties because, like, nah, bro, when I was beating up people, when I was a gang banging, I would beat up people from that neighborhood. And I don't want to show up and, like, the main guy that I beat up with is now this cartel guy. And, you know, be like cartel parties and stuff, I would avoid sometimes, even if I was invited by somebody, because I'm like, nah, I have a feeling there's going to be people that don't like me there. So I would just avoid certain parties just because I know my background, and I know, I don't hold grudges, but I won't never forget what you did to, like, I don't give a fuck, but I'll be like, nah, that feel like, we might even be cool, but I'll still be like, you know, I still remember what happened. And if there's people like this, but violent, you know what I mean? And I fucked people, like, I've jumped people on their heads and shit like that. So I've been pretty fucked up on certain moment in my life. I don't want that shit to catch up to me.
So there's some guy you jumped back in the day, and now you show up to his party, and he's a boss, and he's a little drunk.
Because that has happened before.
Really?
There's this guy that became friends with us. His cousin, we jumped him once, and we beat him up with bats and shit. And he became one of the top dudes in Cartel. Like, he was doing, they killed him now. Rest in peace. But he was cool after all the shit that we stopped the beef when his cousin talked to us and everything. We were all cool. But I mean,
if he wasn't cool,
that shit can turn, like, he might be drunk one day and high and shit, and he just might remember that shit because they hit him with a bat in his head and shit like that. So, I mean, that's some shit that some people might not be able to
get over.
Get over. You know what I mean?
Bro.
So that's the type of shit that I'd be like, nah, just avoid some places. And now that I don't have nothing to do with it and shit like that, and I'm not even like protecting myself out there like that and shit like that, because I'm not in it anymore. I'm an easier target. If somebody was like, nah, bro, a few years ago you were out here, like, you know what I mean? They're not gonna be like, oh, you're not playing anymore. Oh, okay, never mind. Some people might, but most of the people
are like, yo, I'm still playing. Like, I still, you know, you fucked me over, whatever.
Exactly.
Like, you hooked up with the girl that I was with.
I'm supposed to forget now because you're fucking doing...
Yeah, because you're all of a sudden out of it doing music. Like, wow.
Yeah, so, shit, I checked my grandma's house cameras because of the system, and I just fucking looked through there and like, damn, I wish I was just fucking... I don't know, it's just... I mean, there's nothing to do, to be honest, but I just, you know, it's just nostalgic.
That's your home, that's where you grew up.
Yeah, that's home.
What's up, guys? We're going to take a break really quick from this amazing conversation because I got to tell you how you can fix your back pain. Yeah, your back hurts because you have this giant chunky wallet sitting in your back pocket and it's causing you problems. And that used to be me. But then I switched to Ekster. Now, if you know this show, you know that I don't promote any product on this channel unless it's something that I actually use. And I've used Ekster. This is my actual wallet right here. Boom. I fan it just like that. All of my cards pop right out. It's extremely easy to use. And in my opinion, it is the greatest smart wallet brand. And it's the greatest for a few reasons. One, these types of wallets, these smart wallets, they're extremely sleek, and Ekster has the best. They are the highest grade, space grade aluminum, just in case you ever go to space, who knows? They're extremely sleek. And the thing I love most about them is it prevents me from accumulating junk. You have a regular wallet, it's got all these pockets and folds in it. Someone gives you, a receipt. They give you all this stuff that you don't need, business cards, all this garbage, and you just throw it in there. You don't even think about it. And then your wallet stacks up. It gets bigger and bigger every single day. And then your back hurts. And then you're going through your wallet and you're like, why do I have all this stuff in here? I know exactly what I need. I carry around just the essentials. I am a minimalist, and this is everything I need right here inside my Ekster wallet. I also love Ekster because, one, it has a key tracking feature that lets me find my wallet any place in the world. And two, it's extremely secure. People in New York City, they'll try to pickpocket you digitally. They'll go up behind your back, boop, they'll boop your wallet. They'll try to take your information off your card. But with this, it is completely RFID protected, so I don't even have to worry about that. It is a sleek wallet, the best materials, lasts forever. You're not going to get scammed. You can find it wherever you need it, and you're not going to accumulate garbage. I mean, is there any other thing you need in a wallet? So if you're interested in making the switch, just like I did, you can go to shop.ekster.com/Gagnon. Yes, that is shop.ekster, ekster.com/Gagnon, Gagnon, and get up to 25% off site-wide with the code Gagnon. That is Gagnon. But you will only get that if you go to shop.ekster, ekster.com/Gagnon, Gagnon. Use the code Gagnon, get up to 25% off site-wide with that code right there. Now let's get back to the show. So when you start getting into it at like 16, 17, what's interesting to me is that your mother got scared. She saw the life, and she was kind of like, yo, we got to get away.
Yeah. To this day, she works from Monday to Saturday.
Just regular life?
At a shipyard, yeah. Now,
did she find out that you were starting to get involved with guys?
Oh, no, yeah. Ever since Don Sergio and shit like that, yeah, I started, yeah. But then again, I was always in like, trouble. So trouble wasn't, like, it wasn't weird for me to be in trouble, because even when I was doing graffiti or just fighting and shit like that, I was always getting taken by the cops and sleeping in jail and shit like that. I would just call, like, they would pick up, like, a bunch of us up, like 5 or 6, and if there was one homie that couldn't get out because nobody was there, we were minors, so you would need somebody older to pick you up. Sometimes we would, like, just fucking get somebody's a friend's last name that was already older, and he would get us out as brothers.
Whoa.
But most of the time there was somebody that couldn't get picked up, so we were like, let's just stay with him. Like, let's just spend the night here. Do you know what I mean? Because there's fights. Like, in there, you got to fight all the fools and shit like that. So you don't want to leave your homie by yourself. So just be like, hey, ma, I'm going to spend the night at my homie's house. All right, whatever. Or I was just straight up be like, hey, there's nobody to pick we had a friend that had no family. So he was always like, he was always living with us, with one of us, and we were always feeding him and shit like that. So when he was around us, like, there's nobody to pick him up. So we're like, hey, you know what? There's nobody to pick him up, so we're just going to stay here with him. Like, fuck it. And they'll be like, oh, shit, be safe. Who are you with there? I'm like, oh, with him. We're like 5. All right, cool. Or sometimes it was just 2 of us, and we had to fight. Whoever you in there, it's just people coming. It's just different kids coming from different, like, getting picked up from their neighborhoods because they're walking late at night or stupid shit, or they're fighting and shit. So you meet up with other fools, and, oh, you got better shoes than me. You got to fight for your shoes. You got to fight for your shit. Whatever you're in there, you got to fight. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of fighting. So
what do the COs do in the jail? Like,
they let you fight. Shit, they'll fucking open the gates so the older kids, so they can come and fuck with you. Yeah, bro. Yeah, and then they beat you up too and shit like that. And yeah, it's just crazy.
How old were you the first time you got sent to jail, like, for a night or two?
Oh, that shit started when I was like maybe 15,
okay.
14, because I was lucky. Like, I wasn't getting, like, you know what I mean? I had to go to school early the next day, so I wasn't really late at night. But then when I started ditching and I was late at night and shit, like, that's when I started getting picked up. And the first time it was like 20 of my friends. They got us from a party. So it was just fun. We're just having fun. We're just like, yeah, and the police car just making a bunch of noise and shit. And it was fun. But then afterwards, I just started getting picked up, like, every time, like, every weekend, like, a bunch of times. I was there a bunch of times, bro. And it was just stupid because they're like, you don't have no ID. I'm like, I'm a minor. I was like, okay. Yeah, exactly. I would make that face. So eventually I brought my school ID, which didn't help because they're like, what the fuck is this?
That didn't help?
No.
Having like a U.S. school ID?
Yeah. Well, they don't care. Yeah, it wasn't enough for it. They just wanted to fill out. One time there was this cop that lived by my house, and he was just a friend of my family's from like a long time, and he would patrol the neighborhood. But he also plays soccer in the same indoor soccer that we all hang out with. So one time we went to see the finals. He was playing one of the finals, and he showed up in cop uniform. He was working. He got out of the patrol car. He got on his soccer shirt. He played, and then he went back to work. So when he went back, when his game ended, everybody went home because that was the final. So his friend, another friend of his cop, arrested me on my way home, walking from seeing his friend. So I get to the police station, and I see him. And he's like, "What the fuck are you doing here?" I was like, "Bro, what the fuck? I was watching you play, and they picked me up on my way home, whatever." I was like, "Oh man," he laughing, and he's like, "Nah, the thing is, they filled paperwork. They just needed to fill out paperwork."
Quota.
Yeah, quota. Yeah.
Wow.
So he's like, "It's their fucking quota, bro. Let me call your mom right now." And he called my grandma, and they picked me up from there. And the cop that got me, he actually picked me up whenever he saw me. It was this fucking there's always this cop in the neighborhood that's a fucking dick. So he would always pick me up wherever he saw me. So he didn't want to let me go. He was like, "Hey, why are you gonna like help him out?" And he's like, "No, he's cool, whatever this and that." He's like, "No, I'm gonna have him spend." And he's like, "No." Like they actually had to have a little talk over letting me go because the guy was so much fucking.
Because he had it out for you.
He had it, yeah. Because he would always. I was so young and I already had like cars. Like before I started smuggling and I had my own cars, my family would let me borrow their cars. So I had like pillows so I can reach the shit. And I was always driving my friends around and stuff. And he started pulling me over.
Because you're like 13.
Yeah, I started driving when I was 13.
Bro.
So he just had a grudge on me. Like he had it on for me, and it was always every time he saw me, he's like, "Yeah."
Would he say your name? Would he be like, "Yo,
Yeah,
Fernando"?
no. One time I remember, I was in we were riding in the same street, and he signaled me to like, "Hey, come close to," because we were like this. So I had to get close to his patrol. He already got me a bunch of times. He's like, "Show me your license." You know what I mean? And I was like, you know I didn't got a license. All right, pull over. And then, damn, I would either give him money or he would threaten to take my car and take me to jail.
Wow.
So I would have to give him some money.
Did the cop win the soccer game?
My friend?
The police officer that was in the soccer game.
Yeah, I think they did.
Did he score?
Well, in their soccer games in Mexico are very, very football tackle-ish. Rough, like they kick, and he was one of those players that
goes hard.
Yeah, he was tall, dark guy. Yeah. We always make fun of him, like, imagine this for chasing us, like, oh, tall and shit, just and like fuck. But yeah, he wasn't really a good player. He scored like lucky goals, you know what I mean? Like he just shot, like hit it with all his strength, and then if it landed in the goal, it's a goal.
And you were never afraid of the cops, like when you got arrested when you were young, like being 14, driving a car illegally in Tijuana.
Well, it wasn't the Mexico that you see now. You know what I mean?
Mm-mm.
It wasn't the violent Mexico that you see now. I mean, it was pretty bad, but it wasn't like, I mean, I could be doing that and my mom would have in trouble. I mean, right now, I wouldn't let, like, even if I had, I don't know, like a younger cousin or like, what the fuck? Like
yeah. So what did your mom say when like you were getting in trouble? Like,
back then it was, like I said, it was like you could say innocent shit. Like I was getting thrown in jail for walking out late, for being at a party, for dressing like looking like a cholo or stupid shit. So it wasn't really like, you know, it was petty shit. Like graffiti was the most. Graffiti was the reason I stayed for like a month in jail, and then I got out. They got me out and stuff. For like juvenile. But it wasn't really like trouble. Like after when I was 19, when I got arrested for smuggling people, that's when I was like, hey, I'm going to the feds.
That's real.
Yeah, that's real. Yeah.
Did you ever do like dangerous tags? Like, would you ever try to like tag like?
Oh no, yeah, we got up in buildings. Yeah, we got up in buildings and did like I don't know. It's this style that I think is very peculiar from Tijuana that went to other places. Getting on buildings and just hanging from the side and writing and tagging your name. Not like a piece or nothing. Just tagging your name and just write a list of all your friends. You know, just fucking list and then
hanging off the side of the building.
Hanging off the side, and then another guy would come and he would try to beat you more down to the point where we're hanging from construction ropes. We're hanging guys like this, and you see the building. Let's say this is the tallest building. It just tags all the way to the middle of the building. That's very Tijuana style, and it just spread to like other parts and shit. But they actually made a book called Las Cochinadas de Tijuana, which is like the dirty shit from Tijuana, because it looks like dirty. It's not really. It's not even. Sometimes it's not even a cool letter, but it's just of getting high up or getting more in the middle of the building.
Right, it's the prestige of beating the guy before you and doing the harder tag, being more brave.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And were there any cartel tags? Like, was the cartel involved with graffiti at all?
Not really. Like, there was a bunch of graffiti artists turned cartel, but they weren't really tagging anymore. They traded the spray can for the gun. Yeah.
But they weren't like tagging for the cartel. They weren't like, yo, this is our
block.
No,
the cartel. Like, nah. I think they will fucking. Nah, they'd probably clown on you or some shit. Like, what the fuck are you tagging that shit, bro?
Right.
Like,
that's like art. That's like
some other shit.
Plus what like
we're not a graffiti crew. Like, why are you tagging our name up there? I don't know. It just seems weird.
Right, because there is like some gang culture that's affiliated with like graffiti stuff.
Yeah, but
in the United States, but it's not really common in Tijuana.
But the thing is, Cartel is not really gang-ish. I mean, it's a lot of gang like activity, but not in a way of like representing. You know what I mean? It's a whole different like. They don't care if their name is up on the wall. They'd rather have their initials on the bulletproof vest. You know what I mean? Or their initials in the cars or in their hats or shit like that. More of a fashion stuff. You know what I mean? Because hats are very popular with like a Chapo's face or whoever's face or whoever is like a cowboy hat, or depending on the area or what cartel you want to wear the hat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's more. I think it's more of in a fashion than actually like having to represent out there or to like you wouldn't even fight a guy like if you're at a party and you're with a Sinaloa guy or another cartel guy, whatever. It's not gay banging like that. You know what I mean? It's not because probably the bosses are friends.
Interesting. So even if you're two different cartels,
you'll probably just drink with each other.
You could be at the party and be like, "Yo, yeah." Like it's almost like it's not like this, but like a fraternity in college. Like you can be in two different fraternities, but still go to the same bars. Everyone hangs out.
Yeah,
like, it's not
yeah.
like violence.
Yeah, there's a group that's violent from the cartel. There's a like the trap houses, the meth houses, and all that. That's violent because that's really hood, like gang shit. That's like one block is Crips and the other block is Bloods, but in this case, it's one block is Tijuana, one block is Sinaloa, and they are killing each other like that. Like they don't really. That's really the gang side part of it. But like the guys that are moving weight and making money and shit like that, they don't give a fuck about the politics, man.
Interesting. Yeah, if it's one block,
they'll
it's
work with each other.
I gotta kill to defend this block.
Yeah, on the guys that are working blocks, yeah, that's where the whole violence goes.
And that, I guess, is more similar to how.
But don't get me wrong, like just in my neighborhood, you could pick up in a day, like I don't know, shit, probably like $50,000 just out the little meth stores and shit like that.
In the block,
not like the whole blocks in my whole neighborhood. Mm-hmm. So like the bosses will fight over it. It's not. But I mean, the Sicarios they have are like the typical like drug addict Sicario that you see, and they're just killing each other and shit like that. But their bosses, the ones that control the little stores, they probably have access to like trucks, little people, or they have an access to the police or something. They may have they're more cartel shit, and it's really gang, kind of like gang based, with the whole violence and politics.
Interesting. So tell me,
but the people that are like crossing it over, or that are moving weight, or that are actually like in the higher, or that are really millionaires and shit, they'll work with each other, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll end up. Oh, you work for? Oh, okay, no, that's whatever. Hey, I got some shit over there. Oh, I got some people that buy it. Oh yeah, let me know. Blah blah. They don't give a fuck. You know what I mean?
So tell me if this is accurate. I guess like in the United States, there's so much like policing and so much like government control that you can't really get like cartels within like Los Angeles.
Nah, yeah, you can. I mean, I read the news, and I read I think it's in San Francisco. The union leader, she was an old lady. She had been working with fentanyl for like 5 years before they caught her.
Oh wow.
Or some shit. Yeah, she was doing that shit for like 5 years or before they caught her. So I don't know, you might not know what she was doing before fentanyl was popping, because fentanyl was pretty new.
But she didn't have like
she was a union police leader. Police union or something like that.
She didn't have like a military of like.
Well, here you don't really need to be fighting, because you're not fighting like I said in Mexico. The violent parts are the people that are fighting like the trap houses and shit like that.
And I think that's more similar to American gang violence.
Yeah, that's the gang violence. But the people that are moving, that are selling or supplying these guys, that's where they have the connections to move it to. That's where the union leaders. That's when you hear the fuck, I forgot this lady's name. She's doing she was actually in a couple of interviews, even in the Breakfast Club. She's doing this whole investigation on LA deputy gangs inside the police. Oh man, I can't forget her name right now. And they actually have like tattoos and shit like that, and you have to like kill a civilian to like be in the gang and shit like that
within the police.
Yeah, and like the police bosses are like covering it, because the whole police. I'm pretty sure there's good cops out there, because I'm not like people that put me over and stuff. There's some cool cops, yeah. But I don't want to make it seem like I hate cops or shit. Like not even. But there's this like I said, I read her investigation and shit, and it looks pretty sketchy. Everything she's talking about and all the actions, like they got tattoos and shit, and they're not really being like looked at like from like I don't know federal authorities or shit.
Right,
like
because
that.
they're operating within. The...
Yeah, I mean I don't know how that works, but it's like me coming from or being like seeing how it is in Mexico and seeing that happen over here is like, whoa, this seems pretty pretty Mexican to me. You know what I mean?
That's interesting.
So that's just what I'm saying.
It
I mean,
operates within the existing government, whereas like the cartels might create their own, and they create their own infrastructure. But that makes sense that the people that are killing each other and that are super violent are kind of lower level.
Yeah, that's lower level. Yeah,
dealing with blocks.
Yeah, dealing with blocks and stuff like that.
Interesting.
Unless you hear when there's like a high, what do you call it? High grade, like when they kill somebody in a high level or something. You either they stole or they're snitching or they switch sides. That's most of the time the reason why, like because you hear about all these guys, you know, they're all popular. You see them in clubs and you hear their music and their songs and shit. So you know maybe who's around. And then once they kill one of them, you like word gets out real fast. You're like, oh no, he was talking to the DEA. Oh no, he stole some shit, like, you know, like.
And that's when you got to take them
and
out.
That's when somebody like people. That's when they take each other out.
Because that is when you're messing up the money.
Yeah, you messed good money because they like sometimes those will be stealing like millions. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so, we're talking
millions,
insane money.
Yeah, so it's not something that you.
If the guy on the corner is making 50,000, you know what I mean? Like, what is the guy that's trafficking drugs across the border throughout the whole world? Like, that's insane.
Yeah. Like the guy in the corner, maybe not one guy is doing 50,000, but among him and 10 others, they bet. Obviously pulling out a bunch of money, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
He's
crazy.
Getting paid a little bit and probably getting paid with like half money and half meth because that's the way they do out there, like shit like that.
Because a lot of these guys that are dealing are
they're getting
out.
paid like, let's say like $400 a week, $500 a week maybe.
Which I mean,
and that includes if you gotta go shoot somebody, that includes selling shit, that includes, you know.
But if you're a drug addict, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Hey, give me $200 and the rest in meth.
Wow.
Yeah,
you take the credit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's crazy. It's like when you work at the gym and get the free membership.
Yeah, exactly.
That is crazy, dude.
Yeah. And obviously they rather pay them in meth. It's cheaper.
And so when you start getting involved, your first jobs are smuggling.
Yeah. When the Sergio, that's when I can say I initially did the most.
And so how does that work? Like they sit you down and they're like, okay, Fernando, you have to smuggle some people across the border.
No,
like,
he would.
Take me through like that first day, like when you sit down and you get told this is what you're gonna do.
Yeah, well, at this point, I kind of did some other shit similar, but that's how we did it with him back in the day.
How did you do a similar thing before?
Well, there was other guys that I went one time and they were stupid, man. They would try to. The guys would follow you, like the illegal person would follow you, but then he would try to sneak in.
So where are they following you? Like where are you?
When you're trying to cross the border from Tijuana to Mexico, you gotta make a line because there's a lot of people crossing. So there's always a line. The line is very famous.
On foot.
On foot, yeah, on foot and on car. They're both long as fuck. So you gotta make line when you're on foot. So they would follow you like 2 or 3 people behind you, and me that I already cross the border every day. I would choose like the guy that was because there's some guys that were just like, where are you going? I'm going to San Diego. Boom. Where are you going? Like it was just crossing really fast. They're not even asking questions. So I would have to find one of those guys, or at least the easier guy, so that he would go. I would tell him, just make sure you go to the same guy. That's why he would be like a couple guys behind me because the lines divide and they go like this. You just go to the open one. So I'll be like, go a couple people behind me and make sure you go to the one.
And what kind of people are you taking over?
It's just illegal people, just family members or shit like that. He would work with what he's called recommended people. He would have like either family members of his that lived in Guadalajara, places like that, and they would get people that they knew. Like it was just random, you know what I mean? He had his own little network where he would get those people dedicated just to finding illegal people, and they would get their $200, $500.
Tell me if this is how it happens. So like, there's a guy that lives in the U.S. He has family that's in Tijuana or in Guadalajara or whatever.
Yeah.
He calls up like a cartel guy, or he calls
he can't call up anybody. It's so out there that he knows somebody that knows somebody.
So he'll reach out to that guy.
He'll call, like he has family in Guadalajara, so he'll be like, hey, I have a cousin there. Well, if he has family in Guadalajara, his family probably already knows, like, hey, I know of a guy that can get her across.
So it's just kind of like murmurings. You kind of
know. It's kind of like everybody knows somebody. That's literally.
And you're like, I got to get my cousin to the U.S.
Yeah, so like, I have this. Obviously, people in Guadalajara be like, yeah, my tío or my uncle in Tijuana, that's what he does over there. So we could send him off to them. And he would call his tío, hey, I have a person here that's trying to cross. He's friends of whoever, he's family to my friend, whatever. When can I send him? Say, okay, send him whatever, get him the ticket, whatever. And
what do you mean the ticket?
The airplane ticket from Guadalajara to Tijuana. I got to fly it over.
Okay.
and then get him a ticket to get here or on bus, whatever. And then we have houses like regular. Don Sergio would like his houses, his safe houses, to look like family houses. He have the grass set up. He would have somebody come every day and clean. He maybe even have a dog outside and shit like that.
And that's in Tijuana?
Yeah, in Tijuana. But inside it was just we were hiding illegal people that were coming from the south and shit. Like, it was just different rooms and so forth, and they would just stay there.
But they're not illegal when they come from Guadalajara, right?
No, they're not.
So when they get there, but they're going to be smuggled.
Yeah, they're going to be smuggled, but the cops are they're aware of that too.
Like so if they know where there's a safe house, they might raid the house and be like,
they will. No, they'll definitely.
We saw the messages. We know you guys are going to be smuggling, so you guys are all...
Plus, they know because there's people that don't live in Tijuana that are just there because like they're just not from there. And what are you doing here? You know, they look all off. You know,
so and if you have 20 people in a house,
yeah.
Like how many people would be in a house?
Yeah, sometimes 10 to 20 people depending. Yeah,
just all random like.
Yeah, maybe a few couples or families that come together or stuff like that, but mostly just randoms.
And they all go to the house.
Yeah, we keep it in the house, and then in the house we have. There's different visas. There's the tourist visa, and there's like residency or the ones that you could work in America. So if we just had a bunch of them. And let's say you're trying to cross, okay, we'll find a visa that looks like him. That's legit. So we'll find a guy that kind of looks like you, whatever. Okay, we have this one, but this one has a birthmark on it. Okay, we'll take it to the makeup artist, and she will draw it on you or whatever. And then if it was a girl, we'll do the makeup the same as the one. And then we just, if it's, okay, he's going to work, okay, we'll get you some work clothes. We had a bunch of uniforms from like gardening, construction, working and stuff. We'll get you a backpack, the boots and everything. And then you show up. Where are you going? Oh, I'm going to work. Where are you working today? Oh, right here in San Diego. Oh, obviously, by this, wait. In the house, we have, in the area where, in the kitchen and stuff, we role play. And you're in the line, a few people, and then you're walking towards me just so they have the idea of what, you know what I mean?
So they really practice it.
No, we practice it a lot, like till they get it. Because sometimes there's guys that don't really pronounce English that much, and they're going to work supposedly, so they have to be fluent.
They don't speak any English at all.
Yeah, so they have to be like, oh, I'm going to work, or at least some words be like, you know what I mean, on point. So
they have to know what, like the phrase, like, what do you do for work?
No,
they have to know that.
Yeah, and where are you going? Oh, San Diego. What part of San Diego? National City. Oh, you know what I mean? That's what we practice depending on, if they're just going shopping, if it's like a tourist visa and we're going on a Saturday, just give them like $200 on their thing, whatever, on their wallet. So when they take their visa out, I would tell you, when you take your visa out, make sure they can see the money. And make sure you have another ID there or some shit, just so your wallet doesn't look empty. You do that shit, you put it there. Where are you going? Oh, I'm here. There's a mall right when you cross. Oh, I'm going here, Las Americas. Oh, where you got? I just need some shoes. How much money you got? $200. All right.
Wow.
You know, so we practice the whole thing.
How do you get the visas? The legit visas?
Well, back then, it was just stolen visas. Like, when you buy them up, it's really common because a lot of people party or a lot of people cross over there. So they get lost or they steal them like in the cars. Just regular jackers and shit that they go and sell them to the smugglers.
Wow. So
whenever you steal a bag from a girl or some shit, and, a visa or a passport, you find an alien smuggler or somebody that knows an illegal smuggler. They're like, hey, I got some visas for sale. Oh, how much? Let me see. Well, I'll give you 200 for this one, and I'll give you 100 for this one because this one's almost expired or whatever. All right, whatever. Boom. You know what I mean? Shit like that.
And so you need a Mexican person with a visa to get it, because if it's a white guy that has a visa.
Oh no, but like the residencies, there's people that have to live in America, but they go out there.
Ah, I see. Okay.
So you get those, and you know what I mean.
So you have a U.S. residency card.
Yeah, or even like a passport. There's a passport card that is very common over for like me, like U.S. citizen that I use. I lost that shit.
So, you lost yours?
Yeah, I lost mine. Yeah.
So you go over, you party, you get drunk, you lose your wallet, or like you leave it on the table, and some guy.
Finds it, he tries to take your cash, and then he sees the IDs, and he's like, oh, a visa, damn, or a passport.
He knows a guy.
He just goes to Zona Norte, which is right next to it, where all the smugglers are, and then just.
So in the safe house, you got a box.
There's a box with a bunch of visas, and we're just looking for one that looks like you.
Wow. And do you get them back after you send someone over?
Oh no, yeah. As soon as you cross, I ask you for everything. For everything, I let you borrow. Like sometimes I will buy you clothes and shit. So like, hey, give me that sweater back, and give me, you know what I mean? And then either I deliver you to like your family, or you wait in another safe house till they take you up north or whatever.
So you're smuggling me. I fly in from Guadalajara. I make it to Tijuana. You meet me. You say, hey, meet me at this
probably
house.
Send you a cab, or you pick a cab from there, or I'll send you a cab that works with us, and then he's gonna take you to the safe house.
Go to the safe house. You take me through everything. You give me a clothes. You give me an outfit.
Yeah,
do you pick people to do different occupations based off of just the visa? Like, is that the first thing you do? Try to match up the picture with the person in the visa?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then if the visa is a work visa, you're like, all right, you're working.
Yeah, you're working.
If it's a tourist visa, you're like, you're going shopping.
Yeah, you're going shopping. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
If it's a residency thing, you're like, yo, you're going home.
Yeah.
And then whatever their visa matchup is, you get them the makeup to, look similar.
Yeah.
And then you talk through it, you practice.
Yeah.
And then you practice it a few times, you get it good.
Yeah.
And then the next day, you wake up and you get in the line.
Yeah. If you're going to work, we're leaving at 4 or 5 in the morning. If you're going shopping, we're leaving at 10 or 11 on a Saturday.
Wow. And then you go, and then it'll be 2 people behind you?
Yeah. They would drop us off in the border. Sometimes Don Sergio I would be driving with Sergio, and we will send the guy in a cab or something, so they won't let us, because the cops over there, they know this is game over there. For them, this is regular life. So they know that we might, who's working or who's not. Don Sergio's already burned because he's been a smuggler all his life. He's gotten chased by helicopters on the freeways in LA. He knows. He's been in jail in America and Mexico. He's been one of those guys that's just been all over. So they're like, you know what I mean? So sometimes they will ride in a cab and we're riding another car and they will drop off at the same time. But they already know me. So like, hey, just stay a couple of people behind me. And then it was funny because sometimes I would have people and then I'll be in the line and I would see like people I knew. Like at one time I saw my friend, she was a girl, and her mom. And they were like, hey, can we cut in the line? Because the line was long as fuck. So I was like, yeah, come here. But I mean, to me, that's cool. That's normal, whatever. But the person was right behind me, And they're like, oh, so what you doing? Where were you going? Whatever. And I'm like, oh, no, I'm just, whatever, this and that. And my friend, she was my age. So she kind of knew back then. So she's kind of saw like, she's like, are you working right now? It's just like, I was like, yeah, she's doing it, whatever. So it was funny like that because like I always knew people that came across the border. So every time in the border, I would see somebody that I knew. That, but I got to act like I'm just, where you going? I'm just going to school. I'm just going home. And then I'm actually, they're following me. So.
And how many people would you have? It'd be like.
Sometimes 1 or 2, but I could cross, me as a U.S. citizen, I could cross like 9 times, I believe. So I would cross sometimes 2 times. Like I would,
in a day?
Yeah, I would take 1 or 2 and then boom, go back and then go back in the afternoon.
So you do the 5 a.m. with the workers and then you do the 10 a.m. with the tourists.
No, I'll do the 5 a.m. and then I'll do like a 6 p.m. or some shit for like another.
Wow.
For like
and
residency.
Do you ever get someone that's like mad nervous?
No, yeah, a bunch.
What happens? Like you get dropped off, you got this guy in a fake construction
No, we
uniform.
kind of already know sometimes. We're like, me and the station would be like, hey, you know what, this guy, I don't think he's going to make it, but fuck it, let's go. Let's try it.
Really?
Yeah, because sometimes they're just, either they can't fake it or they're too nervous or they just stupid,
What happened? Like, what's the situation where that happened?
Well, but it's just a guy that he kept forgetting what he needs to answer. I'd be like, hey, ¿a dónde va? Oh. And then he would just say some other shit and they'd be like, okay, let's start again. Like, man, like, And then
you do that 3 or 4 times, you're like.
Yeah, and we're like, okay, tomorrow we're leaving. And we're like, you know what, he might not make it, but fuck it, let's try it.
Wow. And because you get paid either way, right?
No, I only get paid if they make it in.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. But
I've been crossing the line all my life, so I don't mind fucking waking up and crossing the border. And if he doesn't make it, all right, I'll just go back to TJ. Right there where I cross the border, I just go right back.
So you pick the guy you want. No.
Don Sergio would tell me. He was like, hey, I got a guy, whatever. Okay, come in. And then I get home. Who's leaving? Oh, Roberto. Hey, who's Roberto? Or okay, you. Okay, let's get ready. And
so you practice. You say, I'm going to get in this line. Follow me. Don't do anything stupid. You go to the guy, the border guy that's going to be good.
There used to be this one guy. It's very famous in TJ, this officer. He would just take your ID and let you go. Boom. Boom. Yeah. Bro, whenever I saw that guy, I was like, oh, ching, ching. Every time he gave the visa, I was like, ching, 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 ching. Yeah. I heard that noise and shit.
Wow.
And I would tell the other guy, because I wasn't the only worker with him, so I would tell the guy, hey, the guy's there right now. Go, go, go. So we would just fucking.
Is he still there, that guy?
Nah, I don't think he's there anymore because he was old. But it was funny. There's this Facebook group in TJ that you go, it's like 500,000 people in there, and you go into to find out how long is the line. Because the radio will always fuck shit up like, oh, this is an hour away. You show is like a 3-hour wait or like a no line. So eventually the community got together and now they got this big ass Facebook group where
crowdsourced.
Everybody's like posting like, hey, the line's this long, and or it took me from here to cross 2 hours, whatever. So that they talked about that guy. Somebody posted like, hey, do you remember that nice officer? It wasn't even because of illegal shit. Somebody was just remembering how nice he was because he kept the lines fast or whatever. And then on the comments you could hear like, oh yeah, I made some money with that guy, and shit like that.
That's so funny.
Yeah, that's how funny.
But he didn't know.
I don't know. I don't know what the deal was because it was it was crazy how he just went like this and gave. I don't know if he was like a veteran or he was like I don't.
I mean, I'm assuming he's just old and is just like, yo, I don't give a shit. I'm trying to leave at 5 o'clock.
I don't know.
Go home.
Me as a supervisor, I would be like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, and nobody told me anything. He was the only one doing that. He was the only, and there was another tall white guy. He was just very cool. I told him if the tall white guy is there, he's gonna say some funny shit. Don't get nervous. He'll always say some funny shit like, where you going? And then if you're like in high school, it'll be like, damn, you're barely first grade. You know, he'll just say some stupid, funny. So I'll be like, if it's that guy, don't worry, you're gonna cross. But just don't get nervous if he says some funny shit.
Bro, it's like The Office.
But it was those two that it was like 100% sure that.
But he's gonna say something where you're like, oh, where are you going? Shopping? Oh, buy me something.
Yeah, some shit like that.
And then the guy would be like,
like,
what do you want me to buy
I didn't practice. Yeah, I didn't practice this. You know what I mean? So I was just telling him like, yeah, just smile, just laugh, and tell him you don't speak that much English or some shit, and then he'll let you go.
Now, is it ever sketchy? Because I'm assuming it's like if you like I've flown in from international and I get to the border control and they have all the people. I can't always pick where I go. Like there'll be a lady who'll be like, hey, go over here.
Yeah.
And you'll just have to be like, I'm gonna go.
Well, back then the lines were different. It was only like either two people. Every line was for like two cops. So it was this or this. So that's why I was like, hey, be a couple of people behind me just so you can make sure that you land.
One person goes here, the next person goes here. The
like
next person goes there.
Unless one takes like too long, and then eventually this guy starts thinking, well, damn, that's fucked up.
Just sit it out.
So that's where the luck comes in.
And how much did you get paid per person you got across?
Well, the Sergio was nice. Sometimes he will give you up to $500, but that's like a 200, 300 pay.
Wow.
It's because you're only walking them across and shit. Like even like me that I got caught, I only did like my original charge was for 2 months. I was only supposed to do 60 days, and everybody was laughing, bro. Like my probation, he was like, this is only federal because you were in the line. This is not even a crime because I was only charged for aiding and abetting or abetting, or I don't know how you say it, because I was just like basically helping a criminal hide.
Right.
Like, because I was telling them where to go and shit like that. So there was a really weird charge. So they only gave me 2 months. But I fucked up because they gave me 3 years probation. So I just kept violating, and then I went back and stupid shit. But I was young. I was 20 and shit. So.
But now if you're doing this, is there any risk that they'll snitch? Like, do you tell them?
Yeah. The one of the people I had that I had smuggling, he got caught, and they're like, who were you following? I was following this guy, and they saw me in the cameras. That's why the next time I went, they were just waiting for me. I crossed, they let me cross, and then I got on the trolley, and there was undercovers in the trolley because I was talking shit. I thought one guy was undercover, and I started saying some stupid shit because I was like, he's probably undercover, but what the fuck is he gonna do? Like, I don't know. I just started being cocky, but I had an undercover in the back of me, and he told me when we were in the office, he's like, "You didn't see me? I heard you saying some shit about undercovers. I actually thought you saw me." I was like, "No, bro. I was just being stupid. I was just like fucking ranting and shit." But yeah, I got off the trolley, and then right when I was gonna do the drop off and the pickup, the lady showed up, and when we opened the car so the girl could get in, like all these undercover cars just started putting up. I was like,
Were you scared?
Well, it's funny because at that point I'm kind of waiting for it. Well, once you've been in life too much and all this stuff, plus I already know that if I get caught, I'm going to the MCC, and I've been hearing about stories. Not only my family, I have friends that come in and out. Like it's just so. By this time, I'm like, fuck, and they arrest me and they take me back to the border, and they let me call my mom. And I was like, hey, I'm here. I told I was going to go enroll at adult school, which I was, but I didn't make it. I was like, I'm going to drop this shit off, make some money, and then just go to school and just come to adult school and finish high school. So I get caught. And then as soon as they put me in the little cell, I was like, hey, come on, what time are you taking me to MCC? I was telling him I was not going to, hey, just take me to MCC, man. Like, why are you wasting me all this time? Whatever. He's like, no, if you give us a declaration, I'll make sure they take you in the morning. I was like, nah. You know what I mean? They wanted me just to like snitch or something, or just say what I was doing, basically. Basically, if I hadn't said anything, they wouldn't even charge me. My lawyer said that. She's like, that's why you need to shut up whenever you could. I was like, well, I thought it was like in TJ where like you could get your way out, you know what I mean?
Fuck.
But eventually I was like...
Because why? What did you say?
No, I lied the whole time. I actually knocked the window again. I was like, hey, come on, take me back to the city. He's like, you ready to say something? I was like, yeah, go, let's do it. So I just started making that shit up. And yeah, they took me to NCC right in the morning. Boom, I catch the first ride back. And one of them was like, hey, how do you know you're going to MCC? And I was like, was that isn't that where you take all you guys that you guys arrest here? And he's just like, he just nodded his head. Right now, in hindsight, he was probably like, man, this guy, yeah, he has no future, you know.
Damn.
So yeah, I was on a ride back to fucking. Once I got to MCC, that's when I got really nervous because I'm 19. This is like jail. It's a detention center, but in my eyes, it's fucking like fuck, it's federal prison. And then they take you up and shit, and a riot had happened. So like a riot between the Mexicans, between the Sureños and the Paisas, which is Sureños are like basically like the gangsters from America, like LA and all the guys from their neighbors and stuff, and the Paisas are us that come from Mexico and that we just get arrested here and we're serving the time. So there's not really a group in jail, but so we created they created the Paisas. So I guess there was a fight between them guys. So I show up, they look at me and they're like, okay, he's Mexican, okay, but he looks Paisa, but he's tattered. Okay, what are you? And they started getting everybody. All the Mexicans show, what are you? Mexican or Paisa or Sureño? They would say, Paisa. I was like, no, I already knew. I had homies that were Paisa, and I was like, I already knew the difference was. So I was like, no, I'm a Paisa. So they took me off to the Paisas, and they started separating. But we didn't know at that point because it was right when we got there. I was like, damn, it's like that? I said, fuck. And then they took me up to the general population floor, and they was like, oh, no, there was a riot, so everybody was on lockdown, and they separated these guys and whatever. But when they took me to the main floor, and you're just there with your stuff, and it's all these ranges and shit, and people yelling wild and shit, like in the movies. That's when you're like, damn, fuck, like. And then I was like hoping, like, I mean, I'm from TJ. There has to be somebody that I know. And then I hear, hey, yo, what's up? And I look, I mean, it was a homie, but it's not the one you want to find there. But it's like, okay, you'll do it. You know what I mean? Like, okay, he was just he was a kid from like the streets, but he was one of those wild kids. Like he was like stealing and stuff. He was cool, and he was from like a little group of friends and shit, but he was shady too because he was meth. He liked meth and shit. So it was one of those like a Gollum, you know what I mean? Like Lord of the Rings. It was one of those.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, it's cool, it's you, but I'm just gonna keep my eye on you. So from then he started introducing me to everybody, and then I started meeting people that knew people that knew people that I knew and shit like that because I already knew a lot of people. So I guess I didn't know how many people I knew till I was there, and then some like older people than me were having conversation. I was like, hey, I know this guy, whatever. How do you know this guy? Well, isn't he cousins with this? And oh, no, he knows. And that's how I started getting into conversation, or people started letting me into their little circles and shit like that. And even in there, So, but before I saw my friend that was there, that moment where you just showed to you, it's crazy, bro. Me being 19, I think I was 19 or 18. I was barely going to be 19, one of those. But yeah, I was like, damn, so this is a real, like, I wasn't expecting that. I mean, it was kind of like always on my mind, like, yeah, jail, MCC, whatever, everybody's been here. But once you get there, it's like, oh, fuck.
And what did it look like?
It's just a building, and it's just ranges around. Like, they show up, and it's 1 to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you're going to that one. And usually the gates are open so all the ranges can mix. But I showed up and they were locked down, so they were all locked down. You see
everyone in the cells.
And no, there is dormitory. It's beds.
Okay.
It's just beds. Yeah. There's cells. They moved me up to another floor because the floor 7 and 8 are people that are not sentenced and going to court or moving or on transfer.
That's where you're going.
And then 9th floor, that's sentenced people. That's people that are doing their time there. And it's like the working floor. Since they're doing their time already, they get to have jobs and shit. So it's people going like to do works, electrician,
and you hear people yelling, and it like is echoing.
Sometimes like in the afternoon and shit like that.
But when you first got there.
Oh, when I first, yeah, everybody's like, hey, like you hear this noise and it's echoing because it's like this.
What did it smell like?
Institution.
It just
hospital
like,
shit.
Yeah.
Institution.
Sanitizer.
Yeah, shit like that. Yeah.
Bro, that is intense. Yeah. Did you get a uniform or a...
Yeah. You get the overall, like a khaki.
Yeah.
Khaki brownish kind of overall. Yeah.
And so you're walking in and you're just like, damn. Are you mad at the guy that snitched on you?
I don't know who snitched on me at this time because they don't really tell you. It's just they got on the same shit. Like they arrested him as one of the guys that didn't make it, and they're like, "How did you know you're great crossing?" You just probably like, "Oh, we're just probably following him, whatever." And then he gets sentenced and he just deported, and now I'm there doing my time.
Do they try to give them deals where they're like, "Hey, I know you're coming over with someone."
Maybe they'll probably be like, "Look, we won't do jail time, and I'll just deport you." Maybe.
And if you tell us who you came
Yeah,
over
maybe
with,
tell,
show us a
maybe I'm
picture
not
on the
sure,
video.
but maybe I'm thinking maybe that's some shit that happened.
Probably, right?
Yeah.
And then we'll just send you back.
Like,
And they'll probably send them back anyway. But
Yeah,
if they can,
they'll definitely send them back.
But if they scare him into being like, yo, you might go to prison,
Yeah,
or we'll
yeah,
send
yeah.
you back if you want, but just tell us who it was.
Yeah.
Damn. And so you had no idea.
Yeah, I really have no idea.
How many people do you think you've smuggled across the
I
border?
smuggled like 80 because the lady that I dropped them off with, she would keep a notebook because it was me and another guy, and she didn't like the other guy, and she was always talking shit about that guy. She's like, no, I like Fernando, like, and she was always keeping on. He's like, nah, he only did like 60 something. You have like 80 or some shit like that.
Oh, wow.
So yeah.
And of how many people that you brought across, what percent didn't make it?
Like 25.
And that's generally what the number is. Like,
Yeah.
You got a 25% chance that you're not going to get through.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That is crazy.
No, to get through is probably like a 50, depending where you go through, because there's all kinds of ways to go in. You might be like me walking across the border. You might be smuggling a car. You might be sitting in a car with a fake ID. You might be hiding in a car. You might be running from the border to the neighborhoods that are right there crossing the border. That's like a 10 or 15-minute run. And then you just have to jump a wall like this size, but you're running with somebody else, so they'll help you up. And then once you cross that wall, you're in the neighborhoods. Yeah, that's...
What's the most effective way?
Oh, wait. There's also the mountains. You can go to the mountains.
That seems dangerous.
But it's I guess. But it's just like a trail walk. 2 days, sometimes, a few hours, depending where you go through. And you go to the beach.
What do you mean to the beach?
There's people that do it in jet skis and shit like that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because the fence goes up to doesn't go all the way in the ocean. It just goes to like where the beach, to where the deep part starts, because there's like a current running there, so you can't really swim. You probably the people try, they drown. So, there's actually a viral video that came out like last month of a jet ski that went and like dropped some shit off, and then the cops start showing up, so he just drives all the way back to TJ, and the American cops can't go, so they just turn back. But now the Mexican police are onto him, so he just keeps going on the beach all the way down. He's just gonna drop that shit off and then run into the houses, and you'll be good,
Bro.
But yeah, they do that shit too.
And people that are doing all of these.
Yeah, there's all kinds of ways, bro. And then there's like right next to the border over there by the beach, on the American side, there's like trails where you could go either walking or on bikes. So you have people dressed as bikers and then just cross with the bikes and then just try to pretend
like they're like mountain bikers.
Yeah, they're mountain bikers. Yeah, there's all kinns of ways, bro. All kinds of ways.
And so, does it depend on like your ability? Like if you're like,
it depends on your ability, your budget, and your connections.
Okay, take me through a couple ones. Okay, let's say you're like an old lady, but you got money.
You're crossing in a Sentry.
What's the Sentry?
The people that have the Sentry line, which is the people that have in the airports they have the global pass that you just don't make priority type thing. There's that in TJ. So there's people that you sign up for it, like you fill application, the government looks into you. If you have like record or a family member or some shit, they won't give it to you, and they need your plates. You only have cross with that one car, but those don't get checked because there are all the shit they go through. They only show up their stuff and bam. So when you get a driver with a Sentry lane that's willing to smuggle shit, that's paradise. That's
expensive.
That's expensive because that's like 98% chance.
Guarantee.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what if you're like a 20-year-old girl but you have a baby?
Depending on your budget.
Okay, you got no money.
Well, I don't know how you're gonna cross. You need money.
Okay, let's say you get like $200, but it's like cheap. You gotta do the cheapest option.
You need a couple $1,000.
A couple thousand.
And the cheapest is gonna be walking, either in the mountains or running in on the border. Just cross the fence and then jump. And
so what makes it more expensive? Is it the fact that you have a baby?
No. There's quotas. There's like the prices. You can't really. It's like the prices of kilos of coke.
So just to walk across is a couple thousand.
Well, yeah, because it's. I mean, it's still illegal.
But you were only making. But you were getting paid $500.
No, plus I was just walking in the line,
Yeah, right. Yeah,
it was the easiest way that you could smuggle people. What I was doing.
That's the cheapest.
That's the cheapest and the easiest way. We charged them we Well, back in those days, it was like $2,000 for $1,500.
But you only got 500 of it, and then.
Oh no, yeah, no, my boss got the rest, but I got
wow.
paid just that for that. Like it wasn't my company; it was like his company. But you know, he
You
has
were working
employees.
for the
Yeah, I
company.
was working for him. Yeah.
Oh wow.
So yeah, eventually you got to get a company to smuggle you, and that depending where they smuggle you to or who your connection is. Maybe you're a family member, and you know they wouldn't charge you, whatever.
Bro.
But
So
yeah.
the cheapest way. So let's say it's me. I'm like a young dude. I'm 25, 26-year-old guy. I got.
You could probably make it on the run on the fence
You would be
because
like,
it's
"Yo,
it's
run."
like a 10-15 minute run because they're checking from like the it's this hill that goes up and they're checking from there all the bikes and all the, so they'll probably make a distraction somewhere else and then just take you to the fences where there's parts where you could take off and they have them there where it's already like broken. You just have to put it back so it looks like it's like that. So they'll smuggle you through some fence like that probably, and then from then on it's like a 10-minute run or
And you
something,
run
depending
into
how fast you run.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. If you're a soccer player, you could, you know what I mean?
Bro, I'm
You
on
could probably make it
breakaway.
in 9 minutes, and then you get to the wall, and the guy that's with you is gonna help you jump the wall, and then after that they'll pick you up, and then you're there. You're in
And
the
they
city.
have people in the neighborhood that are like, "Yo, look out for this guy. He's gonna
Yeah,
come
yeah,
through."
yeah. Because you gotta pay them.
Right.
Usually you pay them when you cross.
And they just chill in the neighborhood. Are there houses in the neighborhood that like you can run to?
No. There's probably somebody picking you up there. There's probably going to be a car, or
There's
if
a
anything,
truck, you
you
jump in
jump
the
the
truck.
fence, or you just walk across, and they're like, and the car's like looking for you already, like, where, right there, wait on, okay, and there's TikTok videos of this.
Bro, that is so crazy.
Yeah.
And so you run. You
Yeah,
jump
for
in
all
the
the people
truck.
are saying, oh, he's snitching, bro. This is everything is on TikTok.
Yeah,
Everything
yeah.
is how like there's nothing that hasn't been done since way back in the day.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
That's crazy. What's the craziest way you ever heard of someone getting across that like no one really does, but it's just like crazy?
Well, one of the hardest ways to cross that a lot of people do is walking over there, like in the desert and like hills and shit. That's like 2 to 3 days walking.
Yeah.
2 to 3 days walking, bro. Like,
And why do you do that? That's just because it's so cheap.
it's either cheap. Some people think it's more guaranteed. It's more like you're gonna make it more. I don't know. Depending on your budget too. You know what I mean? And your connections that you have. If you don't know nobody that crosses through the line or through other way, like better ways, you're gonna, you know, whatever you get.
Whoa.
But that I feel like that's one of the hardest because just so what you need like few days and walking and people have died over there. You know what I mean? Like,
brutal.
yeah, that's crazy.
Is there like a respect within the U.S. amongst different immigrants that come over, like depending on the way you came over?
Well, no, it's just one of those things where, hey, how'd you cross? How'd you get across? Oh, no, I fucking, the river. Oh, really? Oh, I went in the trunk. You know what I mean? It's just one of those, like,
But like,
how'd
is
you get here? You know what I
Is
mean?
that like a bonding point that like?
Yeah, it definitely is. Oh, yeah, it definitely is because everybody knows just the fucking stress and the being, even if you're hiding in the car, even if you're showing up with a fake, it's still like.
You went through an experience.
You're still going through experience searching for a better life. You know what I mean?
And
So
so like people meet each other and be like, bro, you went on a jet ski?
Yeah,
And
yeah, I
people
feel
be
like,
whoa.
or like back right now they can't put you in places where they endanger your life because they'll charge you with like attempted murder. If I'm a smuggler, like back in the day they used to hide them like in like gas tanks, like empty gas tanks, and then eventually or like hidden compartments of the car and shit like that. But then people started dying because they were asphyxiating and shit like that.
Suffocate.
So they started either they're like charging the driver with attempted murder or murder. If the person dies, you were charged with murder. So like nobody wants to work like that anymore.
Right.
So they only like that. But the hiding places were crazy back then, like sofas and shit like that.
Bro, I saw those pictures where it's like I saw a guy just dressed up as a seat.
Yeah,
So like,
I
he's
seen
just
that
in
one.
like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
leather outfit, just like
And
sitting in the chair.
even though that seems crazy, one of the ways with on Sergio we used to cross, it was just like in SUVs, and just like a driver and somebody maybe next to him or him by himself, before the sunset came out, and he literally just put the window down, and cop would look and he would see anything, but like on the floor there was like 3 people just cramped to each other, and we just put like a black sheet on top of it. So at night, if you just look in the back of the car, like, all right, because they wouldn't really use the
right, you
flashlight.
get someone lazy, it's like
Yeah,
whatever.
whatever. Okay, boom. All right, you can go. And we sometimes even 7 people in vans and shit, just with a fucking sheet on top. But the driver, usually we got good drivers that were already like crossed a lot and were known in the border because they know who frequent travelers are and who's just crossing whatever. They know what fucking part of the car you were sitting on when you cross. So having a driver that crosses every day is like, it's also one of the For them, it's moneymaker. You know, for smugglers, it's moneymakers.
Wow.
Sentry lanes, people that cross every day, people that work, go to school. They're like, oh yeah, he's.
Yeah, and so when you are first meeting these guys, you're like, yo, I'm a U.S. citizen. I go back and forth. They go, perfect.
Yeah.
We know exactly what you're gonna.
Or
do.
like, hey, can you pick some shit? Oh, can you move in there like in America? Hey, pick this shit up and bring it back to me. Pick money up and bring it back to do this shit.
Even like little errands, would they be like, yo, buy this thing and bring it back? Or like buy these clothes or like stuff like that?
Yeah, even like that or shit too, like the plastic wrapper, or, shit to work with, shit like that, or shit to kill smells, like shit like that. You go
just products and things like legal stuff.
Yeah.
Oh wow. I mean, that is so crazy. And if these guys get picked up, they get sent to a detention center, then deported?
The illegal, or either go to the same detention center that I'm going to, either MCC, CCA, or the GEO, which is like.
And how long do they stay there?
They depends. Like some of them till they sign the deportation. Some of them don't want to sign it, so it takes more months because they have a hope they're gonna let them stay, but. They don't let them stay. They
just sign it and go.
Out of 100, probably they'll let one stay because of a miracle, because he's like, I don't know, whatever. But they just make them stay there, just make them time. That's why people just sign their deportation.
What did you think of the whole like debate? Like in the I don't know, in Florida they talked about it a lot, but like everyone was bringing this up during the election where they're like, oh, they're separating kids from the parents at the border.
Oh, that sucks, man. I think that's cruel.
What's the deal with that?
I don't really know, but I heard that if there was people coming across with like their family or something, they would take their kid to another detention center and them to another detention center. Whereas they would let them keep them together until they got deported, so they would get deported as a family. But then they were saying like some of the kids, like since they're illegals, they don't have all their information, so it's not like, oh, we have your address, we'll send your kid to your house. Like no, they're kids being lost in the process, in the system, whatever, because they don't have IDs. They don't have IDs. You don't know what the fuck they are. You don't know where the fuck they're from. So how are you gonna keep count of all this? You know what I mean? So I think that's a no-brainer. You know what I mean? Like I think they did that on purpose. You know,
to be cruel.
Yeah, maybe to like teach a lesson, or I mean,
as a deterrent or something.
I like I said, I always try to look at both sides, and as an American trying to protect your country, you really don't want like random people to get in here. You're gonna do the most, and you've tried everything, so now you start doing some cruel shit, maybe to some political ideas.
As a deterrent, like, yo, if you bring your kids over,
you're gonna get separated. I'm not saying it's cool, but I try to look at it as in the American side, but obviously in Mexican side, it's like, bro, this is family that's trying to work. Like they're not even coming out here to, you know what I mean, to do some other shit. It's just regular old family. They get here, like when I cross some of the people, they would thank me so much, like hug me. I remember one time I crossed an old lady, and his husband was waiting for her, and he just got a bunch of coins that he had in his house. He's like, take them, please. I was like, no, I'm getting paid, bro. Like, no, like, chill. Sometimes it was like almost tear, you know what I mean? Dropping that, how happy, like, and I'm not trying to.
You changed someone's life.
Literally, and it was, most of the time, it was just people going back to their families or going back to their lives.
Right.
It's like, no, I grew up in Oakland, and I lived there all my life, but like this time I got pulled over because I was, they pulled me over coming out of the party, and they found out I wasn't. So this guy living here for 30-something years, all of a sudden is deported to, like, he had his work, good job.
He speaks English like me.
Yeah, he paid his taxes and everything, and all of a sudden he seems in a situation where he's like, fuck, now he's an illegal immigrant, and now he has to go back to his home. Like, you know what I mean? That's crazy.
That's interesting. Yeah, I think when people hear this, they're like, oh, you're bringing drug dealers, you're bringing, like, this is the, like, what people will say, like, oh, they're bringing, you know, gang members.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you don't have like U.S. citizens doing drug dealing. You know what I mean? It's not like they're arresting only illegals doing the drug dealing. Not even like. But
you're over here just being like, yo, this is a guy that lived in America his whole life, didn't have the papers, got deported to a country that he doesn't really know, to Mexico.
Yeah.
And now I'm bringing him back to go back to his life.
Or that old lady that I crossed, she did all her life out here in like L.A., and then one time she just, like, she's old, so I think she ran a stop or something like that. So, bam, now she's deported.
Yeah, to a country she doesn't even really know.
Yeah, and she's old. Like, she needs to be taken care of because she's old. Like, she's actually needs something to walk with and stuff like that. So, it's like, damn, I mean, and her husband was just really happy. I could see the joy in his face. It was like, fuck, like, shit.
Did you ever get emotional?
I did, yeah. But, well, I think that's one of the parts what makes it like, oh, this is okay. You know what I mean? That's one of the things where I'm not doing nothing bad. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, look what the fuck just happened. Like, some fucking magic shit. You know what I mean? Like, they're happy, they're back home, whatever.
Wow.
And just thinking this is illegal, and I don't know, man. That's just crazy.
No, it's a gray area, man. I completely understand it from your perspective. It's like, yo, I'm helping people. I'm trying to put this lady back with her family. Like she has grandkids.
It's funny because the only guy that I can remember that was a criminal, he was in LA and he used to steal like cars because he told me when we were on our way. And on my mind, I was like, bro, you're not gonna cry. Like I wanted to make it, but I just felt like he didn't have like the vibe that he was gonna make it. And I think I saw him at the MCC when I was locked up. I think I seen him one of the transfers and shit because he didn't make it, but he said, nah, if I get caught, I have charges over there for theft or some shit like that. So he got arrested.
That's a crazy risk. Why would he go? That's
because
insane.
all his life was in LA.
But it's like, bro, if you get caught up,
that's what I'm saying. But I mean, shit. So
I would go through the mountains if I was him.
So I mean, that's one of the guys I could say like, yeah, I was bringing maybe a guy that wasn't shit. I was probably bringing him back, but other than that, it was just...
It's like regular people trying to live.
Regular people just trying to continue their lives or a better life.
Wow. So you take them across, you take all their stuff, take all their passport and say, thank you so much, and then you come back over.
Yeah, don't say you'll tell me either I was getting paid there or somebody was going to give me money and bring it back to them, or, oh, they're paying me somewhere else, just go back. And okay. Damn. I went back and we party.
And because you have all your paperwork, like you can get back in easy and they're not going to check you.
Nah.
They ever do a random check?
It's only check when I come in. When on your way out, it wasn't really like that back then.
So you got a backpack with visas and work boots.
No.
Shit?
I got that. If they had all that, they would give it to the lady at the safe house. But I would take their visa. Always take their visa. And I'll just hide it. Yeah, I would just hide it.
Or you just put it in your pants and
just fucking hide it somewhere and then just walk across and shit.
Whoa, that's crazy. So then you eventually get caught up. A guy snitches on you, and then now you're in MCC for 60 days.
Yeah. Well, first I got there and I was there for like a week because I got out on bail. Because they said like I might not even do time. They told my mom something like that, like for this stupid shit, you might not even do time, like, you know. So I got out on bail, and they told me I'm not in the system. I'm in like another system of like pretrial or some shit like that, where I'm not. It's not probation, it's not jail, so I'm on the loop. And once I find this out, I start going back to TJ like nothing. I call my probation officer. I was like, hey, I'm gonna just do the pretrial services, whatever, and then get back to me later.
You don't care.
I don't care. I start fucking doing whatever. Yeah, this and that. But I know. Then they tell me like I gotta turn myself in somewhere when I pleaded guilty. Well, oh yeah, you're doing 60 days, whatever. So I had to turn myself back in.
Did they try to get you to snitch?
Yeah, when they first arrested me, that you have to give a declaration or something like that.
What do you mean a declaration?
If you want to talk, if you're like, they ask you everything, like interrogation and shit. Like,
so they'll be like,
who do you work for? Who are you transporting it to? How did you transport it here? What were you gonna do with it? I was like, well, there's this guy called El Chapito. That's just because El Chapo is a common name for short dudes. It's like Shorty. Uh-huh. It's not. I mean, you hear El Chapo and you think, oh, Chapo. But any short guy you meet in the neighborhood, they call him Chapo, or he's like, oh, it's the Chapito. Like, oh, he's short. He's a shorty. So since it's a very common name, I was like, I work for this old dude. He's a cab driver, and they call him El Chapito because he's short.
Chapito's really little
because he's short and he's fat. And we drive him around in these cabs. And what number was the cab that was today? 47, 43. I just kept like, and I gave him all this, and then they're like, all right, cool. And then, but at the end of the day, I still admitted that I crossed someone over, so that's what fucked me over. But all the shit I told him, it was just some fucking, like, some made-up shit that I...
It wasn't some made-up shit, it was a story. Like, low-key, you're a good storyteller, so you're like, I'll tell you a story.
No, plus, I remember when I was telling the officer, hey, when are you going to take me out to the city? He's like, whenever you talk, I'll make sure you talk. So I was like, whatever. But that moment, I was like, okay. So I started making some shit up. And then I went back, I was like, come on, man, take me to MCC. And he's like, are you ready to talk? I was like, yeah, sure, I'll talk. But at this point, I was like, I was already ready.
So you make it all up.
So yeah, I make it all up, and yeah. Eventually, that's how I got charged. That's the only thing why they could charge me. Otherwise, they would have been like, whatever.
So then you get out, and so you do the 60 days.
Yeah, I did the 60 days.
And is it okay? Like, is the time?
It's whatever, because once I know it's 60 days, and my mom knows 60, everybody, and they're like, there's 60 days.
That's not that bad.
You're
right?
chill. Yeah, so they will say.
Your mom was there for longer, right?
Yeah, no, my mom was there for 3 months.
Okay.
Or like another month, but her original charge was gonna be years.
Right.
She was only there because they cut it off because they found out what was happening. Yeah, but eventually she was gonna do a bunch of time. But yeah, this time when it's like 60 days, bro. Everybody that I told, like time goes by fast, whatever. And yeah, eventually it did. I just got out, And then the same loophole, because I called my probation. He's like, you know what? I don't have your stuff ready. Call me in 2 weeks. And I was like, but you need me like to test or anything? No, call me in 2 weeks. So then again, I'm like, okay, I'm not in this system and I'm not in that system. I could cross the border.
So you start going back.
So I started going back and forth, and I did. I wasn't arrested in the border. I was arrested inside by undercovers. So I'm not burnt in the border. So like people that get arrested in the border, they usually go to secondary once they reach it because they've been arrested there before. But I was arrested somewhere else inside America. So like I just go to their normal.
And so it's fine.
So it's fine, yeah. So
do you start smuggling people right away?
No. I went back and I called him Sergio, and this is the last time I saw him. I had the day I got out and I went back to TJ, I saw him and we just talked a little bit, but I was gonna meet a girl because obviously, after jail you gotta meet a girl. So I saw this girl, and then after that I went to sleep. And then the next day I met him again. I was looking for him. I was like, hey, what's up? What are you gonna do? Because he said he had a job, and I was just trying to make some money. So I saw him at the corner store that I told you about, that where he lives. I was standing there and he pulled up in his truck and he's like, hey, what are you doing later on? I was like, nothing. He's like, okay, wait for me here because I got a big business that's going to make us a lot of money. I was like, shit, I'm in. You know what I mean? Fuck it. Because I already knew with him, he wasn't going to put me in a situation of risk. You know what I mean? He was always putting me in a safe spot. So I was like, it shouldn't be that bad.
Well, he wasn't going to put you with violence.
Yeah, with violence or in a place where like, oh, drive a full truck full of shit, drive it across it. Like, not even that. Like, if anything, he would be like, hey, go and be the lookout for that because I'm going to have a car. Just make sure you open the way for him. So, safe shit like that.
Gotcha.
And he will pay me good. But he drove off, and that's the last time I seen him because that night, that's when we saw the kidnappers. And we called him, so he never went back to the hood. And then the next day, they got him. So, yeah, that's the last time I saw him.
And so after that, do you go back to smuggling? You're on probation for a
little bit.
No,
after that, I don't think I did anything for a while. I was just trying to. I can't even remember what I did because I didn't get in trouble at all. I mean, I kept for violation for going back to TJ and stuff. They sent me back to jail, so I was in and out and shit like that. I didn't even want to do anything because I was on probation. I thought it was stupid, like for the people that I was going to do it for, and for myself because I'm burnt. Like I got heat on me. Like I got my probation popping out whenever he wants in home. I'm living in the U.S. and shit like that, so I didn't even feel like doing anything. But I kept going back because of violations, like P test, and I came back positive with weed and shit like that. So they're throwing me back in jail, but I keep going to parties and stuff, so I keep meeting people and I keep socializing. So when I go back in jail, and I just start meeting more people, and I don't know, like I even met a rapper there that I had on my podcast, Mr. Little One. I met him when I was locked up, and just some other people that now they're out and they're doing their thing again and some shit. So I don't know, it was just crazy. Because they sent me to halfway houses too. Like it was jail and then halfway house and shit. So the last year of my probation, I had 3 years. The probation was like, look, man, you either, because I got kicked out of a halfway house we were fighting and shit. And he's like, if you go back, I'm either trying to send you back, go home so you could stay with your home, or I'm thinking about sending you back to jail and adding another year of probation because you've been fucking up this whole time. And I had to fucking make like how we say in le hice la llorona. I was like, no, man, just let me go home. Like, if I'm kicking with my family, I'm not going to get in trouble. But if you have me in all these places with other criminals, I'm just fucking, I'm just going to keep getting in trouble. So he believed me. He's like, okay, if you do good this year, this is the last year of probation. So I went back to living in my mom's house, and I got a job, like easy ass job, packing hookah tobacco at Fumari. Shout out Fumari.
And where is it?
In San Diego.
Okay.
It was just literally just packing it. Like I would pack it in the boat, throw it to somebody else would seal it, and then just do that shit. I had to do a bunch of envelopes. But I could be chilling with, like, they let you smoke. Like I smoke weed, so they would let me smoke and shit. Well, I couldn't smoke because I was on probation, but they let other people smoke. And it was just a really chill environment. So I did the year just fucking chilling. And then right when he called me one time, he's like, hey, just to let you know, you're going to get a letter in the mail that you're off probation. But to be honest, I don't care anymore. Like, you're good. Just be good with your life. He gave me like a little life lesson and shit like that. He's like, but you're not going to hear from me at all. Like, be cool. Like, don't worry about it. And I was like, so we good? He's like, yeah, we good. You're going to get a letter. Like, we good from now, but you're going to get a letter in an email just to make sure you're good. I never got that letter. So I just went by his word. And as soon as I hung up, I bought like half an ounce of weed and I started smoking weed again. But yeah, that's after that, yeah, I started like looking for other ways to make money.
Right.
Again,
And then you kind of
because I was clean now. I was like, yeah, I'm good. Like nobody knows I'm out the game. I'm out the system. I'm fresh new. So.
And when was that? When did you get off probation? How long ago?
That was like 2012, 2013.
Okay, got you.
Somewhere around there.
10 years ago, something.
Oh, 10 years ago. Yeah.
Okay, got you. And then that's when you start going back to Tijuana.
Yeah, I kept my job for a little while, but then I remember that's when I used to watch a lot. I used to listen to a lot of like satellite radio, like the Opie and Anthony and like podcasts and all this like comedy. I love comedy, so I would watch. That's when I started seeing like podcasting, like the early Joe Rogan and like shit like that. And I was like, man, if there was some shit like this in Spanish, it would be dope because we have like I was thinking like make it like a cantina, like a Mexican cantina, like cowboy shit, and just have people. And then I found Drink Champs, and they're like, dope. Oh, what the fuck, like that. And I just kept seeing all this shit. Like I really dove into the internet because when I was on probation, I didn't have any friends over here. I didn't kick it with friends from high school or anything. So in San Diego, I didn't really have some friends. So all I did was being on the internet all day, listening to music, just finding new music and listening to. But then in YouTube, I started seeing like the podcast and all this shit, like all this other different content, and I would look for like I remember Dr. Dre had the pharmacy back then and iHeartRadio and all that stuff. So I just kept finding all this internet content and then, started getting like interested in it. But I had no idea, like I didn't even like knew that I could do something or anything. I was just like, part of it, but there was something, I already had that something in me. So I remember I quit my job like out of nowhere. I remember one day I was telling my friend, I was already had like a good job there because I was a good employee. Like they loved me, the company loved me, everything. Like if I told them to hire somebody, they would take my word and they were good workers. So they're like, oh, okay, he's cool. So I was just doing really good. So one day I just pulled up to the office and like, hey, I want to quit. And I remember the supervisor, Ado, he was like, is everything okay? Like what? I was like, nah, yeah. He's like, what are you doing after going to school? What? I was like, look, man, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing after this. I don't have no other job. I don't even I have no idea what I'm gonna do. I just know that I want to be in a desperate position where I find something to do. Like I don't know what to do right now, but because I got a job. But if I'm in a desperate position where I need money, shit, I'm gonna find something to do. You know what I mean? So I just fucking quit. And then I remember I went back home. I remember I had a girlfriend and she was living with me too. And I told her and my mom, I was like, hey, I quit. And they're like, what the fuck? Obviously my mom, and like, what the fuck are you going to do? And all this shit. And I was like, I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do, but I'm going to figure some shit out. And it took me about another 2 years and a half, almost 2 years to actually figure out what I was going to do. I just did a lot of random shit. I actually got another job. Like I did a few months like in construction, and then I was like, fuck that shit. And then I would quit, and then I was, fuck, I need money again. And I didn't really want to get too deep in the street shit because I did some shit, and then I was like, man, like I would remember jail and probation. And I was like, nah, man, like fuck that. But I was still just out of desperation. And then sometimes I got some construction jobs and I was doing that, but I was like, man, I don't want to be fucking working here. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it sucks either way. It's like either I'm doing construction and paying the price up front because this shit sucks.
Yeah.
Or I can do some street shit, make some money, but I might have to pay it on the back end.
Yeah. So now I have this. Now I didn't give a fuck as much as I did when I was young. Back when I was young, I was like, man, I'll do jail, I'll die. I don't give a fuck.
But now you got a life. Like,
I'm trying to.
Kids?
No.
Okay.
No. Now, I don't. It's just jail. It wasn't an option anymore. Like I didn't want to risk it at all. So a few years go by, and then I started. Well, in 2015, my friends, the ones I have tatted right here, they were like my friends I hung up with every day, like my best friends. The house we hung up with, the guy that was.
Can you tell me who the tattoos are?
It's I'll tell you right now. It's them. They were twins, but not the ones that look alike. They were just born the same day, but they look different. And they were just my childhood friends from since I was like 10 years old to.
What were their names?
20 something. It was El Gordo and Checho. El Gordo, his name was Ernesto Alonso, and El Checho was Sergio Alfonso.
Those are the twins.
Yeah, those are the twins. And they got killed. The same. One of them was doing some shady shit. The other one wasn't, but he asked him for a ride to pick up some money, and the guy didn't want to pay him, so he decided to kill one of them. But since his brother was with him and he knew his brother was crazy, he was like, I'll kill them both. So he kills them both. And that's another breaking point in my life that just fucking got me all depressed and shit like that. And then I was separating from the girl that I was living with for like 2 or 3 years and shit like that. So
throughout probation?
No, after probation. But I was with her, and then that kind of had me fucked up a little bit. But once the death happened, that shit just fucking like fuck.
And it wasn't even a cartel related thing. It was just
No. It was cartel. Yeah. My friend, he was working with. He was doing some crazy shit. Like he was doing the local gang activity shit that we were talking about, the violent shit. Yeah, the violent. So he stole some shit from some guys and sold it to another guys, and they found him, and you know. But the other guy, he was working legit. He was doing everything good, and he was actually looking like into like religion, because his mom is like she's really into religion. So one of them, he was actually getting. It was funny because when they were young, El Gordo was like the trouble kid, and the other one was the straight kid. And then when they grew up, they switched sides. And yeah, that happened. And yeah, after that, I wanted them to make him a corrido, a song, you know, like a ballad for. You make it for cartel guys or death or police chases or whatever, just stories. So it's very common out there, and I'm a fan of music, so I was like, I'm gonna get him a group to like maybe I'll write it because I wrote the first one. It wasn't that cool, but I wrote it, and then I got somebody to sing it. And then after that, I just started getting to know, like, there's a whole community of musicians in Tijuana. They all know each other because they get jobs. There's a lot of jobs for musicians that play corridos or just Mexican music, because on the weekends everybody wants their live music, you know. So there's a whole community of musicians. Like, hey, even they'll share musicians. Like, hey, if you play the drums but your group doesn't have a job this weekend, hey, you want to come? We need a drummer. Okay, cool.
Everyone is trades.
You know? And then so everybody knows each other's shit. So I started getting into that community of musicians.
What do you play?
I don't play anything. I don't sing. I don't nothing. I just wrote the first corrido for my friends, and then after that, I just have the ear, you could say, kind of like, and I just started hanging out with them. And I remember I was smuggling weed from Cali back to Tijuana because they didn't have Cali weed over there. They always had Reggie.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So I started smuggling that shit over there because it was the easiest illegal thing to do and make good money. And then I wasn't gonna be in trouble for anything, because back then, to cross back to Mexico, they wouldn't search you. Anything. It was the easiest. Like, I would drive it with like a backpack next to me and I would cross it. Right now you have to hide it because it's burnt now. Like, all the people started doing it. Know. People started, but I was like the first ones.
Interesting. So you are living in LA.
In San Diego.
Or in San Diego, sorry. There's legal weed in California at this point, right? So you could just go to a dispensary and buy like high level weed.
Yeah, I get first time patient deals, and like, you know, if I know somebody to give me extra and shit like that.
Or you might know someone that's just selling weed like at their house.
Or in TJ, I'll be like, look, this is what they sell at the dispensary, and it costs this, but I need to up like $5 or $10. And I'll just get people to, what do you want? Okay, give me your money. What do you want? Okay, give me your money. And then I just go and buy it and then just drive it back. Not even use my money sometimes, you know what I mean?
So you do like pre-orders?
Yeah, I'll do that shit too.
And were you just selling to people that like were smoking it for themselves?
No, I was selling to friends that are smokers. So I wasn't like open to sell to anybody, but I just knew a bunch of people. But the funny thing is that musicians started becoming my main clients.
Interesting.
Musicians, so I started meeting guys from groups. But
they weren't dealing, they were just smoking.
No, they were just smokers. They would just buy off of me.
There's bad weed in Tijuana?
Yeah, but Reggie, you can find good weed, good Reggie, good Mexican weed.
What do you mean Reggie? I don't smoke weed that much.
So Reggie
I assume Reggie means bad.
It's outdoor. Yeah, it's outdoor weed. Like what you see here is an indoor grown, like with, you know, they take care of the lights,
hydroponics,
all that. Yeah. It makes it nice. But if you just grow it out on the side of a hill and shit like that, it might be like brownish. It might have seeds still in it. Shit. So yeah. So it's like that. So that's all they had out there, like just mountain weed, and so I just started, you know, bringing it over here. And at the beginning, I have very little people that buy it because it's more expensive. They rather buy the Mexican, they're more used to it. But eventually they start, like, people rather buy a gram of this than a fucking half an ounce of this, you know?
Right, because the gram of this might go longer than...
Yeah, it's gonna get them a better high and a cooler high. So yeah, I started making money like that, but I started getting into the music because I did the corrido and I like music. I've always been a passionate of music. Like, I was that kid with the headphones all day in school, walking to school with the truck every day. Like, to
you
this
were listening to rap and hip hop though. Like,
yeah,
at that point,
well, I
right?
actually listened to a little bit of everything, but yeah, most of the time it was hip hop and corridos and music, which is like the Mexican hip hop, you could say.
Right, like what's that song by Nas? Rewind.
Yeah.
Where it's all backwards. He rhymes it all backwards.
Yeah. No. But what I'm trying to say is like what rap was talking about, like the street shit and the gang shit and like that, is what the Corridos talks about, the cartel shit and shit.
Yeah.
So I was listening to, that's my two main genres that I listen to just off of.
Because it's stories from the streets.
Street shit,
That's that Nas song. I think it's called Rewind. Where have you heard this? This is an awesome
I've heard
song.
of it. I heard of it, but I haven't heard the song.
Bro, it's amazing. I'll play it for you after. But literally, he raps the whole song backwards.
Okay.
I just heard it for the first time. I didn't really grow up listening to Nas.
Yeah, no,
like,
I heard that in a podcast somewhere in an interview. Somebody said that.
Bro,
but
he raps it backwards, but it is a corrido, I guess, where it's like he's talking about like shooting a guy. And
that's corridos. Basically, that's corridos. Just talking about, and corridos is actually more personal because corridos are made like the corrido of Mark Gagnon, and they'll talk about your life. They'll talk about, he did this when he was young. He was born in this place, and then he went for a dream, and now he is living his life, and now he's doing
penis.
Good. All that. I started from the bottom, and now I'm here. All that's the corrido main.
What does
thing.
corrido mean?
Corrido.
Corrido with a D or a T?
With a D. Corrido.
Corrido.
Yeah. It's narco corridos are corridos for drug dealers and all the narco shit, but they have corridos. Corrido basically stands for story, I guess, because they have corridos about horses, like really expensive horses. They have corridos about politicians, about political shit. They got like political corridos. Right now, they even have like Christian corridos. Like some guys went Christian and they started singing to God.
It's the story of Jesus.
The stories of Jesus, stuff like that. So
what's the most famous like narco corrido? Or some of the more popular ones. You don't have to say most famous.
Some of the, like El Jefe de Jefes, the bosses of bosses, the by Los Tigres del Norte, Los Tucanes are really famous. Los Tucanes are La Chona really popping, that Mexican song that was all over in TikTok, and now like Dioro like remixed it and all that shit. They have the most hardest narco corridos ever. Los Tucanes de Tijuana, that's one of my favorite groups, and they have like the most prolific, like they'll say like, because they're already up there, and it's a whole politics involved in the music. Like you have to have permission first to sing about somebody. Like it has to be authorized. So most of the time.
So give me an example of how it works within the cartels and music and how those things work together. So the cartel will have a boss, and let's say something happens to the boss, a music group could go to the cartel and say, "Hey, we want to make a
usually it's
ballad."
like this. Usually, everybody is a fan of the music first of like cartel or not. So once people start getting money, and let's say me, if I start joining the cartel and now I got a lot of money and shit, and I'm a fan of music, I'm a hire them to play at my weddings, at my parties, and everything. If I have a lot of money, I'm gonna hire them just to play whenever I want. So there's a lot of cases where it's like, okay, I'm really a fan of certain group, so I just have them every weekend. And I have them on the weekdays. I'm drinking by myself. I have them drinking.
And they
so
have
eventually,
a relationship.
Yeah, they become friends because he's a fan, and they're always there with him. So eventually they become friends. He gives them gifts and shit like that. So eventually, it's like, hey, I almost got arrested the other day and I got chased by the police. Can you make me a song about it? And he's like, oh, tell me what do you want me to say? Or what happened? Oh, well, this happened. And then, okay, boom. Then, boom, record it. Lets you hear it. You like that? Yeah. But take the part of where okay. How about now? Yeah, that's cool. Record it. Boom, they make it. And then that's how it happens.
Wow. And it gets released?
It gets released.
To everyone?
To everyone.
Wow.
If you want, if the guy the boss wants if he wants a private, it's just for himself. But if he's like, hey, make a video of it and like whatever, or because they're really fans of music, so they'll be like, hey, can you record it with this guy, make a feature so it could go famous and shit like that. Some guys have actually gone too famous where they're like, hey, don't make me corridos anymore, because some of the guys have more than 20 corridos and they're like popular songs. You hear them, they're breaking charts right now. Like they're leaving like fucking Drake and them, they're passing them. Like Peso Pluma.
Peso Pluma has corridos?
Yeah, his most famous songs are corridos. He has some really dope corridos, and I met him before. He's cool as fuck. And Codiciado, which is my friend, he has some of the hardest corridos, but he has some popular music too. But corridos are breaking charts right now because it's like I said, it's our version of Start of the Barn. Now, like that song you play at a club, you play a corrido at the club, and it's the same shit. And
everyone's singing along. Everyone knows the words.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's a story of a person that didn't have anything and now has something. And now, what's going on now is that the musicians, they're making the corridos about themselves, so it's becoming more hip hop. Because not only now, I'm not talking about corrido. Now I'm talking about how I made it.
How
in the music.
I was just a poor kid from Tijuana, and now I'm living in Beverly Hills.
Yeah, and those corridos are actually what has made the breakthrough for more, what do you call it, commercial.
Wow. So was Peso Pluma because
narco corridos are banned in Mexico actually. The radio don't play corridos in Mexico.
They used to.
For a while, but they're banned. But here, we got freedom of speech, so corridos can be playing the radio all day long. So that's what makes so.
Wow,
yeah,
this is so interesting.
Yeah, it's all fucking. It's all story behind it.
So Peso Pluma, the song that I know, the really popular one, Ella Baila Sola.
Oh, yeah, baila sola. Now that's for like club music.
That's dancing,
That's
right?
a girl. That's talking about a girl that dances by herself in the club.
Buena,
Look at her, she looks good. But that's also like a hip hop lyric.
Right.
Like if you hear the twerking songs and all that, they're talking about a girl that's dancing and she looks hot and she's all good and everybody wants her. That's what ella
But it
baila
doesn't have
sola.
a hip hop beat though. It's still very much like mariachi or
but
like
I mean, but
cumbia.
that's because that's our culture and hip hop is American culture. So
Right.
I'm just saying it's our version. Like if
So
we
you
were
take
here,
the mariachi, you take the trumpets, you take the strings,
Yeah.
but you just put the lyrics and the feeling
and the swag and
the energy
and
and
the
the
energy
vibe.
and yeah.
Interesting. Can you tell me what Peso Pluma's like famous corrido is? You can look. I don't know if that'll help.
It's gonna be right here. And in his new album. Well, all the corridos in his new album are dope. I would recommend.
And do you think what's something that people can listen to? We can't play it now, obviously, or we can play it
this
for
is one
us.
of the hardest. Well,
Here.
to me, El Gavilan is one of the hardest ones. I don't know if you can play, but go check it out.
What's it called?
El Gavilan, the one that says
Gavilan II?
Yeah.
Okay.
But Peso Pluma has a song with my friend Codiciado. It's called Ando Enfocado, which is like it made a bunch of numbers. Ando Enfocado.
Let's listen to this one now, and then we'll cut it out. But then if you could explain like some of it to me, is that okay? What's up, guys? We're going to take a break really quick because it is extremely difficult to cut anything cold turkey. Yeah, especially some of those habits or bad habits you have that are probably impossible to break. Some of them are scientifically proven to be extremely hard to break. Yeah, you know the ones I'm talking about. But then you can try Fume. If you have a problem breaking your bad habits, you need to check out Fume. I love Fume for a few reasons. If you've never heard of Fume, it is an award-winning device. This is it right here in my hands. It is beautiful. It is sleek. If you know me, I get a little anxious sometimes. I like to play with the Fume. It's got this little twistable dial right here. Here's a little ASMR demonstration for you. It's got this twistable dial. It's just fun to fidget with. It's fun to play with. It's fun to look at. But not only that, the primary purpose of Fume is it is packed with breathable, fresh, flavored air packets. That's right. Fume, instead of using electronics, it's completely natural. Instead of vapor, it's flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals, it is all natural, delicious flavors. Right now in here, I have the mint packet. It's my favorite one. Every time I take a deep breath, it helps me focus on relaxing. It connects me to my breathing. It makes me feel very chill. It calms my anxiety. Anytime I'm anxious before a show, before a pod, I take out my Fume and I completely and instantly feel relaxed. You know, I was never one that was big on, any of these other products that are bad for you, that have, harmful chemicals, that use electronics. But when I found out about Fume and I said, okay, wait, a healthy way that I can reduce my anxiety, something to fidget with, something to play with, and something to do throughout the day that makes me focus on my breathing, yeah, that's a no-brainer. So if you are interested in trying Fume, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go to tryfume, TRYFUM.com, and I want you to check out the Journey Pack. The Journey Pack is going to give you everything you need to get started from separating the bad from your habits. Take the bad out. Just have a habit like Fume. This is a habit that'll make you feel good, reduce your anxiety. And if you use the code Gagnon, Gagnon, you will save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. Check that out right now. I'm telling you, if you are interested in taking the bad out of your habits, taking control of your health, and focusing on reducing your anxiety through breath, flavored air, it makes you feel good, you need to go to tryfume, TRYFUM.com. Use the code Gagnon, Gagnon, when you get the Journey Pack. That'll help you save 10% off. Check it out. Now let's get back to the show. That is a great song.
So you just listen to El Gavilan II by Peso Pluma.
Yeah, people should check that out. People should check that out. I'm curious if you can explain some of the lyrics. Like if you can
I believe the guy that he's talking about in that correo, they're talking about a character that works for the Sinaloa cartel. Apparently, going off what the song says, he works for the sons of the boss, and he's one of the guys that protects him. He either has like a bunch of people with him and cars and and weapons and stuff, and it's just talking about how armed and crazy and he don't give a fuck is. You know what I mean?
He's just a crazy. He's a bad.
He's just talking
motherfucker.
about like, yeah, I got all this equipment and I'm here to protect these guys, and whatever happens here, I'm ready for it, and I'm ready to fight the government or to fight whoever. And this is me, and I don't give a fuck. That's basically.
And did Peso Pluma get paid, or not paid, but like was he hired to make that? Do you know?
I don't know in his case, but what I've seen in other cases is sometimes what you do, because it's very political as well. So some of the guys don't charge the cartel guys for their corridos, because at the same time, not because of the cartel, but because that's the corrido that's gonna sound like the corridos that become popular are the ones that talk about the bosses.
And the big guys.
And the big guys. So if a big guy asks you for a corrido, most of the time you don't charge him because you're both benefiting off of it.
It's going to make your career.
Plus, you don't want to, like, as a musician, you don't want to, like, charge him and make you feel like you own something and stuff like. So it's like, hey, you know what? I'll give it to you for free, and we're cool, and I'll make a sick ass corrido, and I'll make that shit.
And he also takes care of you, like.
Yeah, I mean, if that way, if you ever need anything, if you ever, in some kind of trouble, whatever. Because remember, like out in Mexico, these guys could help the same as the police sometimes, or even more. So it's good to have them. If you're not dealing with anything, at least have like a friendship, not friendship, but like be on the good side.
You want to keep a good relationship with
Yeah, exactly. So, like I said, I don't know in the case of Peso Pluma, I don't know if he charges or not, but most of the time what happens is like, hey, most of the time they charge people that don't work in the cartels but want to go to, like, all right, I'll charge you, Yeah, there's just groups, depending, I don't know if that's his case, but there's groups that charge up to 50 bands a corrido.
Wow.
You know what I mean? So yeah, if he's popping, whatever, somebody like the guys that are popping, like Peso Pluma, he could charge that if he wanted to. I mean, I'm not sure if he charges, but if he wanted to, he could definitely charge it. Yeah. And then there's more low levels like 30K or 20K, and there's corridos for even 100K. But that's more local groups or groups that are barely starting. Wow.
And it's interesting because you said this like with rappers. Like in America, we have rappers that will be from the suburbs that pretend to be hood.
Yeah. You always got this fake, the fake personas, and then corridos happens as well because there's people that mostly the corrido, you could tell when you listen to him if the guy talked to the guy he's talking about or he just got his info from somewhere else. Most of the time you kind of could tell because one of the things that corridos that makes them catchy or shit like that is when you mention something personal about the guy. Like most of the times, like, yeah, he's a bad guy, he does this and that, but then there'll be the group that throws in like, yeah, his favorite food is cheeseburgers. And then it's like, oh shit, you know what? El corrido de las cheeseburgers. And
we were hanging out at this spot.
Yeah, when you get more specific, you're like, oh, that guy, they talk. They know each. They
really hang out.
So it sounds more personal. So it sounds real. So that's what makes a corrido real in that way. You know what I mean? As if hip hop is guys talking about like, oh yeah, I game bang, but not really, and they live like in the suburbs and stuff. Yeah. So it kind of applies in this way too, because there's groups like, let's say in LA that never been to Mexico, but they want to sing about the stuff, so they'll do it, but you kind of can tell how they'll say some stuff that it's off. You know what I mean? Like some shit that is not really.
And the real people know.
And the real people know. Yeah.
But
exactly.
then like there'll be like LA.
There'll be
guys.
like a line where I can't remember but there's this group that said that the government showed up and they all had AKs, and from the get go you're like, bro, the government doesn't carry AKs. So that's, you know what I mean? It's details like that where you're like, nah, not even. They'll mention some shit that's off or some letter or some shit that that is like, oh no, these kids have never been out there. Like,
but Mexicans in Sacramento or like in North Cali, they might just be like, oh yeah, that's cool, and they might like it.
Yeah, but people there
they don't know.
Yeah, because they don't know as well.
The people in TJ are
but people in Mexico were like, what the fuck are you talking? You know what I mean?
Wow.
So yeah, that's the realness. That's how you base the realness off of the corridos.
I saw a video recently of a musician. This is back in the day, so it might be different. But it was a musician that basically I don't know if he's a mariachi guy or what, but he was given a letter, and they said,
"Oh, you mean Chalino? Chalino Sanchez? That's our. You can say that's our Tupac. That's our our Tupac or one of the.
Can you tell this story?
Yeah, definitely. He's one of the major characters of the corridos because he started making like violent corridos as well too, or corridos like really narco corridos and stuff like that. And it was funny because when he came out, people didn't really like him because of his voice. We're talking about Peso Pluma's voice, how it's like weird and
it's unique.
Like,
like I've heard people make fun of it or like
oh yeah, definitely. But
they'll parody it.
The same thing happened with Chalino, and now he's like the legend.
Biggest,
yeah. And but he was a real guy. Like he's. Every time he was in a presentation or he had a show, he was strapped up. Like, and actually, one time they tried to shoot him over a girl, and he shot back and he killed the guy.
At the show?
Yeah, at the show, because he was a real cowboy. He was like a real deal from Sinaloa. So that's one of like I was gonna say this. That makes a corrido singer a real one, because there's there's the rappers that sing about it and they just stay home, but there's rappers actually doing stuff and getting, just living their life.
Selling drugs.
Their life is a little wild, so they sing about it. And the same thing for the singers. Now it's happening that, like I said earlier, he made corridos for himself, and now that's what artists are doing. They make corridos for themselves, but usually the corridos for somebody.
Do cartel guys ever make their own corridos about them?
What do you mean?
So like, you have musicians making corridos about, oh, I'm so famous, I'm so rich. Do you ever have cartel guys that are like, hey, do a corrido about me, but I want to sing it. I want to perform in like the way a rapper would.
Yeah. There's been cases where there's like even some recordings like on YouTube and stuff where it says something like the name of the group is always something in norteño or something like, so it'd be like Revolución Norteña at private party of, and then the name of the narco, and then him singing. It says literally, and then you could hear the group playing, and then it's just him singing
about
like,
himself.
A corrido that they made for him. He's just singing it. Like he'll be like, "Hey, I want to sing my corrido, the one you made me," and then they'll be singing like that. But
he wouldn't record it as himself.
I think
he would just do it as like a party.
I think somebody once recorded it, but I'm not 100% sure, so I'm not even gonna mention it.
Sure.
But the most closest I've heard of is that they recorded like at a private party, like singing.
Right.
Most of the time, what they would do at private parties, because this is another part of the music, of the underground music, corridos, because songs will be famous because they will be at private parties of like the bosses, and then the shout outs. They'll be like in the middle of the song or whatever, they'll be like, hey, saludos for fulano, saludos for this, saludos for that, shout out for him. So if there were the names of big bosses, little kids they wanted that song. They'll even trade it like cards. They'll be like, hey, you have this corrido? Oh, I have this one, but it's at a private party of fulano and they got this shout out. Oh, I'll trade it for this one. It's corrido, the private one, nobody has it. All right, boom. And then they'll trade it like cards.
And how do they get it? They just are at the party and they record it?
The guys at the party that they're recording just like a live, when you practice live and you just record the session, they'll do that and then they'll post that on the internet. Or if you were friends with the guy, he will give it to you, and then now you're like, hey, I'll trade it I got this song, and this guy, he's singing on that part, and they're like, oh, I want that. Okay, I'll trade it for this one.
Oh wow.
So it
like
creates a whole culture.
Market.
Yeah, it creates a whole culture.
So back to this guy that is the cowboy that shoots. What's his name again?
Chalino Sanchez.
Chalino Sanchez. So what happens to him?
He there's different stories. I don't know the official one, and I believe his daughter, he's around my age, I think. She's from Los Angeles. Her name is Cynthia Sanchez. I don't know her, but I've seen her on Instagram and stuff. And all the groups actually pay their respects to their dad because he's a legend. So I don't want to disrespect the family or anything because I don't know the official, but they said it's about girl, mostly about he dated a girl that he and they actually caught him, I think, outside a show. He finished a show in Culiacan in Sinaloa. And they went and picked him up, and then they took him somewhere and they shot him. They took him to the outskirts or something like that.
The crazy part though is that the video that I saw, and again, I don't know how true this is, you can correct me, but the video that I saw shows him performing at the show.
Yeah, and the legend says that there was a thread in the note that said that don't or something, that he was gonna die.
That's what I heard. Yeah. He's wearing the sickest outfit. He's got a cowboy hat. He's got the nice clothes. He looks so good. And apparently, someone hands him a letter while he's performing. He's singing. And he's singing. And then there's a little break. The handing the notes is very common because they always want shout outs or they always asking for a song. So it's always so if you want a song played with it, you write it down, or the bartender or the waiter, whatever, they're like, what song you want? Okay, and they write it down and you give it to them and they go and they hand it. That's why he accepted it.
That's why everybody's accepting everyone. In all the shows you see, there's people throwing notes or somebody handing the guy notes or somebody going to the artist and be like, hey, because there's always shout outs, or if there's bosses with the in the audience, they'll be like, hey, send me some shout outs. So you'll be like, hey, shout outs to whoever that is.
This boss.
Yeah.
So apparently he gets the note and opens it. Yeah. And the note
I think I saw the an interview of his accordion player. He's old now, but he was giving out interviews. I think the note was just whatever note.
A legend.
Yeah.
Or the note was a salute or a
it was
shout out.
Yeah, a shout out. I think he talked about that. If I'm not mistaken, because I saw this interview a long time ago. He's still alive, but he's old. Getting sick of age, he's older, so he started getting stuff like that. And he has a couple of accidents. I think he fell and he hit his head and stuff like that. So
the legend says that he opens it and there's a death note.
No, that's why that's the death threat.
Not true.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure it's true, but they do say that he did knew that what was going on when they killed him.
And then they took him out after
because they made a couple corridos, and one actually made his family They offended his family because the way they're portrayed in the corrido, what they said about him.
Ah, interesting.
So and there's other corridos that they said that they killed him over some other things. So that's why I'm saying like the official version.
But they've made corridos about the guy, about the legendary corrido.
About him and what happened to him, and about him, because a lot, it's like our Tupac. He's really like our Tupac. Like people just look up to him and yeah, he was really good.
Wow, that is fascinating.
And he was a real deal. He crossed the border, like smuggled. His brother was a smuggler in Tijuana. Back then, the border, the wall, and everything didn't exist. So you basically you could run. Like my mom actually saw my dad on the highway running a couple times, crossing from TJ to America, because it was so easy. Like even in the car, if let's say there's Mexicans that look like you, like white and stuff. Even if you handle like a little bit of English, you could just show up to the booth and be like, "Oh, I'm a U.S. citizen. I just forgot my ID." If you got good English, they'll be like, "Oh, okay," and they'll let you through.
So there's some Mexicans.
This is the 90s. This is the 90s, before 9/11. It was all before the Twin Towers.
Wow.
Security was like nothing. So everybody just came and went. And Chalino's brother, he was an alien smuggler. So I think Chalino, that's how he crossed over here too. Like they would come and go, I guess. Back in those days, you could do that,
Wow.
So that's why he had a lot of presentations over here. He was known in LA and stuff like that. Because he was really known in LA. You got a lot of Mexican people over there, so he was singing. I think that note is over there in LA. Oh, the shooting, it happened in like Paramount or something like that. I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah, where somebody shot him and he shot back. I think that's actually here in America.
Wow.
Yeah. So he was a real deal. He was in jail too and stuff. So he was a real deal.
Legend.
That's why. Yeah.
Just an absolute legend.
Just a legend. Yeah.
Are there corridos about like narco guys that are famous that I would know, like El Chapo?
Yeah. Oh, El Chapo has more than 100 corridos, I could bet. El Mayo has a bunch of corridos. Some of the best corridos are theirs. And their sons have a lot of corridos. The people that work for them have a lot of corridos. Yeah, everybody. If you make corridos, you want to make corridos about them because they're gonna
be popular. Does El Chapo have like his favorite guys?
Yeah, I bet.
Like,
I bet they have a few because all the groups sing to them. So and everybody wants to sing to them. So like, you know what I mean. So they have everything. And there's a couple of people that they tell these stories. The musicians, the corridos, we have podcasts. I invited them too. I have some of them over, and we talk about the stories of just being at their parties and stuff. And they'd be like, I remember that there's this one time we're like, "Hey, you ever met so and so?" And the guy was like, "Oh no." I was like, "Bro, I was at a party. You were there. Like we were both there. Like don't lie." And I say this on camera. And he's like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I met him, but I mean, I didn't really meet him like first, or, And there's other people doing that same thing in Sinaloa and stuff like that. So these podcasts are actually.
Oh, you've had them on your podcast.
Yeah, I've had them that's some of the stuff we talk about. And actually, they open up to me because, like I said, I'm there too. So they're not really talking to some guy that they don't know, or it's just not some interview from like. Some guy asking you questions. He's actually a guy that's lived it with you.
Right,
so
that experience.
That I've been there. And so.
And you can't bullshit with them.
Exactly. So they're very open with me.
He could bullshit with me. I'd be like, all right.
Yeah, exactly.
But
with me,
shit.
Like that one time I was like, bro, I was there at the party. Like, don't try to play like you don't know. I was there at the party and you were there with me. And he just laughs and he's like, okay, yeah. He's like, I just never talked to him because I was asking him about a corrido. I was like, hey, did you write that corrido for that guy? He's like, no, I never met him. I was like, bro, we're at a party and he was there. Like, no, I mean, I never met him like that. Like the corrido, somebody else wrote it and I just sung it. I was like, oh, okay, because you were singing to him that day.
Wow, that's crazy.
But yeah, we just talk about stuff like that. Like,
and your podcast is great. I mean, obviously, I haven't really listened to it because it's in Spanish.
Yeah. I need to get it translated, man. If you know a way of translating, because people recommended me AI, but we use a lot of slang, so that doesn't work.
Yeah.
So I need to get a way to.
But if there's Spanish speakers, I mean, we can plug it now. If there's Spanish speakers that are listening, they should check it out. What's the name?
Oh yeah, El Bordo at El Bordo MX, ELBORDO MX.
Yeah.
El Bordo MX. It's like El Bordo. Actually, part of my logo is the border where I live.
Yeah. Which is cool. I like it a lot.
Yeah,
That's cool.
And yeah, I mean, I've always, since I started mixing with the musicians and stuff. One day I get a message from one of my friends. He's not like a really close friend, but he was a friend, and he put me in a group chat with another guy. And he's like, hey, you guys, he's like, you guys are crazy. You guys, in español, he was like, hey, ustedes están locos, tan igual de locos, se van a caer bien, which means you guys are gonna like each other because you guys are both out of your fucking mind, basically. And me and the other homie were like, oh yeah, sure. Hey, what's up? Hey, whatever. And then a few days later, he was like, hey, let's smoke some weed. I was like, yeah, for sure. And he's like, wanna pull up to the studio? I was like, when? He's like, today. And I remember I was in one of those construction jobs. I was helping the electrician. So I was just doing some shit on some cabinets, and I was actually on the phone. He's like, hey, pull up to the studio. I was like, all right, for sure. and I drove all the way to TJ, and I showed up to the studio, and that fool became one of my best friends up to date, that musician. And we just kicked it off from there. He wasn't really famous right there, but I was with him when he got the song out, and then he got one of those one-hit wonders. He's not a one-hit wonder, but he got one of those.
He got one pop, and
bam,
then everything else
now
worked.
everything worked. Everything else he did worked. But ever since that moment, that with him, I learned all the industry backends. Like you see, obviously as a fan, you don't see what goes on behind all
the studio and the recording.
And the mafia shit with like the music industry and the radio, and you gotta give money to this guys and this guy. So all that shit, I learned it with him just because we became really good friends, and I was with him all the time, and he didn't speak English, so I started translating for him when he got his visa and he started working over here. So we would be in meetings with like attorneys and like the high end like the labels that you see now, and we were just fucking dealing with him. He was his own manager, so I was just helping him, carrying his bags and all this shit.
Wow.
And that's how I learned a lot from like the industry and all this shit. But I also became known amongst other famous people because he was so famous that he was like the one in his prime, codiciado. When they were Grupo Codiciado, now it's just Codiciado. But he was in his prime, so everybody was just wanted to fuck with him. So I was there, and now I made all these kinds of relationships because I think I'm pretty good at making friends. So like now I know a lot of famous people and all this shit. So now I go back to my main reason why I left my job, which is because I could start a podcast now. From like
so you have the relationships.
like years after, you know what I mean? Like after, because I even had the idea like before the pandemic, before the COVID, I had the idea of doing it, but they still weren't famous in Mexico. I wanted to produce it and I wanted to put a host in. I didn't want to be on camera because I was still doing shady shit, so I didn't want to be on camera. So I found people like were more, more out there, more like to be in camera and shit, because like he was saying, smile, and you know what I mean? Like it's not really my thing to be on camera, but yeah, nobody wanted to do it. So after the pandemic, actually in the COVID, everybody was inside, so podcasts became really popular in Mexico. They just started popping. So now, like, okay, now the people's educated. Now people know about podcasts. Now they know how to enjoy a fucking 2-hour conversation. So now that's when I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna do it myself. Like, fuck it, I'm gonna be the host. Because by this time I was already like away from a lot of illegal shit and bullshit, and I was more into, and I was really passionate about this whole entertainment shit, like just writing and making music videos with my friend, like making music and all this shit. So I'm more in it now. Yeah. So I was like, fuck it, and I started doing the podcast, and now like all my friends are like, hey dog, whenever you need me, like I'm here, you know what I mean? All these people started like just fucking hitting me up and saying they're ready to fucking work.
So you've had some of the musicians that have gone to these cartel parties.
Most of them have gone to this cartel party. I think all the musicians I've had have been to cartel parties, so I have a cartel story in my podcast.
Have they been to like Chapo's parties?
One of them wasn't in. Yeah, one of them was because he's from Sinaloa, so he's been to all of the guys' parties, and he sings corridos and everything. Because over there in Sinaloa, it's common. It's not like only certain groups go. Now, like they'll do parties and they'll hire like 4 or 5 groups to play for like days. You know what I mean? A bunch of all the musicians, they see each other at the parties and shit like that. So all the musicians over there have sung to like bosses, or mostly, at least if you're working, you're gonna end up at a party over there. So the same in Tijuana.
So explain what even like a big cartel party looks like. Like not El Chapo specifically, but if he had a party, like if I were to go to a El Chapo cartel party, what would I see?
Well, you see, like, depending, maybe like even some family, like a bunch of family, maybe like tables with family and stuff.
It'd be in a house?
Yeah, it'd be in a big ass house, like in a big ass patio, and like really nice. Probably be like a bunch of like with the whole concept, like the gifts and the tables, and like signs that say don't use your cell phone. Little signs that say please don't use your cell phone, blah blah blah. And then like all around the area, armed motherfuckers, like army looking guys, and then and then a big old stage, and then just musicians coming and going off stage.
Do you drive up to the house?
Oh yeah, well yeah. You gotta go a long way. If it's a really private party, they're gonna tell you to meet somewhere, and then you follow them.
Oh wow!
Because it might be like a dirt road or
it's
shit like
in
that.
The mountains.
Yeah, or sometimes it might be not even, probably like 20 minutes away from the city, some shit like that, in a ranch.
So you.
It depends. Yeah, it depends, but it usually in big ass houses and big ass ranches. And
then
stuff
you
like
pull up in the car.
Yeah, you just show up.
And there's guards everywhere. Mm-hmm. Everyone's got guns. They come up to the car and they're like, what's your name? Are you on the list?
No. If most, I think they already know, like, if you're showing up, it's cool because they have people all the way in the like in the streets to get to the house. So
there's checkpoints.
Yeah, there's not checkpoints that are pulling you over, but there's people just checking. Like they got to make sure there's security rings for if the government shows up, they know like when they're way before, like, hey, government is like 15 minutes away. It already passed the second ring on security, so we need to get going. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So by the time you get to a party, they know you're supposed to be there. Yeah, they know. So you show, if you're a musician, you show up with your staff. Yeah. And it's just
you go to the first checkpoint. They go, "What are you doing?" You say,
no, it's not even a checkpoint. Just get to the party, whatever, and then just get up. Okay, you look for the stage. You're at work area. Okay, that's the audio guy, and you just do your job, and you over there, and they'll maybe if you're like a famous dude, they'll give you a table. You chill with the boss, or just say what's up. Have a little drink.
And where does the boss sit?
Well, he probably has his table, or he probably just all around.
Is he private? Is he like, would they be like talking to everyone, or are they more like chill and kind of reserved?
Most of those parties, if it's like a really private party, everybody's friends, everybody knows each other, so everybody's just talking to everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or the people already know who not to get close. If you're like a low level, just fucking, if you don't talk like that to the boss, don't even get close to this fucking table. You kind of know your hierarchy, basically. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it depends on the party. If it's a family party, you might see very little people armed, but a lot of security around the place. So maybe not a lot of guns in the party, more family oriented, like really family, with like kids playing and kids shows and shit like that. If it's family, if it's the bosses, it's going to be like security maybe a little bit away, but close. That's why the government gets them when they're with their family sometimes. You know what I mean? Because they have less people armed around their families. You know what I mean? Or they don't want to risk a shootout with their family, so they're gonna give up easy. Right. So that's why but if it's just like a drunks party, whatever, it could be either in a private house with like full on security or whatever, and just inside, nobody gets in or out. Only the guy that's gonna pick more alcohol and get more bitches and whatever.
Wow.
And you just there for days singing.
and people are like doing drugs. Like
obviously, cocaine. Yeah, people doing drugs. People maybe coming and going, or there's maybe just the two same guys. And then maybe security. I don't know. It's different scenarios. Yeah. It depends. Yeah.
But it's nice though. Like there's like.
Yeah, but let's say like around Christmas time, when they throw the posadas, which is like Christmas parties, they'll throw it for the cartels, and they give away cars and shit like that. They make raffles, and you win shit and stuff like that.
Oh,
and
wow.
They make it for like the lookouts, the sicarios, the little managers of little areas and stuff like that, and it's just cartel party. Yeah, and they have all the groups and shit. Yeah.
Wow.
There's TikToks of this too, the posadas.
How do they get videos of that?
Because somebody that can record, sometimes a video he slips out or some shit like that, or they have Instagrams and they get their shit, like somebody steals their video or shit like that. Because some of these guys can brag and shit like that.
Yeah.
Like if you're friends with the bosses or whatever, he's not gonna say anything if you record, as long as you don't record them. Maybe you record like the party, but you don't record where the guys are. But still, you see like the cars they're in the raffle, and you see the stage and shit.
And it's all like really nice. Like it's really decadent.
Yeah. It's all like, there's always like concept parties. Like I said, like it's like all the tables, like balloons and everything.
Food is amazing.
Yeah. Everything. It's catering and everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
And now if you're gonna work there, like if you're gonna do catering, like if you're a chef, like how do they trust you to work in there? You know what I mean?
Well, either the guy that's in charge of getting the catering already knows somebody.
So he uses his guys that he trusts.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. So everyone that works there knows what it is.
Yeah.
And they are like taking it very seriously.
Yeah. I mean, it's also like seriously, but at the end of the day, you see like everybody like pretty relaxed. Like everybody's under. Like I've had one time we recorded a live video in a ranch, and the ranch was owned by a boss, and he pulled up with his people, and we had catering, just like a regular video set of people recording, catering and stuff. The only difference is that he pulled up, and he was in a table with like 2 or 3 friends, just chilling, like enjoying the show. But if you walked outside the ranch, there was like 15 trucks around with armed people and shit. Inside the catering, never saw no armed people, like all the staff and everything. Nobody saw anything.
But on the road,
they saw that guy and his friend had like 15 cell phones and 5 radios. But other than that, all the shit was outside. And it was pretty normal. The video and everything, we finished, whatever, this and that. We drank. Everybody said, what's up? Hey, late. Everybody left home, and regular day.
Wow. That is so wild. I mean, what an interesting subculture that they're bringing these guys in.
Yeah.
And now, I don't know, like...
But I mean, if you think about it, like me, that I've gone through, like, I do my research on, like, hip-hop, too. like drug dealers have a lot to do with hip hop music, like for like sponsoring and just talking about the culture. A lot of rappers come from the live, like 50 Cent and stuff like that. Like if you put these guys in Mexico, they're cartel guys. You know what I mean? It's the same kind of relationship.
The cartel is just so much bigger though.
Oh yeah,
than anything in America. It's so much more powerful. Like it's going up against the government. Like they have their own military.
Oh yeah.
And so these guys that are so powerful, hiring musicians.
But I mean, don't get me wrong. The Mexican military can take out the cartel. Like the cartel they can handle a few fights, like a few shootouts. Maybe they can rescue a guy one time or whatever. But they don't have they. It's a whole government, bro. They can't take on the government. Like it's crazy, stupid. It's corruption what's stopping the government from like actually like strong arm these guys. But if they really wanted to, I mean, yeah, maybe war will pop up for like a little bit, but they can't stand for too long. I'm thinking, man, because it's the military. Like you seen, we got some Mexican military got some good weaponry, bro. Like don't get me wrong, they got like a lot of shit, like helicopters and all this stuff. So whenever they want, they have taken all this stuff out. I don't know if you've seen videos of like the chopper shooting like in the middle of the city because they were actually going against some guys that like they had all kind of equipment and everything, and they eventually took them out. They took everybody out like in one night. Yeah, it was like a 5-6 hour shootout, but in one night, bam, they wiped that whole fucking cell of guys, and there was a strong guy. And I don't know, I remember what city, but there's videos of it. There's gnarly videos of that shooting just in the middle of the neighborhood, like right here. Imagine they're shooting the house and they're like, what the fuck? And this fucking 50 caliber is not. They're not shooting with like 9mm or anything. They're shooting from the helicopter with that big ass gun. So I mean, if they wanted to, they can. You know what I mean? They could do that.
So what stops them from doing?
What stops them is the corruption. You know, it's the politics around it, all the stuff behind it, all the politics and what goes on with all this branches of government where like if one branch really wants to arrest somebody, but one guy's like, no, we can't do it. And they're like, wait, what the fuck? No, we're using him for this, or I don't know, the shit you see in movies, like really deep in the political circle. So that's what really stops it. But I mean, you really think that the army can't handle a bunch of guys with like guns and shit? I mean, yeah, they got.
Bro, I see some of these guns the cartel has. And
they do have a strong military. They do have strong like military guns because they brought down like helicopters and shit.
Yeah.
But I'm saying like if they really wanted to, like, you know what I mean? Like if it was actually like a full on war with the cartel, I think they could handle like for maybe some months or something. But I don't think it would be like a lot. You know what I mean? Because I don't know, it would create, but then again, it's not good for anybody. Like that would just ruin everybody's money making scheme. Like if they really go on a full war with the cartels, that's not good for business for anybody.
Why?
Because the U.S. is making money too. Like there's people in the U.S. making money off of the cartels.
How do people in the United States make money off the
cartel?
Well,
like the example I was saying about that union police leader and stuff like that. You got a lot of those cases where it's like just clean people that the spotlight is not on them, so they get to do a bunch of shit behind the wall. But they're working maybe not directly, but the part that they're doing is somehow benefiting the cartels, because that's how. I don't know if you've seen like conspiracies, like federal charges and stuff. Sometimes the people don't know each other, but he's like, no, I only gave him this. Yeah, but he sold it to this guy, so now you're all in the same. And the same
conspiracy charge,
yeah, in the same
RICO
ring.
Or whatever.
And that's what happens over here. Sometimes Americans don't even know the guys in Mexico, but they're all in the same ring because what you were doing was somehow connecting to this guy, even though you never fucking crossed paths with each other. You know what I mean? So that's it's not maybe like direct like connection, but somehow the people that are working here, if they're moving the product that they're doing, well, it's people here doing that too. That I'm guessing a lot of politics too, and you know what I mean? The same as over there, because the little bit that I've seen, like gangs in police and stuff, I'm like, bro, that's happening in Mexico, and we get to see that. There's a whole lot of shit that we don't get to see, obviously. If we get to see this,
what are we not seeing?
What are we not seeing? You know what I mean?
So do you know the history of how the cartel got to where it is now in terms of like the power, how it's sort of separated, like what started it? So I think when people say cartel, they don't even really know what that means. So like there are multiple cartels that exist in most cities.
Even
Mexico,
like I was saying, you're not officially initiated in a cartel or anything. You just eventually like you start hanging out with them, maybe with their main group, and now you're considered like, oh no, he's from the cartel because you're their friend. But then there's big cartels like others like Sinaloa and stuff where you could be like, you work for a guy that works for the guy that works for the guy. But they're all, you know what I mean? But in some other place would be like, you're not really cartel. I'm like, no, but I am because I work for this guy and he works for this guy. So it's a very gray area as well. You know what I mean? To be considered like, oh no, cartel. That
right?
Because
So,
there's not really no initiation. So that whole itself is already a big ass gray area. So to call somebody cartel.
Italian mafia would have like an initiation ceremony.
Yeah. That's more. Yeah,
you're
because
in
you have
or
a point.
Out.
Exactly.
You're a made man or you're not.
Yeah.
Whereas
exactly.
with the Mexican cartels, they don't necessarily operate.
Yeah, because like when I got kidnapped, I was considered cartel just off of the messages and stuff I had, and they kept calling me. I kept telling them, bro, I'm not, because they were like, what are Tijuana cartel doing with a Sinaloa? Because my friend, he was actually working. I was like, bro, we're not cartel. Okay. Like, you know what I mean? We're not cartel. We know them, whatever, this and that, but we're related to them in some way, maybe because of friendships or the things I was selling to them.
Right.
But that doesn't make me wear the shirt, you know what I mean?
I'm not initiated necessarily.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
kidnapping story is crazy. We'll get to that in a second. But I'm just curious about like the structure of the cartel and how it got to the point where it is now. Like someone like El Chapo, for example, how does he get to the power that he's at now? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I've read a bunch of. I like reading and writing, so I always read shit, especially in jail. We got all cartel books. In jail, they got all the books about...
Really?
Yeah, because that's what you want to read about it, because some of them are there with you. Like, if you're in jail with El Chapo and you read books about it and you're like, oh, this guy's right here, you know what I mean? And so you got books about Los Zetas, and I read all of those books. So it's just... It's hard because it's a whole nother reality, and you only get to understand it when you get really deep into like the life of every individual. Like El Chapo, why did he do it? Well, he was a poor kid from the mountains, and he did this and did that, and eventually became a power, and this led him to do this. And then there's people like, no way, he could have made some money and he could have done good, whatever. I was like, no, because when you're already deep in, you're already either you are moving a lot of money for somebody, so you can't really leave whenever you want, or you already killed somebody and now you're really in the beef, or they killed you, or they steal from you, or there's already political stuff that is attached to you that you can't really be like, oh, you know what, I got a couple mil, I'm done, whatever. And the guy that's fronting you the shit, and the guy that's buying you for, and all these people are like, wait, what the fuck are you going? You know what I mean?
That's kind of the initiation, where it's like,
I think that's
you do some shit where it's like you can't go back to living a regular life now.
Yeah. So now you gotta be full on.
I see.
Full on, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think you gotta go to, because every story is different. I mean, they're saying Mayu had like a brother-in-law that was the CIA, and I mean that makes a lot of sense why he hasn't never been captured or anything like that. You know what I mean? And you got all these people that did it for different reasons, because like those were poor people, from the mountains and stuff. But in TJ, you have the part of the Tijuana cartel. We're all sons of like neurosurgeons, and like the wealthiest families, their sons, they call them the juniors, they became the cartel. Like they moved the drugs, and they killed too. Like, so they were living like that life.
And
like
they had a wealthy life.
They had a wealthy life from the get go. Like they didn't even have to work. They're like the wealthiest families from Tijuana. Like they have business, they have hotels and shit like that. But the juniors, they grew up in the generation with the Arellano Felix, and they became really attached to them that they eventually became all cartel. Wow. And it was all that they call them the Narco Juniors. They have corridos and they have stories. Well, Bad Bunny and Narcos and that new Narcos, he's playing the Narco Juniors.
Oh,
it's rich kids that were doing cartel shit.
Wow. And do different cartels manage different industries?
Like legal industries, or what do you mean?
I mean, legal or illegal. Like, do they handle like...
well, yeah, and like, also there's people there's cartels that don't even bring drugs to the U.S. They take it to like Europe or like
that's
Australia.
What I'm curious about. Like,
yeah.
There's cartels like
companies, like little cartel companies that like, oh no, I only do I only send to fucking Spain. Or no, I only send it to fucking whatever. Or no, I don't get my shit from Colombia. I only buy from Peru. Or you know what I mean? They got their own little movement. That's why it's this big area, because once you say, okay, cartel, okay, but who's cartel? Okay, this guy. Okay, but who's this guy? Well, he only does this with these two guys. Okay, how is he the main head of the cartel, but he only works with three guys? Well, because he supports this and he takes care of this part, and his shipments have to be he got to control this area, so his shipments are okay. So he has to pay the government. Okay, but there's another cartel, they're fighting and they're creating heat. All right, I got to take him out. So now he's out. Now he's considered this big cartel boss, when really he's just moving his shit. But it's a lot of shit.
Connected,
but he's a lot of shit. Now he's all his way that he moves and all this power. Now it makes him like the boss. But once you zoom into like the situation, it's like, well, this guy doesn't care about the war in another city. Like this guy doesn't. You know what I mean? It's like his his second hand or whatever. It's very it's very gray area, man.
And so different cartels handle different things. Like there will be
there's guys that don't deal like with fentanyl and shit like that. They'll be like, nah. And there's guys that only deal with that, maybe.
Oh,
you know
really?
What I mean? Yeah. There's guys that only move like coke. There's guys that only move people. There's guys that there's people that do everything. There's people that don't move anything and they just steal.
Oh, really?
Yeah. There's people that just steal from other narcos and they sell it and then they steal again. Wow. We call those people the government now.
That's the fourth one, the fourth power.
Yeah.
That is so interesting. What an interesting like little lane. Are you able to explain like maybe one specifically or like an old one that might be not in power anymore that you would feel comfortable like explaining?
Like a what?
Like a cartel of like, okay, this is how they make their money and this is how it's organized and this is how many people are involved, like breaking down the structure, because these are all like their own little companies.
Nah, because I never got really deep to knowing like the structure like that. The most details I know is because I read like books that write about it or like friends that I know that how they did their stuff. Like I wrote a book and my head is from this guy. I wrote a book. He was on the most wanted poster that was in the Bordo for a while. His name was El Gordo Villarreal, and he's doing time right now and everything. So like talking to him, like friends like him, that's how I kind of got to know some of like the deeper structures that I didn't know, and that's why I figured that's how I knew that I was like, bro, this is all like individualistic, but it becomes so popular and so like word of mouthy and stuff that it's like everybody's talking about them as big bosses, but they're just on their lane doing their thing. You know what I mean?
So what cartel was he with?
He was original with the Arellano Felix cartel.
His
brother was one of the top guys and like from the brothers, because it's a brothers cartel. So his brother was really close to him. He was close to them too because he was around the area, and he just basically did a lot of shit. Whether it comes because he was part of like the Narco Juniors too, either protecting or moving weight or sometimes I don't know. I'm gonna give you an example. This is not necessarily his story, but it's just an example. Like, if you're working for somebody and he's like, hey, you gotta go kill this guy, whatever. So you go and search him out. He's like, okay, well, he has money. So you take money from him and then you kill him. You know what I mean? So maybe that's how you earn some shit, and now you start moving weight because you got this weight that you move, and now you're in the game a little bigger. You know, you're not just a sicario or whatever. Now you manage to pull some. That's what a lot of people do. Like when they someone to kill somebody or somebody has to go, they take their shit and then they kill him. You know what I mean? Because might as well they want him dead already.
Do you run a side hustle or do you work within your cartel already?
No, well, you could report some of that to the cartel, be like, hey, I took this from whatever, or you could just hide it and you start building your own power.
Is that dangerous?
That could be dangerous because that might be misunderstood as you trying to build your own thing. But if you're with the cartel still like 100% and they just see you that he's just making money, but he's with us, they might be let it slide. You know what I mean? But most of the time you might need to give them like something for the cartel or some shit. Or as long as you're serving 100% to them, it might be because you're already with them. So you know what I mean? You don't have to give them money.
Wow. Who is, in your opinion, the scariest, most intimidating cartel boss?
That I met or that I don't think I could say the one I met, but off of the like history in Mexico history, like, well, I don't know, man, like the Zetas, there used to be really
the Zetas.
Yeah, the Zetas are out there based in Tamaulipas, like borderline with Texas, I think, and somewhere over there.
And what made them so scary?
Because they were paramilitary. They were they were all military guys, like special ops and like high ranking military guys, but they turned cartel. Like the cartel bought them off, and they just knew like ways to torture. They brought all the torturing. They brought all that shit. They brought that's when they started happening like the beheadings and videos and all this shit. So the bosses were like really, some of they've said that they ate parts of their victims. There's words like that, like rumors and shit, word of mouth like that. So yeah, man, I mean, if you have to mention like some cruel guys, you got to talk about Los Zetas. Definitely, they started that whole really violent stuff because they were paramilitary. So you know how military guys get,
Wow.
They were trained by like the best American forces and all this, you know what I mean? So they brought all kinds of different ways to play to the war.
And what was their business? Was it drugs?
They at first they were the armed security for the golf cartel, which was in that time Ociel Cárdenas. I think he's still doing time out here, and he hired them to be his arm wing, as you could say. Like whenever he needed somebody taken out or taking, just take care of the plaza or whatever, he had the military guys, so he hired them, and they trained other sicarios. So the Zetas became really big. once Osiel Cardenas was thrown in jail, they became their own cartel. Like,
wow.
yeah.
And their business was literally just...
No, they started moving drugs. Like I said, they started making their own money and they started making their own way and taking care of routes and shit that they became their own cartel. And now they're beefing with the original cartel that they were protecting. So they were beefing with them.
Wow. But their whole thing started just through violence.
Yeah. Well, their thing was violence. They were hired to fucking kill. So
they're the most violent, like, crazy guys.
Yeah, I read a bunch of crazy shit and you hear about like one guy, one boss that was this and that, but that was a whole bunch. Like there was like the original military guys were like 20, I believe, or something like that, and then they trained a bunch of sicarios. So you know what I mean? Yeah, it wasn't only one of them. It was like a bunch of guys doing all kinds of crazy shit.
And what does sicario mean again?
Sicario is a hitman.
That's just a hitman.
Basically, yeah, hitman.
Have you ever met one of those guys?
A hitman or a sicario?
It's the same, right?
Yeah.
Have you met one?
Yeah. I grew up with a bunch of them. So
really? Like friends that you grew up with became
they became
sicarios.
Yeah. Some of them love it too much. I'm always that one friend that tried to talk them out, like bro, you don't like any shit, like you know what I mean? And they're like, man, I remember last time I went to a funeral of one of them, his brother. They killed him, and he took revenge upon his own hands, and he did some crazy shit. And he was at the funeral, and I was just paying my respects. I just went to pay my respects. I know them since they were little, and they're right around the corner. So, I was trying to tell them like, hey, bro, like, cause they see me and they're like I was like them kind of like a few years back. So they see me and they're like, hey, man, you're doing all this, and they give me props and shit like that. And I'm like, bro, you could fucking, you know what I mean? I always tell them some shit like, hey, bro, if you ever, like, cause one of them was like a U.S. citizen, and I was like, if you could get like your security license, and I'll give you a job whenever I'm doing well, like better. I can give you a job as a security, and you could just fucking, I don't know, take care of me, or no, be staff of one of the groups I know, or like the famous guys or some shit. But I always trying to talk him out or some shit. And and he told me like, he was like, man, I kind of feel what you're saying, but you already seen it, so you know what you're doing, but I don't know nothing else, bro. He's like, I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. Like, this is what the fuck I know. This is like what I like. Like, it's not easy for me to, like, you know what I mean? And I'm like, nah, it is. Like, you think it's not, but you just gotta. But at the end of the day, it's not. Like, it took me years, and it took me fucking a lot of different shit to fucking actually get away. So, I mean, I'm just trying to be positive with him, but I get what he's saying.
Yeah, you had the best like path. Like you were like went to school in America. Like you. Were
I don't know if it's the best
forth.
path. Like I said,
not the best,
like I said with concrete, I feel like I like a Forrest Gump. I was just in the right place at the right time sometimes. So,
but like you had opportunities to kind of like peel off, whereas this guy only knew this. This was his only.
Yeah,
thing.
but I mean, he's also a U.S. citizen, and he like, I mean, just right off the bat, you could get a job or some shit. Or like I said, maybe a security job or some shit, or I don't know, and just be there with me, and I'll get you on a payroll with like a famous group, or I don't know, some shit like trying to. You gotta figure a way. You can't be stupid. You actually gotta think what the fuck if you want to leave that shit.
But some of these guys like it.
Oh, he loves it. He loves it. He also loves music though. That's why I was trying to get him, like, because he loves music a lot too. But he loves that shit too, and like, he was like, yeah, we just had that talk where he kind of made me be like, all right, I guess, like, cause he was right. What he was telling me is like, it's not easy for me, like all this shit, and I get it, bro. Like you're really in the middle, and I'm like,
but like, do you think some of these guys like they enjoy the power of like taking out people?
Yeah. That's. I think that power is addictive.
Yeah.
Because it's you could tell like, hey, yeah, I don't like this guy. You just fucking kill him.
And I'm tough. I can do it.
Yeah.
Like you had mentioned, I think on with Danny that like some guys that would send you videos.
Yeah, well, he's one of them. Not videos, but he'd be like, we'd be in the middle of a regular ass conversation, and just be like, hey, sending audio notes, and then all of a sudden he'd be like, because he'd be driving, and he'd be like, oh wait, just wait a minute, but he's still recording, and then he'll say some shit, and then they'll say some shit back, and then all you hear is pa 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 pa. Hey, did you hear that? I just got him, dog. I just got him, whatever. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? We're talking about some other shit, nothing to do with that shit. And then he was in the middle of doing something, but he wouldn't tell me, you know what I mean? Because I don't need to know. But then he'll tell me that, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, oh, it's like, I mean, don't get me wrong, bro. Like, I'm so used to it that it doesn't.
Yeah, you grew up around this.
But I'm like, I'm just impressed with how crazy this was. Like, what the fuck are you doing, bro?
It is crazy. Like,
yeah. Like,
if I needed someone to die, I don't know anyone that could do it. But you, hypothetically,
Yeah.
if you knew someone that had to go.
Yeah, people would do favors for me if I was like a fucking dick and I just wanted to like kill people and shit. People would do favors for me because they do shit like that. Like even artists, I bet they get shit like, hey, if you ever need anything, there's always that one guy everywhere. And if that one guy is a guy with power and you're actually like a fucking dick or something, you want to abuse that power, you could just tell them like, hey, you know what? This guy, whatever, and they'll be happy. Like you know what I mean? If they're a fan of you, if they're, or whatever, they're really friend or they want to be like on your good side, anybody would do favors like shit like that.
Bro.
So it's crazy. It's not, it's crazy. It's
but
not.
Like, let's say you're someone, not you, hypothetically, someone like you has something happen like with their mom and this guy disrespected his mother.
Yeah, no, I could definitely do that.
you hit up your boy and just go like, yo, this guy screwed my mom over, and you know he did it 100%. Not you. Even if I just wanted, like, they'll do it for me. Yeah. I got friends that, they're crazy. I'm trying to put this not on you.
But
I'll do it.
No, but even if it was like my case, I have friends that would do it for me. If that's your question, not that I like to use, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The only thing I ever talked to, like, when they stole my friend's car and like, hey, can you find this car? And they all know probably guys that sell their stolen cars to somebody because they use it to smuggle. So maybe they'll find, like, I've used that, shit like that.
Get the car back.
Yeah, get car back. Or, like, hey, somebody's bothering one. I used to manage I still manage a group of rappers. And one of them had some beef with like a local kid. But one of his uncle was like with somebody. So the kid was like, I'm going to tell somebody whatever, this and that. So he told me. So I called some friends. I was like, hey, I don't want no trouble. But this kid, he's with me. And he doesn't, like, he's not a trouble kid. So, like, this other kid's fucking with him. And he's threatening him and shit. I don't want him fucked with. Like, just tell the guy, like, if they want to fight, let them fight. They're kids. You know what I mean? Because they were like 20 or 21. If they want to fight, let them fight. But tell him not to bring his uncle or no guns to this shit or whatever. And then they'll talk and they'll fix that shit. You know what I mean?
Whoa.
But yeah, I'll use that. Yeah. But other than me, like, looking for shit or looking for trouble or using fucking people to kill people and shit like that, nah, I don't want that shit on.
What's up, guys? We're going to take a break really quick because you need an attorney. Yeah. Maybe something happened. Maybe you had a slip and fall. Maybe you got on a fender bender. Maybe some terrible thing happened to you and you might be entitled to compensation. Now, here's the problem. Anytime something bad happened to me, I got hit by a car. I got in a car accident. I slipped down the stairs after they were cleaning it, didn't put a sign up. I had to try to find an attorney and I had to go through Google and I had to search through all these sketchy attorneys. I had no idea what I was looking at. I didn't know if they were trusted. I didn't know if they had a national brand and I didn't know if they were going to actually fight to get me the compensation I needed or if they were just trying to personally aggrandize themselves and take money from me. And that is why I wish I knew about Morgan & Morgan. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest personal injury law firm. That's right, over 100 offices nationwide and more than 800 attorneys. They are waiting to hear from you and waiting to hear the claims that you could submit. They have received over $15 billion. That's right, $15 billion for covered for their clients. That's crazy. Now, I'm sure you're thinking, okay, sure, this is a big law firm and they do a good job. But how do I know they're going to do a good job for me? Here's how you know. They won't charge you a cent unless they win your case. That's right. You win, they win. That's all they care about. You get nothing, they get nothing. Your interests are completely mutually aligned. So if you're interested in getting involved with Morgan & Morgan, they don't charge you a fee unless they win your case. I'm sure you're thinking, whoa, that's crazy, but it must be a whole hassle to get a hold of them. And you're wrong again. I'm so sorry. This is your fourth time being wrong in one ad read. To submit a claim, it's more like, I don't know, buying something off Amazon, ordering an Uber. It's 8 clicks or less, and you could submit a claim to Morgan & Morgan. You don't need to know anything else. That is everything you need to know. I know these guys. I know Morgan & Morgan. I'm from Florida. They're very popular down there. Trust me, these are the guys you want to go with if you are ever injured. And if you want to check that out, you go to forthepeople, forthepeople.com/Gagnon. That's correct. That is for the people, forthepeople.com/Gagnon, Gagnon, or you dial pound law. That's pound 529 from your cell phone. This is a paid advertisement. That's how you know they're legit. They're willing to tell you like, yo, we paid some money for this. We threw some bucks up. That's how confident they are they can win your case. They're not even worried about it. So If you're ever injured, check them out, forthepeople.com, or dial pound law, pound 529 from your cell phone. Now let's get back to the show. Have you met what are the guys? Sete?
The Seta, nah, they're all way over there. That's like talking like LA and New York.
So they're on the other side.
Yeah, they're on the other
You don't
side.
really ever see them.
No, not really. They weren't really around. I mean, there was violent Sicarios where I'm from, and there's crazy people, there's beheadings, and there's shit like that, but not Seta shit.
Do bosses ever go out like during the night, like to go parties and stuff?
You see them at clubs and shit like that. Yeah,
it's not dangerous for them, or like they obviously have security, but like someone could still run up on them, right?
Nah, you can't run up on them.
Really?
Nah, you can't run up on them.
Whoa.
Yeah. They own like the places they go to. They not own as in they're the owners of the club or the city, but they own the city. Like they're the bosses. They got cops on their payroll. They got a bunch. The security club is gonna back them up on whatever is going on. Like so they're like the movies, you know.
Yeah.
If they show up to the club, they're gonna have the best place, the best table, the full on security. Nobody's gonna fuck with them. They could close the club if they're going, hey, don't let nobody in, just the people that are in here. They'll probably do that too.
Are there some of the bosses that are like really nice? Like kind of how your mentor, Don, was?
Yeah. There's a lot of them that are nice.
Like he was nice, but he wasn't like a big guy.
Yeah, there are a lot of them that are nice, but they are like scared of the violent ones.
What do you mean?
Well, they're so nice that they know that they wouldn't fight back. You know what I mean? So they don't they keep away from the troll because some of these guys have actually had their shit taken. Like they stole some shit from them and they know who they are and they don't go after them because they don't like all the killing and all that shit. That's not what they're in for. You know, they just like I'll make that money again.
They're like, I'm making my money.
Yeah.
But if I go to war, this war could be really costly. I could die. I could lose men. Like
no, and you're in war forever basically most of the time. Once you're in war with somebody,
right? Because that guy's kid is gonna take over, and then your kid, like it's gonna
or his friend or whoever, you know, or you got a death on you, or you know.
Right.
Some people are not. Yeah, there's drug dealers that are nice and are not there for.
And there's some of these guys that are like truly crazy. Like
yeah,
there's some guys that are like businessmen.
Oh no, yeah, no.
And then there's other guys that
the
are
nice
like,
guys are scared of the crazy guys. Yeah.
Because the crazy guys won't be here for a long time because they're crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Like
or some of them have been here for a long time because they're crazy.
Really, I assume that the crazy guys would get taken out.
No, they do, but they get taken out once his like straight boss has a problem with them. Like if they just getting in trouble for some shit and they just keep calling the boss like, hey, he killed this guy, or he did this and that, and they'll be like, hey, don't do that, and they just probably like send them like hide them for a little bit or whatever. But it's not until they fuck with the company that they do something for the cartel that really fucks it up that now they're like, okay, he needs to be taken out.
But
or like when they start trying to do their own thing, like their own little cartel, they'll take them out. Usually when they're too crazy, they start fucking up and they think they get this power trip that they're like,
right,
oh,
they
no.
can't go all the way up.
Yeah, and like the bosses are like, hey, you gotta chill, like, and they take them out like that.
Wow.
But they could fuck around and they kill and do shit and stuff like that. And many,
while they're here.
Yeah.
But once they get up here.
No, when they're up there, like they could do all kinds of shit as long as they don't fuck with like let's say I'm with the cartel and the bosses like me because I get shit done. Like, hey, I need to take a high-ranking police officer. I go and fucking kill him and kill all the cops and whatever. I go and clean this plaza from the other cartel. Like, I'm a good effective, but I'm so crazy that sometimes I kill my fucking girlfriend. I kill a prostitute, and sometimes I think a guy's stealing from me. I'm not sure, but I fuck it, I kill him. You know what I mean? And I start doing all this crazy, and people are like complaining maybe to the boss. Maybe I kill somebody that knows about it, like, hey, this guy killed me. And the boss will be like, all right, okay, I'm gonna talk to him. But they won't fuck with him. It's not until I fuck with the boss or my friends that they're like, okay, nah, you fucked up now. If I steal from him, if I kill one of his family members, or if I fuck straight up with him, that's usually when they cut him off and either kill him or turn him into the government.
That's interesting. And obviously, the different cartels have different revenue streams.
Yeah, and different policies. Maybe there's another cartel that will not allow people to be killing innocents, so maybe they'll take them out faster.
And different ones have different rules.
Yeah, different ones have different rules, yeah.
Interesting. And so are there some cartels that are like truly like evil, where like, you know, if you're a cartel that's doing drugs and moving drugs, it's whatever.
We go back to the other, you got to go back to like I said, the individualism. Like if you hear about somebody being really violent, it's not like the whole cartel, like, hey, the boss said that we all need to be violent. Nah, it's not like that.
But what if the industry that they're doing is fucked up? Like, what if it's like...
What do you mean?
Like, what if they're like, you know, trafficking children or some like crazy evil, like...
Yeah, I don't think that's cartel. That's part of the cartel. I think
no cartels would touch that.
I don't think so. I think that's pretty looked upon. And I think
cartels are just like drugs, human smuggling.
Yeah,
like,
and it depends.
The
There's some cartels more in the south that are not like in the border that they that they do extort. They might extort I don't know, stores
like
or
a business.
yeah, businesses.
This
and
is
shit
like
like
what
that.
you see in a mob movie. Like,
Yeah,
it'd be a shame if something happened to your business, so pay us to protect
so
it.
depending on the area, depending on that hustle, but usually cartel is drugs and people smuggling, and yeah, and they started doing the stealing gas, like gasoline from the pumps in Mexico. They would find like pumps, and they would just create a clandestine, like open it up and start filling up trucks and selling gas.
So they literally just run a gas station.
The what?
They'll just like run a gas station, basically.
Basically, but a clandestine one, like, you know what I mean? So that became really popular too because they found out how easy it was to get gas.
Whoa.
So they just started stealing it and shit.
That is crazy.
Yeah, so it depends on the area. Like on the border, it's always going to be crossing the line. Is the moneymaker, just crossing people crossing people. Or because you make money off of, like, maybe you don't cross people, but I get people that need to cross. So I just hand them to you and you cross them and you give me some money.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Like referral.
So that's like 2 or 3 jobs just in doing one thing. You know what I mean? So that's it's.
And that's how the cartels can work together at a high level.
Either I get drivers or I got, it's
because one cartel is like, hey, I send cocaine to Europe. And the other cartel is like, I send cocaine to America.
Yeah,
the other cartel is like, I smuggle people. All these guys can work together.
Yeah. And sometimes they do. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I said, if they met each other or something, and they're businessmen, they don't care. It's just business.
Right.
To them, the cartel, whatever, that's whatever. They'll be like, yeah, the boss is my compadre, but I mean, I can do my own thing. I don't care. You know what I mean?
And how do they smuggle like drugs and weapons across the border?
Hidden.
Just in cars.
Yeah, in cars. Yeah. Yeah, probably the guns. Probably, I don't know. Like maybe you could take them apart. That's what I would do. Take them apart and put them in safes and shit. Just hiding. But I mean, I bet there's probably people that officers paid and shit like that, or there's easier ways, or I don't know, man. There's all kinds of. Once you're in the border, you see all kinds of shit crossing. The people that gotta report shit, and the people that they don't search them because whatever reason, and the regular people, and there's all. If you know one of them, you can convince them to do some shit. You know what I mean? So there's all kinds of ways.
I've heard this thing like paying off the border guy.
Yeah, that's always and
when the car this license plate comes through, you let it through.
Yeah, and that works for both American and Mexican. Yeah, Americans have gotten caught doing that too. American police, yeah.
And interesting. And that is the most common way to get drugs from Mexico into the U.S., right?
Nah, I wouldn't say the most common, but I'm pretty sure it's the most easiest way to do it.
Otherwise, you could do like shipping.
No, you just do it hiding in the cars without paying the officers, just plain hidden.
Okay.
Or trailers, or the people that cross on the mountains. Sometimes they got backpacks on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That just feels like so small. Like, how do you
but if there's like a group of 20 people and you got everybody has like 2 or 3 kilos of something in the backpack, that's
a couple $100,000.
Yeah. Nah, that's probably like $1 million.
That's $1 million. Whoa.
I mean, in 20, that's like 60 brick. Nah, bro, that's some money, especially here in New York.
And they get the cocaine in Mexico. They make it there, or they get it from Colombia.
Nah, well, probably like the big bosses, they land big shipments and then they sell it to like lower and lower and lower, and that's how you keep doing it. But you can't be like a nobody and bring like a big ass shipment.
But where do they get the cocaine from originally?
Well, I don't know, but it depends. Like this, anywhere South America, but people get it from different places.
But it doesn't grow in Mexico.
Oh no, you can't.
Gotcha.
You can't grow.
But it's easier to get it from Colombia to Mexico.
Well, you can't grow it in Mexico. You have to get it from either Colombia, Peru, Venezuela, all those South American.
But the reason why Colombia doesn't send it directly to America is because it might be too hard to fly it in. Is that?
Oh,
is
yeah,
that true?
yeah. That's why they always use Mexico. And that's when the cartel started. First, it was all Colombians in Mexico, and they were like, fuck these Mexicans. Like, basically Mexico would just run shit for them. They would run that, and they would pay them a little bit and whatever because they just needed the shit on the border. But then Mexico got strong. The cartels, they were like, nah, fuck you. This is our turf. You got to go through here. Now you pay us. Now you work for us. And now there's like Mexicans in Colombia and South America. And you see people getting arrested. No, well, you see people getting arrested, like big rings of people getting arrested, like fucking in parts of South America because they're out there doing shit for the cartel.
But it's Mexicans, though.
But it's Mexicans. Yeah. It's people from Mexico,
Wow.
Sinaloa, Tijuana, and all kinds of places being arrested in weird ass places like fucking Australia, Spain, and shit like that. Yeah. And Uruguay and shit.
Wow.
Because now it's just all over. It's because it's a lot of money, bro. It's a lot of money. So people, power hungry people, they're into that. Whatever makes money, they don't care if it's illegal or not. Like even people, there's people like that have regular like businessman jobs that are doing good. But if they can invest like $1 million and like, something, and then get it back without them never being involved in anything. They do that shit,
And so they float some money to a cartel boss.
So whatever, yeah. So maybe they're cool with one of them, or they know somebody.
He works on getting the drugs.
Because
America.
rich people, they all know each other, whether it's illegal and legal here and everywhere. All rich people know each other. So eventually, they know each other, and they're like, "Hey, just get this money to me, and I'll give you the double in like 2 days or a month or whatever."
Wow.
And I mean, like I said, all power money hungry people, they're like that. They're gonna say yes, no matter what, no matter if you fucking got a legit ass job. If you're one of those top notch, executives and all, they love money, bro. So they're gonna do some shady shit sometimes.
And now, when Chapo was arrested, when was that again? What year?
Shit, he's been arrested a bunch of times, and he.
The most recent time, is he in prison?
I can't remember. Like,
he's in prison now.
2019 or 16 or something like that.
He's in prison here, I think. Right? Is he?
He's supposed to be in New York. I don't know if they sent him already to like another prison, but they always, like, when they have charges in New York, they send him to the MDC. It's called MDC right here.
How did he get arrested? Like, why was he arrested? Why was he allowed to be arrested?
No, well, I think he just got too confident on the city he was in, because he was in Sinaloa. So you might think that he's owns everything, but plus the government can get you whenever they want. They just build you up and make you look like a big ass trophy. That way, when they catch you, it's a big ass trophy for them.
But why doesn't he pay off the government to not get?
No, well, he was paying off a lot of government, but once they want you, they will betray you. You know what I mean? They don't care if they took your money. They don't care. Once like there's pressure and like you're it, like you got the heat on you. Like him, he had like, there's like all these series. Like, I believe the narco culture became popular because of him and people talking about him, like hip hop talking about him, mentioning him. Like you got like the Migos, or they all this narco culture that spread over here that made him big, because Forbes would mention him, and like they would like build this, inflate him. But the government does this, so when they catch you, they're like, oh, they got a big guy, even if it's not that big. Even if he's not like, you know what I mean? There's other bosses and cartels. There's like another boss and shit like that. So even if he's not like the big top notch, the government just throws all this heat on you. So when they get you, the people are like, oh, they got a big one now. You know what I mean?
Interesting.
Yeah. So
there might be guys that are potentially bigger than El Chapo.
Oh yeah, definitely. But there's people. There's like what they say, money doesn't equate to power. There's maybe some people that have less or more money than Chapo, but Chapo had a lot of power. You know what I mean? So it's different.
So
you know
it's
what I
mean? Like, who's bigger?
So yeah. So it's different. So I mean, he was a boss. He had a lot and people loved him and everything. But the government really does that. They inflate you. So when they get you, it's like, okay.
That was the plan all along.
I think so. Yeah, I think that's because they concentrated on him for like 15 years. And he was like the main topic, and it was just, you know what I mean?
And then eventually when they finally get him.
Yeah, eventually. And they got him, and he fucking escaped.
Yeah.
And then they got him again.
How did he escape?
Well, the first time they said a lot of versions again. There's one that he walked out dressed as a police, and there's another one that he in the laundry cart. And then he was free for like 10, 11 years, I can't remember, something like that. And then he got caught again. And in a really famous port in Mazatlan, Sinaloa. It's a beach city, so everybody goes there vacations and stuff. I think he was trying to see his daughters or some shit, or his wife, something like that. So he came down to the city, because they're always in the mountains, in the rural side, countryside and stuff. But it's always when they come down to the city when they get arrested. Because the city's hot. There's a lot of shit going on in the city. You can't really keep 100% security in the city, you know what I mean? Out in the ranches, where it's like a one road to get there, you have all kinds of security rings that they go through before you already know that, when the government gets there, you're already like an hour away. But in the city, it's very hard, because like when the DEA is out there working with the Mexican government, they use like undercover cars and shit. They're more strategic and shit, and they'll do operations, like fucking 5 minutes, they in and out, and they got you. So that's why people like he's been arrested in the cities. He's never been arrested in the countryside. Both times they arrested him, it was in the city.
Interesting.
Because either he came to see the family or some stuff like that, and it's hard to keep security like that for a person like him in the city. I think it's pretty hard. And
then his son takes over.
His sons.
He
has a lot.
Right, but I thought it was one specific one. I thought
no, there's a lot. I mean, the ones that are known are like 4. The ones that you see them in the news and stuff. But there's more. There's like younger, and now they have kids that are like on their 20s. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Interesting. But there's a few sons that are controlling the operation.
Yeah.
Now, when people talk about the Sinaloans, how many people are in like a cartel? You know,
well,
like,
we go back to this gray area. Who's cartel?
I see.
I mean, the only ones that you could say are cartel are like, I don't know, his sons maybe, because they're directly and they're like ordering shit, whatever. But I mean, even then, if they don't do any shit a part of what their own lane, they can be considered cartel, because what you think of cartel is some guy that's ordering all kinds of shit. I'm guessing you think of a cartel boss that, oh yeah, we're fighting in that city and we're sending tons to this and we're doing that, and he's communicating with everybody and shit like that. But most of these guys, they're just like, what they're moving is a lot, that it involves a lot of people, that it makes it look like they're doing a lot of cartel shit. But there's a lot of side shit going on, you know, like people that work for them that are claiming cartel, and now, oh, they're representing this cartel, but maybe the boss doesn't have shit to do with that side of the
And there
cartel.
might be one person working for 2 or 3 cartels.
Yeah, exactly.
Doing different work.
So it comes again when you zoom into the situation to every guy. It's a
web.
very gray area.
Some guy might have a regular job but also be cartel. Yeah.
Some guy might have a regular job, but he's investing money, or he's brothers to somebody, so they know that, oh, he must be involved. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Or just it's very gray area to consider somebody to say, even the bosses to say he's the cartel, but how he was just. You know what I mean? Because it's not what people think of like a boss, you know?
Do you think there will ever be a Mexico without a cartel?
I don't know, man. Not in the next 100 years, I think.
No.
Because there's generations of people going on. I mean, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I'm out the life and everything, but I still kind of like see the cool side. People are gonna fuck me up for this, for saying there's a cool side to it, but there is a cool side to it. Like,
of course, there's a cool side to American gang culture.
Yeah. So I mean, people are gonna find that what do you call it? Like you're gonna attract
like appealing.
Yeah, appealing. Yeah, there's always gonna be like, I might educate my son, and he's gonna be like, okay, but maybe his son likes it, or maybe. You know, there's always going to be somebody that
there's money, there's women, there's power.
Yeah. Shit. That's why I went to the industry, the music, because it's the same shit, but not illegal. Yeah. So who doesn't like that? Who doesn't want that? I mean, and if you, I mean, some people have like talents, you know. Some people are musicians and they're able to get away from the life. You know, they find another thing to do. But there's people like some of my friends that's the only thing they know how to do, and they enjoy it so much that they're like, I'm willing to die for this shit, whatever. There's always going to be that guy. There's always going to be that one, you know?
Are there some guys that...
I mean, like here, the gang culture.
Yeah.
In LA, there's gangs that started in the 70s, you know? And, no, my grandpa was from this and I'm from this. You know what I mean? And and up to today, you might hear, like, some of the politics, like, you shouldn't do that. Like, you know, some of the politics might be questionable, but there's still people following that shit because of the culture and because of the respect they pay to their befores and the people that have died on that, which makes it the weight even worse, you know?
Of course, they become martyrs. And now you feel like more engaged.
Yeah. I mean, death is, you know, what can engage you more?
Do you ever feel like some of the people you grew up with could have regular lives? Like they can be cartel, they can be, you know, smuggling drugs, they could be smuggling weapons and people, or, you know, hitmen or Sicarios, all this stuff, but then also like retire when they're 65 and have kids and grow old? Or is it like you either go to prison or you die? No,
I think people are doing their lives, are just living their lives and just doing I remember I met this guy in prison. He was there for like 300 kilos of weed, or moving them, or like a RICO case like that. But he was chilling because they were going to give him like 3 years. And he's like, I got to like his daughters, his sons, they were older. They were like mid-20s, almost 30s. And they all had businesses of their own. They were all sustained. Everybody was doing good. And he was like, I'm only going to be here like 3-5 years. Like they're going to send me money, whatever. I'm going to get out and I'm going to be cool. Like he was actually just kept doing it for the sport, basically. But he was already set. So there's a lot of people like that already, like they don't have the need.
But he could have retired.
He could have retired. That's what I'm saying. He was just doing it for the sport, basically. I think he was just doing it because he was never caught, because he hadn't been caught. So I think he was just doing it because it was so easy for him, you know.
Once he gets out, he won't go back, and he'll just live with his kids. And
maybe because he had a visa, but they were gonna deport him. So maybe now he just starts working from over there, and if he pays off the government over there, he's never getting arrested.
Yeah.
If he doesn't go that big to where the U.S. is looking for you, you could live the life. There's people doing what you said and living regular lives. You see their family parties, no security, because they don't know anything. They're not that big that are looked for, but they're also like doing well where they can live like a rich family.
That's very.
There's a lot of people like that. and they're in Mexico, and since they're not that big, they could pay off government and shit like that. I mean, government might be extorting them, you know, because they know who they are, and I mean, like every time they pull you over, you might need to give them some money, but other than that, you're set.
Now you probably have friends that are going into different cartels and they have to like kill each other.
Yeah, bro, that sucks.
Does that happen?
Yeah, man, that sucks.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I had friends like that, and actually, I think I talked about this with Danny. I think one of them thought I wanted to like revenge another friend because it was two friends of mine, and one killed the other because the other one was like fucking up already. He was like doing shit he wasn't supposed to do for the cartel. And then I remember he called me one night, the guy that did it, and we were just talking, and then he's like, "Hey, what happened to this guy?" I already knew that he'd done it, but he didn't know that I knew. So I was like, "Oh no, well, yeah, I heard the news, man. I mean, that's fucked up, but you know how this shit is, bro. Like, what can we do? I told him like, hey, stay safe." And he was like, "Why? You trying to like look for the guys or, cause that was your homie, right?" And then I knew exactly what was going on. I was like, "Yeah, but I ain't in that. I'm not trying to I'm not in the mix. You already know." I was like, cause I was already like
out of it,
marching away. Yeah. So I was like, "Nah, I'm not even in that shit anymore." You know what I mean? I'm not even trying to look for it. I just feel sad. I mean, it's like if it happened to you, I'd be sad, bro. You know what I mean? Like if it happened to any of my homies, I'd be sad. He was like, "Oh, okay. But I mean, if you're trying to look for the guys, let me know. Like, let's see what's up. Let's see who did it. And if you want, you know, we can look for." But I knew he was telling me that. So if I said something, he'd probably off me, you know, because he's going to think I'm going to look for him.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I was like, nah, not even. And I was being honest. I wasn't looking for, like, he was my friend, but I knew what he did. Like, he killed people for fucking living. Like, I really knew he was going to get gotten eventually. So, I mean, it gets me sad, but there's nothing I can fucking do. So yeah, I just told him, like, no, we're cool. And now, like, we're still cool. We still talk sometimes. Like I told you before, all of a sudden I get, like, a weird-ass Instagram account with some message because, hey, what's up? It's me, blah, blah, blah. And then they'll send me like an app, like an encrypted app that hey, download this so we can talk. And then we talk and we just have regular ass conversation. "Hey, bro, how you been? I watched that podcast you did with whoever. It was cool, man. It's cool that you always talking about the shit that we did when we were young and all that shit." It's just conversations like that. But then I erased the app, or he switches phones, whatever. And then I like right now I haven't spoken to him in a while, but eventually I'm gonna get that. So like somewhere or somebody's gonna tell me, "Hey, somebody asked for you," hey, and they're looking for it. Okay, shoot him my number or whatever.
Do you think so? You knew that he did it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he knew that you knew?
No, because he was asking me, like he was asking me for real, like he was pretending that
right. Yeah, but I'm curious if he's asking you to be in like,
no.
I know that you know that I did it.
Yeah,
we're good, right?
No, I think he didn't know. He was just making sure that I wasn't gonna go look for revenge, and then that way he could just kill me first. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That I was like, nah, I ain't trying to do all that, bro.
I mean, that's crazy. And what's crazy, you even mentioned this before, like there's cartel guys that are listening to this.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
yeah, that's why I can't speak on some shit, because some people don't like to be spoken of, and some people... And I'm always thinking that they're going to listen, because not a lot of them speak English, some of them do. But I mean, some of them are just chilling at night when they can't sleep, and they're just looking at TikTok clips, and they're just going through Instagram, and they're just doing that shit. And if I pop up saying like, yeah, you know, whoever did this, and trying to pretend like, oh, they're not going to listen, and they listen, they're going to have a talk with me, whatever. That's why I always like, either I talk about stuff that I can talk about, like my friend, if he lets me talk about shit, I'll mention it. But if not, I'd just rather not even like get into it, because it's not even my thing anymore. Like I talk about this as my past. Like right now I do the podcast, I'm with the music and all this shit. So
yeah, you're beyond.
I mean, and I get why people like to talk about this, and I like to talk about it because there's some stuff that needs to be cleared, and you know. Mm-hmm. But I mean, it's just shit from the past. It's just shit that I mean, it's whatever. I mean, like I said, it's cool. There's a cool side to it, but I found the cool side to my passion, and just mixed with that, it just beat everything.
And hopefully your model can help get people out of it. You know what I mean?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Like if there's guys that grew up and that's the only thing they know, and their dad was...
No, I try that. That's why I try to like I'm even trying to act. I'm trying to do something, because I follow a lot 50 Cent, and I just follow his shit like ever since I was young, and listening to his music and just seeing like where he came from and all the shit that he's doing now. And I'm with it. I'm with all that shit. And I see now that other people are doing it and shit like that. And now with this, like you could do like what do you call it, entertainment just in YouTube, and you upload it yourself and stuff. And I mean, I got myself some equipment and shit like that, so I'm gonna start shooting. I write, so you know, I wrote the book, like I said, with that guy, the most wanted guy. He had the story of his life, but he just had like like a little draft, and he heard about my blog because I have a blog where I wrote stories about like cartel shit and stuff, like fake stories, but it was based on real and true events. So he heard about that blog and he read it. He's like, yeah, I like your stuff. Can you help me write my book? And I did. It's printed actually. It's coming out in November on Amazon. It's called Bandidos Reales, like real bandits. That's it, kind of come in English too. It's an audiobook and
I would
everything.
love to read it.
Yeah.
But this is like your version of the
no, that's
Corrido.
his version. Oh yeah. My version is the book. Yeah. Because I've never done a book, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it with him, and then I'm gonna see how the process is, and because I'm planning on doing my own personal project. So now that I learned how he did it and how much like costs and all this shit, like Amazon distribution and stuff, like okay, I got an idea now. So I got a bunch of shit to write about that. I want to write in English too and make it audio and all that. But I want to like one of the things that like I want to show the people that you can find a place like nobody. A lot of people don't read, but they like to read my shit because I write it because they relate to me. So I'm how do you fomenting or when you're like making something look good.
I like
I'm making reading great again, basically. Among fucking Sicarios and among Cartel because they fools don't read, but they like to read like Cartel shit. Right. So when they read my stories and stuff like that, they're like, oh, like they
want to read shit that's relevant to their lives.
Yeah. So I tell them like, bro, you could write about your shit, you could act, you could tell stories, you could do podcasts, you could sing, you could.
There's a way out of this.
There's different ways that are gonna keep you in a way in a life where. Girls and money and be popular or be like have some respect like
but
that.
You can take care of your kids
and
you
be
don't
legal
go to jail,
and pay taxes and shit like that. You know what I mean? Because that's and the podcast that's coming out in these few days that I have with my friend. We're actually because he's a singer, but he did some shady shit back in the day with me too. So we're just reminiscing about stories. And I'm like, yeah, bro, I'm just glad I get to pay taxes now. He's like, fuck me too, bro. Like, yeah. We're like, we never thought we'd get this excited to fucking pay taxes and be regular.
To the government.
Because we're talking about peace of mind and we're talking about how like I don't gotta worry about it shit, like living in America, living the drama, and I hear the news, like people, I'm still connected to stuff over there with friends and stuff, so I see the news in Facebook, I see shit that happens, I see people that die, I see people that get arrested, so it's like, man, I don't miss this shit. Like I'm over here in San Diego on the beach, chilling with my dog, smoking a joint, you know what I mean? Not worrying about corrupt government officials trying to kidnap me, I'm not worrying about like haters trying to kill me, I'm not worried about none of that. I mean, I still have to go to Mexico from time to time, but I don't risk it like that. I don't hang out a lot. Hopefully, it gets to a point where people can go back and be safe out there in the streets. But right now, it's pretty crazy out there.
I'm curious as far as being in Mexico. Is it safe for tourists?
Oh yeah, it's safe for tourists. I mean, if anything, the cops are gonna get you. They're gonna want some money from you. Just to make sure they don't get a lot of money from you. More than $100 is too much. If you don't have nothing on you, like no weed or nothing, you're just chilling, and maybe have the windows tinted, which is one of their main shit to pull you over for. At the most $50, man. At the most, because they're gonna ask for money and they're gonna try to get you the most.
How do they ask for money?
They're gonna tell you like they gotta take you to jail because your window, because this, because that, all kinds of shit. And the way to not go to jail, they're gonna leave it at this point where like we could go to jail or. And that's when you gotta kind of like take the steps, or he's gonna be.
They say it just like that.
Yeah, it depends on the cop. Might be open, or you might have to take the initiative to be like, hey, what can we do? What can we do?
But it's not offensive or rude to be like, yo, can I get you $50 and we call it okay?
Yeah, I think it's if you start like that, they're gonna be like, nah, man. It's like a negotiation.
So you gotta start with 25.
No, you can't. You gotta start with like, you gotta start low. Be like, hey, come on, man, I'll give you $20. I mean, it's my windows today. Like, I'm going back home. I'm about to cross the line right now. Like, I'm not really gonna. Oh no, man, $20 is like 4 officers, bro. That's not even enough for whatever, this and that. And then they search you already, so they probably know how much you have. So be like, hey, man, look, I could give you 50, but I need to pay some shit. I can't give you more. Like, I would give you this. Put it under the papers there, man. And then you, all right. I say trip. Thanks for coming to Mexico.
No, but it's the cops you got to worry about. It's not cartels.
Yeah, but usually they'll try to get, if you're like white in America, they'll try to get more than 100 and shit like that because they know like for you be like, $50 is nothing. But for them, like, oh, I'll get him 100 then. For him, 100 is nothing. So they'll try to get the most. But if you have some weed or something, then yeah, maybe you're going to have to throw in some more. But if you're just riding around and you're cool and everything's said, yeah, you shouldn't give them more than $50.
But and so as far as like, tourists getting killed and stuff.
Nah, the cartel don't fuck with you, man. If you don't fuck with the cartel, they're not gonna fuck with you.
So if there's a tourist that gets killed by the cartel,
he probably did some shit
He
that
might
he
have been
wasn't
fucking
supposed
around.
to. Yeah.
Trying to buy drugs, messing with a girl.
No, if you're trying to buy drugs, you're welcome. Like, yeah. Why would they kill a customer? You know what I mean? It's if you try to not pay the drugs that you were buying, if you not pay the girl that you were with, if you fucking fight with somebody in a club because you're drunk and you're being stupid. Yeah, if you fuck with the wrong guy, you might get it. You know, it's shit. If you go out of your way of what a regular tourist would do, you were gonna get fucked up. But if you're just a regular tourist, just visiting, having fun, being safe, nothing's gonna happen to you.
Do you remember this story where I think this happened like last year, where there was a couple tourists that got killed by Cartel, and then the Sinaloans gave up the guys. They said these guys did it.
You mean the ones in the black lady and her husband that got killed in a shootout? Or which one?
I can't remember. I just remember that it became like a news story.
The news story was that some girl came to have like a liposuction or some kind of surgery in Mexico.
Yeah.
And they ran through a checkpoint, but they didn't stop, and it was a cartel checkpoint. So they thought they were enemies. If you don't stop in the cartel and they just keep going, they started shooting. So eventually, I guess they killed somebody. But when the cartel like went and got them out of the cars, and they saw that they were civilians, they put them in their truck and they took them to a safe house, and then they turned them over to the. But they had already killed like one and shit like that. So, but I mean, the main story was that there was a shootout close by, so there was checkpoints, and they ran through a checkpoint. So in a tense situation, you don't want to do that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just be cool. And don't,
because military has done that too. If you run through a military checkpoint, they think it's Sicarios, so they just shoot at you. So I think, I mean, overall, man, I think it's common sense. You see a checkpoint, you fucking stop. And you see guys with armed guns and shit. I don't know what makes you think you could just, you know.
But this one, apparently the cartel handed over.
Yeah, because
members.
they fucked up. Yeah.
Do you think those are the real members that did it, or do you think?
Maybe. It's possible.
Because
they could get like anybody off the street.
They could just kidnap 5 random guys and be like, these guys did it.
Yeah, no, but if they really fucked up, they're gonna turn them in.
Oh, they will turn in their guys for making it hot for them.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, they'll definitely. Yeah, you fuck up with some of their shit. Yeah, you fucked up. You got them some extra heat. That wasn't in international news, bro. Like nobody wants that heat.
Yeah,
it was just fucking turn the guys the
money up. Like you guys got too trigger happy.
Yeah,
you got
plus
too
they turn them in, and then they're probably gonna bail them out. Because the news is them getting caught.
And that's all they care about.
And that's all they care about. So they're probably out right now.
The cartel tells the police, like, look, we'll give you the guys.
They don't even need to tell them. They'll be like, hey, turn yourself in. We got you. And then while the process goes, they're probably out. They're probably out right now. Some of them are out right now. I'll guarantee you.
Wow.
And there's probably like some of them that maybe one had charges already. So it's going to cost a little more and it's going to be a little bit more process, but he's getting out.
That's crazy.
But yeah, probably shit like that.
What's the closest your life has been threatened? There might be a couple stories with this.
Yeah, no, and it's been big guys too, just for misunderstandings, just straight up misunderstandings. I've had to go to those meetings where you don't know if you're gonna make it back.
And what happens? Can you explain the whole thing? Like,
well, a meeting like that is usually like some shit happened, some misunderstanding. So either they call me straight or they call some of my friends that are in other places. And then my friend called me and was like, hey, what did you do? I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I did. He's like, well, they're saying that something happened and they want to meet you for this and that and whatever, but it's serious, so you shouldn't leave the city. And I have anxiety, so I was like, hey, bro, I want to meet right now. Like, I don't want to be waiting to whenever they call me. Like, make sure you make the meeting happen this week or whatever. Cause I don't want to be having that shit on my fucking head. Like, you know what I mean? Not being able to sleep and shit. So, and I'm really confronted. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, you know, so I'm really like, yeah, let's do it, whatever, fuck. So that meeting did happen, but because those guys that were trying to meet with me, they got killed and arrested. But it was just a misunderstanding. But then another one happened, the same shit, that I had to go meet in can't really say where, but it's this famous place, and it was funny because it's a famous place. It's a really big place with a bunch of regular people, but it was a meeting in the middle of it, and like there's people around and shit. But there was a table where we're having a really important meeting, life or threat meeting, like a cartel boss and his right hand man and some other people and people with me and stuff.
Did they call you?
They called me and they called the guy that the misunderstanding was with. So
and you walked up to the meeting. You drove.
No, I went with friends that are connected to and shit like that. So I went with 2 friends and I was strapped and they had guns. So we just showed up and we go through don't go through the metal detector. We give our bags to the security guy. We to go through the metal detector, and he gives us our bags back, just so the cameras can see that we went through the metal detector.
And how do you feel when you're walking in?
I'm really what can you say? It might be crazy. Like I don't give a fuck. Like what? Like I got fucking really crazy on that day. Like I was talking shit to the guy, and like I was like I'm not I don't like to, even if I'm about to die, I don't want to die like a scared. You know what I mean? Like if we're gonna happen, where I don't want to be my last name to be like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm begging for, you know what I mean? Like I'm not one of those guys. If it's gonna fucked up, let it be fucked up.
So you show up to the meeting, you sit down.
I sit down. And we just start talking. Yeah, this guy's been saying that he threatened some guys that he was gonna kill him, whatever. The guy that was misunderstanding. And I was like, yeah, I seen the messages and whatever. And it was just a big old misunderstanding. Too long to explain. But there was a guy that lied a lot. He took a lot of pills, Xanax and shit like that. So he lied a lot about everything. And he was lying of being with us, with our group of friends, and he was lying about like, oh, they said this and they said that. Or sometimes people will give him messages and be like, hey, tell your friends about this. But we didn't like him. He wasn't hanging out with us anymore. So he would made up things like, oh, no, he doesn't want to talk to you guys or shit like that. So he got us in trouble just for miscommunication purposes.
And he's a right-hand man of the boss.
No, he was just a stupid guy that knew both of us. And he was like playing, like, he told us he was somebody. He told them he was somebody, but...
He was just stirring the pot.
He was just stirring the pot. So that day I fucking talked shit to him. He brought somebody else. And like, it just got a little tense. And then the guy was like, nah, we'll take care of him. Just tell him it's good. Like, you don't worry about it, whatever. So I told him, like, hey, look, just don't fuck with me. Don't never get in my face. Don't get in my business or anything. I'm not going to look for you. I don't give a fuck about you. Like, I'm not one of them. You know what I mean? But don't fuck with me because I really don't want to do anything to you. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we left it at that. He's still alive, just for your information. But he moved. He had to. He can't go to TJ anymore. He's somewhere in like fucking Seattle or something.
Oh wow!
But he's scared of going to TJ because he says that I'm gonna do something to him, which I'm not. If you're watching this, I don't give a fuck about you. Like, probably the other guys are probably gonna do something because he got other people in trouble.
Right.
But
if he's pissing you off, you were a very chill guy.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's other people that might.
Nah, don't get me wrong. I'm short tempered. I like to be chill. I choose to be chill. But even when like something gets me on, like I suppress this shit, and I'm like. You know, and weed has done this for me, to be honest. Weed is what makes me think like in the slow motion, kind of like. So because I would be very reactive, like I would be very like.
The weed helps kind of.
So weed actually, it helps me. It actually helps me. I talk about this in another podcast. It helped me fucking be more grateful, because it gets me like, you know how I think the Buddha say that being in the moment, like being in the present. Weed gets me that, and sometimes even like, I was walking out the gym the other day. And I lit up a joint right outside of the gym, and then I got high, and I just started being grateful of like, damn, like I'm young, like I get to go to the gym, I'm healthy, my mom's at home, she's healthy, she just got off of work, my sisters are doing well, one's married, she's happy, the other one has her kids, she's happy, my grandma's still living, my friends are doing good, my friend just got like $1 million deal with Warner, like life is good, you know what I mean? And weed does that to me.
That's cool.
So it lowers my thinking down, I feel like. So now whenever I feel like I'm trying to take a decision like hot temper, I'm like, I fucking, yeah.
That's chill.
So even I am short, like I'm still short tempered, but it helps with my, like even road rage. I was really road rage, like, I fucking hated people road rage. But usually when I'm high, I don't care. Like I'm in the freeway, I'm not here to fight, bro. I'm here to get to where I'm going and go back home safe.
Interesting.
You know what I mean? So that's my mentality now. So that's why I don't like beefs or anything. But when shit happens like that, I really because I used to do crazy shit when I was young, so I have that ability in me. I don't like to use it, but if you fuck with threaten my life or my family or something, I gotta use it in some way just to protect myself. You know what I mean? So I am crazy, I am short tempered, but I choose not to. Like I don't want that life for me. Like
you control it.
Yeah. My dad was like that. That's why I don't like to be like that. He used to fight in road rage. He was fighting like he would get off and fight, and he was a good fighter, so they would never beat him up. You know what I mean? But he also like he was abusive with my mom. So there were some times where he was being abusive with my mom like in public, and guys would try to like step in, but he was good at fighting, so we would fuck him up. So to me, my dad was like, fuck man, he's a fucking monster, you know what I mean? Like he can't be fucked with, like he's the bad guy and nobody can fuck with him. Like damn, that sucks. So somehow in the streets I kind of learned to use that, but not abuse it. You know,
because you see yourself in
because
him.
I don't know.
Like,
no, I think I
could have that temper, but you're like, I gotta chill.
I don't see it on him. I think that's part of me, like him, like being like that. I think that's in me, but I don't want to use it. Like I don't want to like be like him.
And
so
because you saw how he was,
I only use it to when I really need to use it. You know what I mean? If I really need to fight somebody, we get crazy. If I really need to do some shit, I don't give a fuck. If I need to defend myself, like in a meeting like that, if I need to, because I know I've never done, like I don't do shit. I don't fuck up. I don't steal. I talk about people or nothing. So whenever there's a misunderstanding, which been the case like that, all right, let's go to the meeting. Fucking let's go. Like, let's do it.
Because you're clean.
Because I'm clean. Yeah. So, but I'm also like, let's do it. I'm like, fuck it. And I remember that day, like, hey, but I told him like, hey, I want to fuck that guy. Like, I don't want to kill him, but I want to fuck him up. Like, I actually want to put my hands on him just for getting me into this fucking. Because I was pissed. Like, I'm living my life all cool and shit, and you getting me into trouble. Like, I don't like that shit. And I need to do something about it. And I can't fucking suppress that shit, so I need to let it out, and I want to fuck him up, but they didn't let me.
Yeah.
They're
that's probably smart.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm not scared to fight. That's the thing, you know what I mean? I think Lord comes down to that. I'm not scared to fucking to do that.
You're interesting too, because you go to a therapist, right?
I tried to talk to a psychologist, yeah.
And how was it?
I still do. Yeah, I like it. It's I think it helps. And I have a lot of friends that I talk to. I have these type of conversations about like traumas and shit like that we have. So I'm really open to that type of stuff because I know I have a lot.
You don't let the machismo get in the way.
Nah. I mean, it's hard for me to cry, but it's also like Bill Burr. You know, you heard this joke where he's like, you suppress all this shit, and then you're 40, and then you see a puppy and you cry. I'm getting to that point where I'm like, fuck, it's just so much that I can't fucking. What
gets you though? What makes you cry?
I don't know, but
you watch Coco?
No. You know what? I was watching on the plane. The Guardians of the Galaxy,
that shit'll make you
Rocket,
cry.
bro.
You cry, right?
I wanted to.
No, you cry, bro. Come on, bro. You cry,
I wanted to, bro.
You cried.
I swear to God, if I would have cried, I would have told you. But I wanted to. I was just watching it, and I had my back like this. And I was just so into it. I was like, I never been like a Marvel guy, whatever. So I just pressed the movie. But I was looking at the story, and I was like, what? This is PG-13. They're shooting animals. Like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah. But yeah, man, there's stuff like that. You know what? Actually got me teary-eyed. That I actually probably dropped a tear. The Midnight Gospel. You ever watched it? It's Brendan. I don't know what's his name. It's Joe Rogan's friend. One of his friends. He had a Netflix. He had a podcast, and it was very like spiritual.
Duncan Trussell.
Yeah. The episode with his mom.
Oh, bro, she's going into the vortex thing where she's passing away.
Nah, fuck that shit, bro. Like,
that one's crazy.
Nah, you had me crying on that because my mom. That's the thing I love the most in my life. So like, fuck, man. Like I was watching that. Both, I think the last two chapters, because one is like death, and then it goes to like his mom's. That you can't. Nah, man, that's too much for me.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Yeah,
she's like, you'll be okay.
Yeah, and then the fact that it's his mom, and then she passed.
It's actually her recording.
Yeah, and then she did pass later on. It's like, bro, he had to. Shout out to him, man. Duncan Trussell, he's a really interesting dude. But yeah, type of stuff like that. But now it started off with shit like that. And now Rocket from fucking Guardians of the Galaxy almost got me in the
But it's the mom stuff though, like a story about a mom, bro. That's why Coco. You must have cried at Coco.
I haven't watched Coco, I think. But it's because my mom is a young mom, and I think Coco is like an old lady. Yeah. So I don't relate. I have my grandma, but I'm like my mom's always been like a young mom.
Nah, that'll make you cry, bro. I'm telling you.
Probably. Yeah. I don't know, but yeah, the Midnight Gospel.
I am racially profiling you. It is a Mexican.
Because it's Mexican. Yeah, you could have said any other Pixar,
Coco,
man. They're all sad.
But Coco, Coco is gonna make you cry for sure.
I haven't watched it. I guess I need to watch that. So.
Yeah, the beginning of Up, that'll make you cry. You saw that one?
Yeah, I seen Up, but not shit like that. It has to be like the Midnight Gospel. I was really into that shit, so that really got me like. It was all sorts of stuff, but like Rocket, like I like animals too. So like just seeing fucking animals get hurt, I was like, oh, that's fucked up, man. That shit, that really. I think I'm kind of protective, so like seeing weaker shit get hurt, it just gets to me. Like I was always against bullies and shit. Like since I was part of both worlds, I would defend. Like I didn't like bullying, so I would stop some fools from like talking shit to like or punking other fools and be like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Do that shit to me, you know, type of shit like that.
Yeah.
Because I was a nerd. I had IB classes and shit like that, but I was also in the streets, so I could use my shit for good, as you can say. You know what I mean? Yeah, some shit like that. Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. And does your therapist tell you things about?
No, well, like I was gonna go to like seeing my dad hit my mom. If I see somebody in the streets hitting a girl, oh, bro. I go crazy.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's a trigger instantly. I've done shit like on the street.
You've seen that? You see a guy like?
No, I've got in the middle of the street the last time. I was by the beach, and I was inside the car, and my friend was taking some drone shots. So I was just waiting for him, and I was just like daydreaming. I was with another friend of mine, and I just saw a couple like they were fighting, and it was getting intense. Like he was grabbing her by the arm and shit. And then when they were walking close by, there was a family behind them, and the little kids, they saw that the guy was like handling, and they looked at their dad, and they're like, hey, like, obviously like, what the fuck is happening? And the dad was like, oh no, come here, and he just like blind-eyed it, and that shit got me. And then I looked, and the guy grabbed her by the hair. So at that, I just got off, and I just went at him. I was like, hey, bro, you touch it again, I'm gonna fucking kill you, and this and that, or whatever. And he's like, no, hey, leave me alone, whatever. And he's like, oh, you want me to shoot you? I was like, go ahead, shoot me, fool. Like, I was fucking, like I said, I'm ready, bro. I'm fucking ready to die anymore. So I was like, go ahead, dude. I want to see you fucking shoot me, see what happens, motherfucker. And it's funny because my friend that was with me, he's not like that. He's actually, but he saw me getting up and he's down to throw some punches. But once he heard gun, he was like, bro, once he said shoot you, I was like, what the fuck? But then I saw you standing your ground. So I was like, okay. Like, he wanted to run, but I was like, I was just fucking crazy. I was like, no. Because somebody that has a gun is not going to tell you that he's going to pull out a gun. He would have just pulled it out, and then I could have just fucking, like, because we were, like, from here to the door, maybe a little bit more. We weren't too close, so I kind of kept my distance. So when he said that, I still went, like, go ahead, shoot me. But I was waiting to see if he did this so I could, like, run or go behind the car or something. But once he just he's like, he fucking second thought, and then the girl started walking away from him. I was like, no, you leave her alone, motherfucker. If you chase her, I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm telling you, bro. Go ahead, go get your fucking gun. I'll wait for you right here. I'm gonna fucking. I just fucking went at it, and then all these people that were around there, they were like, not rooting for me, but they were like, finally somebody said something, because it was a park and there was kids and shit. All the situation just fucking triggered my shit. So eventually the guy was like, oh, I'm gonna wait for me here. I'll come back, whatever. And he went the other way that the girl, like the girl just fucking walked away. So after that, I told my homies, like, hey, you better get that drone down and get the fuck out of here before he comes back with a gun, because he went back home. Like, you never know, you know what I mean? He didn't have it here, but maybe he probably go get it. So we got the drone and we just dipped.
Bro.
But situations like that, I would not let it, like.
You should have followed him with the drone.
I would. But the thing is, I know the area, and the place he was coming from is a known trap house area. So he looked like he was from the trap. He had all he matched the description. So I was like, yeah, he's probably from the Connect, and he's gonna go back to the Connect and tell him like, hey, some guy's fucking with me, and they probably can't come with guns. So I was like, hey, get the fucking land that fucking drone and let's get the fuck out of here. Bro. But I did my part. I mean, I made sure the girl left somewhere, and there was more people there and anything.
That's cool though.
But I mean, that shit would trigger me.
But that's like, I like that you have the intelligence and the emotional wherewithal to be able to look at that and be like, yo, I remember when I was a young kid.
Yeah, because in my own relationship, I don't like to yell at my girlfriends. I don't like to, I don't curse at them. I try to be super, like, because I don't want to be that guy, you know what I mean?
But you're able to look within yourself and be like, yo, I was that kid that was scared. And I saw this woman I love, my mom, getting beat up by this bully. And now you're old enough to be like, I'm not going to stand for it.
No, that's not cool. I mean, even if you're the girl that's going to go back with him the next week or something, I'm like, okay, but that's your problem. But when you're in front of me, I'm not. There's this saying that I read about and like in Twitter or on Instagram where somebody helps somebody out and you see the comments, like something happens to the guy that was trying to help, and the comments like, he should have minded his business. He should have minded his own business. I'm like, boy, you guys are pussies, bro. Like, how could you fucking like let something like that and not fucking help? Like, you'd be down to do something, shoot somebody over fucking having the wrong colors or living in the wrong neighborhood, but you wouldn't do something to protect like a weaker person just because you're too fucking scared to fucking do it. Like,
to actually protect the vulnerable.
Yeah, to actually do something good where I mean, having the balls to shoot somebody or being stupid enough to shoot somebody, you should use that shit for good. You know what I mean? If you're already fucking willing to do it, why not to fucking protect somebody? You know what I mean?
That's cool.
And I think that those are the people that say mind your own business, I think they're scared. I think they're pussies. I'm not scared of doing shit, so I better not do shit in front of me because I'll probably do something about it. You know what I mean? Whether it's involving me or hurting somebody, yeah, I'll probably not let it slide. And I'm always with a bunch of big tough guys, so you might see me all skinny and be like, yeah, I could take it out. Yeah, I'll have some fun with my friends.
No, I like that.
I don't like that shit, man. I'm like, never since I was young, and I think it's that domestic violence that I witnessed. I think that's where it comes from because bullies or nothing. I see a guy, in TJ they fuck with dogs and shit. So I see somebody treating a dog bad. Like usually they'll feed him sometimes. But I was in a taco stand and a guy was like the taco guy fed him a taco, and then another guy was like, no, don't give him no more because he's not gonna leave. I was like, you're not paying for the fucking tacos, homie. And then he kind of got like he never expected somebody to fucking defend a street dog, you know what I mean? I was like, you're not paying for the fucking tacos. What the fuck you worry about it? Hey, give him another one. And I put money and they see my aspect and they're like, I don't want to fuck with them, you know? And I don't use it. I don't want to be like, threatening and shit like that. But I know there's perspective in me that like, he's going to fucking do something to me. And I probably will, but man, just don't fuck with who's not fucking with you. You know what I mean? Just mind that's the one reason why you need to mind your business. You know what I mean? Like,
that's cool.
Yeah. So shit like that. Yeah. I mean, probably that's the shit that's going to get me, you know, in trouble when they are killed. But I mean, I wouldn't mind dying like that, to be honest. If that guy would have shot me, I wouldn't mind dying defending somebody else. I mean, what?
For real.
What's wrong with that? You know what I mean?
That's cool. That's cool. I mean, that's a good way to look at it. Like, yo, I'll use the violence for good.
I'm not even that religious, but I'm guessing that if I die doing that, I got a good place. Where, you know what I mean? If there's something really afterlife, I'm pretty sure I got a good spot dying that way. You know what I mean? So
are a lot of the cartels religious or not religious?
Yeah, yeah. Especially right now, they all like do that African religion.
The cartels in Mexico?
Yeah.
Do African religion?
Yeah, like the LOY and all that stuff. Yeah. They have a lot of faith on it. And the Saint Death. I don't know if you heard of it.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, it's like there's religion among like. Yeah, it's not really. It sounds satanic, but it's not. It's not. They just do a lot of. It's just rituals, you know. They do rituals for this and that,
but it's not Catholic.
It's not Catholic. No, I don't think it's Catholic. The way my friend Conejo explained it, he's like, it's basically just a guide for life. You know, you just follow it. You have faith. And I actually talked about this with him because I'm like, I don't really believe in anything, but not because I'm trying to like rebel or be like, nah, that's bullshit. There's some stuff that don't make sense to me. But lately I've been trying to look into stuff because I've seen what faith does to you. You know what I mean? Like believing in something actually changes some shit. So I want to see what that does to me. Like actually, so I've been looking into a lot of stuff. I've always like researched stuff just for my own.
Yeah,
like,
you're curious.
So there's some stuff that I'm like, sounds cool. So I'm actually trying to build faith on something for some reason.
You're looking for something.
To see what that does to me. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Have you ever done like mushrooms or ayahuasca or anything?
I've done all of that. If you have some right now, we're done to do some today.
Is that common within like Mexico, obviously, but like Tijuana?
It's getting popular now. That whole therapy with like ayahuasca and like what do you call it, psychedelics and all that.
Are cartel members using ayahuasca?
Some, yeah, they try it. Well, it's because people are finding out that they have traumas, and people are finding out that, you know, all this psychology and all this stuff is actually getting out there to the world, and it's going to everywhere in Mexico. Like people have traumas, people have this, people have that. You know, you need to talk to shit like that. And I got this funny story though. I have one of my friends that I interviewed, and we've done shit before. He's a singer, but he went through depression for a lot of shit. He lost his mother, his grandparents, and to COVID, like a 1 week difference apart and shit like that. And he just went through a lot of shit, and he started going through like ayahuasca and all this stuff, right? So in a podcast, he became very viral because he was talking about his problems, his depression and shit. And one day we're at a party with a famous drug boss that he's, you know him. I'll tell you off camera who he is. I don't want to name him, but he's just one of those dudes that lives in action. You know, he's really active. He loves being in the mafia. That's his thing, you know. So you would think he has like, I don't know, like insomnia, or, you know, you would think some anxiety or some shit, which I bet he does. He just lets it off in a different way that he doesn't know. But it was funny because it was the three of us, well, it was more of us, but my friend that was in the podcast, he was talking about he was being all sad and shit. The other guy started clowning him. The cartel, he's like, hey, I seen you in that podcast, bro, talking about, I'm all sad and shit. Like, man, not even me, bro. I mean, look at me. He started saying all this shit that he has. I have to have like 15 trucks taking care of me and shit like that. And you don't see me bitching like that, bro. Come on, man. What the fuck are you doing? And we just started laughing because he was hella right. Like, come on, bro. He's chilling. Like, but I mean, everybody's battle is different. You know what I mean? Right. But at the end of the day, everybody's shit is different. But it was just fun. It was just a funny interaction of just seeing like, a guy that is actually like
a big boss.
Yeah, like actually like most wanted. He's in the news right now, in all the news. He's in all the corridos. He's in all this shit. And just having him making fun of like my friend that's more chill on the side. But it's different. Like I said, I understand if we go deep. It's very different.
But he was admitting like his mental health shit. He's like, I got this problem. I got this problem. I got this.
Police looking for me and all this shit. Like, man, I'm not fucking chilling at home. And he is like, you see him. He was just fucking like he lives for it. Like I think he's already mentalized. Maybe he doesn't have it. And maybe he's just fucking in it, or maybe he's just suppressing it in some way. I don't know. But yeah, that was funny. That was just really.
There are cartel bosses doing ayahuasca. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, they want to like a lot of people. They're very spiritual too, so they want to they dig stuff like that up. They look into it. You know, if they're gonna, if like the toad, you know, smoking the toad and all that shit.
Oh, the toad, the frog poison.
Yeah, the frog. And
Gambo is what they call it in Africa, yeah.
Because, well, the African religion, it's a lot about like talking to your ancestors and your other life. It's very spiritual, so they really get in deep into that. And if ayahuasca is along the way, then they'll do it, you know what I mean?
Have you ever heard of these guys doing ayahuasca and then becoming more peaceful or their demeanor changing?
Yeah, I've heard about it, but I can't tell you about one cartel guy that became nice after doing ayahuasca. I know a few that maybe have done some like shrooms and stuff like that, but they hasn't done nothing to them other than seeing shit. Oh yeah, it was cool. It was cool trip. Yeah, you know,
they go back to
they just go back to the regular life. They don't see it as a, like therapy, or they just see it as a high,
a cool thing to do.
Yeah. But like my friend, yeah, his name is Kiko Avalos. Saludos para mi compa Kiko. I just shot a podcast with him, and it's gonna come out in this few days. He went through a lot of spiritual shit because like I said, he went through a lot of depression. He was getting away from the life too, and getting away from stuff that you grew up with and are attached, and you see people living it every day. It fucks with your mind,
even
bro.
If it's bad,
because
it's hard to leave.
Because you're trying to tell yourself that it's bad, but you really don't believe it. Like you're trying to tell yourself because you know it's the best thing to do, but really your inner self is like,
right.
Why is it wrong? Everybody's doing it. Look at this.
If your family's abusive and then you have to cut them off, it still hurts. You're still losing your family, even if they're not good.
Yeah, exactly. So I see why people that live that life like they kind of go through like a process of even just changing your life in general. It's a process of doing different.
You got to relearn shit,
lifestyle and shit like that. Yeah. So yeah, he went through all that, and he's actually doing really good now. He's
I mean, even peaceful. You, like when you were younger, you were like, "Yo, I'm gonna die when I'm 21."
Oh yeah, that was my
and now, like, could you imagine when you were like 10 years old that you were gonna do a podcast, that you were gonna work in music?
I actually talk about this. Actually, like when my uncle passed last year, and we're just talking about stuff, and I was telling my mom like, well, if I would have died at 21, I would have just been a good-for-nothing kid that only did trouble. I only caused trouble and that went to jail and whatever. But right now, if I die right now, they're not going to look at me like that at all. And they're going to talk about like my change, all the shit I did, and the music industry, the people I've been with, the people I met, the projects I've done, and all that shit. So it's a whole different story. You never know when you die what could have, you know what I mean? The same thing for Tupac. They say the same shit, you know what I mean? He died when he was really young. You never know if he would have fell off or he would have continued being a legend, you know? Mm-hmm. But it gets to that point where like making changes. There's this question where like, are you the same guy from 3 years ago and shit like that? And most of the time you're not. Whether you feel like you're the same, you go back and, oh no, I used to do this and now that shit, I don't even talk to this person, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Stuff like that.
Your closest homie, a girl you dated, whatever.
Yeah, that's why going back to the kidnapping, when I thought I was gonna die, when I didn't know that they would just wanted money, I thought they took me to another place, and I thought I was gonna die because it was one of those places where you could tell they drop off bodies. So I was really calm because, like, at least my mom could actually see this change in me. She had a chance to see the change in me, like living that life. I mean, I died for fucking stupid consequences. I was like, if I die right now, it's gonna be fucked up, obviously. But at least it's not gonna be like if I die like 10 years ago. You know what I mean? Right now, at least she got the chance to see another part of me or another version of me. You know what I mean? A better version. So I was kind of, that I think that kept me calm.
So can you tell us about the kidnapping?
Yeah,
what happened? How did it start? Like, who was it? Just all the details, everything.
Yeah. Well, in TJ, the police like to go through your cell phone whenever you get pulled over. So if you don't erase messages, which I did, I always erase messages, but that one time, because we all have, there's this saying we all have the 5 minutos de pendejo, which means 5 minutes of stupidity, basically, which everybody has them, and that's when you fuck up. That's when you get arrested. That's when you get shot. That's when something happens. So you gotta minimize the moment that those 5 minutes happen. Like, make sure you're at your house. Make sure those 5 minutes you hit the pinky on your. Make sure that's your 5 minutes. Don't be where you're fucking up. But this time I was in the street, and I was with my friend, and it was just one of those 5 minutes of stupidity where I didn't erase the messages. We get pulled over. Well, we're in a SWAT meet, and then cops just get us out of nowhere. Like, we don't know the reason. We don't know if we got snitched on or some shit, which is what it looks like. And they take us out to the patrol car, and I'm chilling because we don't have anything. I'm telling my friend, they're probably gonna take us to the police station, charge us some money, and they're gonna let us go. But then they throw me in the back of a patrol car, and then they tie me up like this, and so people can't see that they have us. And from there on, I was like, okay, because I've lived through. I know the life, I know how this shit goes, and I know the ins and outs. So I'm started sketching like, what the fuck is happening? And then I see we drive by the police station, and we don't stop. So I'm like, well, that's a second red flag. I'm like, damn, what the fuck are these fools taking us? So then we go to like some neighborhoods that are really one of the worst neighborhoods right now. We just tried driving up to some places that I know that are not safe places, because I had a girl like on the beginning of that hill that lived there, so I know that you go up there, that's fucked up, like just the beginning. So we drive past my ex-girl's house, and I'm like, what the fuck, where are we going? So we get over there, and it's like this dirt road, and the cop car stops, and they open the door, and we're just fucking like, they're laying down with facing up like this, like looking straight at the cop. And he pulls us up, he's like, all right, I'm gonna give you a chance to tell me who you guys are, because I went through your phones. I already know that you're involved in some shit. Just tell me who you guys are. He wanted us to tell him like, hey, we work with somebody, let us go, or some shit like that, But like I said before, we always fix your shit before you ask for help. So we're like, nah, we don't do shit. Like, we just whatever, this and that. We're just buying a computer and this. And they're like, nah, I already read your messages. You better tell me what the fuck, because somebody's coming right now, and those fools don't give a fuck. And I was like, damn, what the fuck did this fool call? You know what I mean? Because there was some beef with some guys from that area. And I'm like, oh, he's turning me into them, and they're going to kill me right here. That was my mindset right there. I was like, yeah, he's going to turn me into the wrong cartel, and they're going to kill me for some stupid shit.
And why would he turn you into the wrong cartel?
Because just for the area that he took me, that's prominent of that cartel. They control that area 100%.
And why would this guy, like, has that happened before where cops get paid to like bring guys in?
Yeah, if they work for them, they'll turn them over. Yeah, they're like, hey, we got this guy. Do you know? Oh, yeah, I'm looking for him. Oh, yeah, well, I got him. Oh, yeah, take him.
How much money? Boom.
It depends. I don't know how much, but
but they'll work out a price and then bring you over.
And
they found some shit on your friend's phone.
On my phone too. On both. I was selling guns to the cartel back then. Well, that was my little hustle. It wasn't even the thing I did, but like I was explaining earlier, when you're just hustling, a bunch of shit just comes through you guys. Like, they know I know people, so if you have guns, you're probably like, hey, you know anybody that buys some guns? And I'm like, yeah, I do. What do you have? Well, I have this. Okay, I'll send the list. Hey, you need this? Okay, send all of them. Okay, they're gonna, where's the money? And then just set up the meeting spot and the trade or whatever. And sometimes some guy might be like, hey, you know anybody that crosses people? Oh yeah, who are you gonna? Oh, I got this, my cousin's. Oh, I know. So I'm like middlemaning shit, you know what I mean? I'm not like precisely into guns. But that one particular week, I was moving many guns.
But this is back in the day, and you happened to be at that time, like the connect between the gun guy and the cartel.
Yeah, no, I just sold them to them. So yeah, they take me to this. So that's why there was some beef. Some friends were beefing with that area, the people from that area. So I thought they were gonna relate me to it, and I was like, oh, they're probably gonna turn me into them. If they don't let me explain myself, then I'm probably dead. Because I'm already at the spot where it looks like they kill people. So I'm like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And you have the gun smuggling, like gun selling thing on your phone.
Yeah, on my phone.
And your friend has shit.
My friend, yeah, he crosses shit in cars. He sends drugs to like different places and shit. So he's working. So he's in the middle of like working shit. Like, hey, yeah, the driver's here. Yeah, we'll get him the shit. Okay, somebody's gonna receive it. All that. Just fucking
like that day.
Yeah, that same moment, yeah. So he saw that, and he's like, nah, the guys that are coming, they don't give a fuck, so you better tell me and whatever. And we sticking to our story, like, nah, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, nah, we're coming. He's like, all right. He ties us back up, and he closes that shit again, and he goes inside. And then that's when I thought, like, we're gonna die. I was like, oh yeah, he's turning me into that. Yeah, we're dying. So I was so like, to this moment, I still look back and I told Daniel, like, I was super calm. I was like surprised at myself at how calm I was, thinking I was so close to fucking death because I didn't know I was gonna make it at that point. I thought at that point I was like, oh yeah, I'm dead. But I was so chill, like, and I was thinking of my family and all this shit, and it just felt like it kind of felt good that I've been living my life as if I was gonna die any moment. Like I've been changing, I've been good with my family, I've been doing good most of the time. So I was like, I'm straight. You know what I mean? Like I fuck it. If this is how it is, fuck it. I'm like I said, I don't want to go out scared. I don't want to go out like, nah, like I don't fucking I'm fucking man up and fuck it, whatever we have to do happens. So yeah, my friend was scared. He was like, nah, man, what the fuck? Like, nah, and what the fuck you think is gonna happen? And I was like, bro, you don't want to know what I think. I think you're gonna fucking shoot us right here and they're just gonna leave us. But I didn't tell him that. So we were there for like 20 minutes, bro, or 30 minutes. And I know this because my Google Maps on my phone was on. So I know where they took me and, my day. And I was there for like, 30 minutes until we heard another truck pull up and it's the dirt road. So we heard the dirt and the tires on the dirt road. And then we heard doors open and two state cops came out. And then the other guy told him like, hey, I was wearing yellow pants, yellow sweats with an ODB sweatshirt, t-shirt. I remember I actually brought that shit. And I heard him tell him like, hey, don't, the guy with the yellow pants, don't hit him in the face because he's a U.S. citizen. And that's when it clicked. I was like, okay, I'm being tortured. I'm not going to die right now, but I'm definitely being tortured because he said not in the face. That means from here down, everything's open, you know what I mean? But actually got me more scared because I was like, fuck, like, you know what I mean? Fuck, I thought I was going to get shot in the head, you know what I mean?
Yeah, now if I'm dying, at least I'm dead.
Like, yeah. But now I got to fucking suffer. And yeah, they come out, they open the door, and they just dragged us out because we were handcuffed. So they just like dragged us on the floor and shit. And they start slapping my friend. They're like, I've gotten you before. And bam, they start hitting him, which is a lie, but they do that just to fucking hit you. And they just took us to their truck and drove us to another safe house. And yeah, they put me, once we got there, they put me in the back again, in the bed of the truck. And two cops were the one was holding me down and just hitting me like, they hit you in your belly and your knees or your legs, just places where you can't notice. Like if I report to the American authorities and shit like that, they're gonna see my face. No, there's nothing on his face. But if I lift up my shirt, it's all fucking bruised up and shit. And what they also do is they put a bag on your head. They waterboard you. So with the bag, and they fucking choke you and they're asking you, and then once you're about to pass out, they take it out. You feel like, yeah.
And they did that?
Yeah, they did that. Yeah, that's just not cool, bro.
Yeah, it's not cool.
That's just not cool at all, man. So yeah, and plus you even pretend that it hurting more than it is. Like if it hit you and it didn't really hurt that bad, but I'd still be like, you know what I mean? Just so they won't hit you again. I just fucking making crying so the fucking
right, because if you act tough, they're gonna get pissed off.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they do, because they did. I was just like, when they were hitting me and shit, I was just trying to take the punches and just trying to be like chill, like, cause I'm chill. I'm trying to be fucking mentally like somewhere else. And then one guy's like, man, this guy's too chill. Get the bag. And that's when they got the bag and they put it on me. I'm like, fuck. So now after that, now I'm fucking complaining about every hit, everything they tell you, and everything. Because I was on there. I guess I was too calm.
So now the police are waterboarding you. And what are they asking you? They're saying, who do you work with?
Oh, they were going through the phone, and they were just, they saw the guns, and I had pictures of the guns and the prices, and they wanted to know who I delivered them to and stuff like that, which I didn't know. But there was an address there, and they thought that was the address, so they were telling me, are the guns there? I was like, no, they're not. And we did that till one of the guys actually worked with, he was in a group chat with a cartel, because I guess he worked for someone, I don't know. And when I had an audio on my conversation that said, "Oh, you're gonna have," I can't remember the words, but something like, "Oh, the Tijuana cartel has all brand new guns. Is estrenando armas, like when you get something new. Oh, they all got new equipment or some shit like that." There was an audio that said that. So when they heard that, that cop took a picture of me and he put it in the group chat. He's like, "Hey, anybody knows this guy?" Because he heard the Tijuana cartel, so he sent it to a Tijuana cartel group chat.
And the police or have a group chat have contact with cartel members.
Well, they got to, so they know who they're getting and shit like that. So once they heard that audio on my conversation, because I didn't send it, it was somebody else saying that. He's like, okay, they might know. So when he sent a picture, I did. The people knew me, and big, like, I guess people respected that I respected. They knew me, and they started claiming me like, "Hey, that's my friend. What happened? Why is he tied up?" Because my picture was me tied up, and nobody has ever like I've never been in that kind of trouble. You know what I mean? I'm always like low key. I'm always on my shit. Like I'm how you supposed to do it? You know what I mean? So they see a picture of me like that. Everybody like got worried and shit like that. So when everybody started saying that the cop, I guess. That's my theory. I guess that he got scared and not scared, but he didn't want to like they can get in trouble for having the wrong people tied up. So he was like, "Nah, he's snitching. He's snitching on some houses, whatever. We got him. And he's telling on some houses and shit." So they're like, "No, what the fuck?" Like, you know what I mean? They like some back and forth goes on. I don't know this because I'm tied up, but I'm trying to put together pieces because I hear stuff on the radio. I hear messages and like they were trying to like they had us in the car. Once they stopped, they put us both back in the car and they got off the car and the guy with the group chat, the guy that took the picture, he told the guy in charge, he was like, "Hey, come here," and he pulled him aside. He's like, "Hey, they're calling for they said a code name for for our detainees. They're like, hey, they're calling for the detainees. They're saying that whatever." I couldn't hear really well because I can't really hear on this side, and I heard the commander say, "No, wait 20 minutes till we like come to a negotiation, and then we'll answer them back." So then I was like, okay. Everything's cool. They're gonna let us go. Like we just negotiated. So at the end, I gave him a gun. I told him like, "Yeah, look, I have a gun in my house. I can give you that gun. It's just my gun that I use for protection for my house." "No, but why do you have a gun? Like, do you keep it?" And I was like, "No, bro, because it's fucking because you where I live." I told him, "It's TJ. Like, what the fuck? There's crackheads all over and shit like that. My grandma lives by herself. Like, I need to fucking protect her. But I'll give you that gun. I don't care." So we went to my house and I made sure they got the gun. I had my friend go in the house and go out and give it to them, and then we went all the way to the other side of town, and my friend gave him like $3,000. So some stupid shit. The thing is, they were trying to get more from us, but once they saw that we were known amongst people, they were just like, "Okay, whatever you can give us, shoot it." And
we'll take it.
It would take it. Yeah. So that happened, and then they just dropped me off in like some industry area and shit. But I thought it was cool. Like, okay, I gave him my gun. I didn't snitch on anybody. Whatever, we're set. So now I get my phone back. And all these messages from friends, "Hey, what happened, bro? Hey, they got you in the group chat. Hey, they're saying you snitch. Hey, so-and-so wants to talk to you because why are you snitching on that house and shit like that?" And I was like, what the fuck? So now I'm worrying that I'm going to get picked up with a fucking cartel. Oh. So, I fixed that shit. I mean, I still crossed the border. So I was like, I don't trust motherfuckers, you know what I mean? So I just crossed the border and I did all my negotiation from over here. I was like, no, like this happened, but... And they were like, "Nah, but they say the cop said like the cop he's on our payroll, like we trust him." I was like, "Well, why didn't they break in the house then? If he's saying that I told him that the shit was in there, if you say shit's in there, they'll break in. They don't give a fuck whose house it is." But they didn't because I never said that the shit was there. I said that I didn't know. Like maybe my friend lives there, but I don't know if the shit's in there because I couldn't say he didn't live there because he shot me his address. You know what I mean? Like it was in the conversation. So I was like, "Look, he might live there, but I don't think the shit's in there. I don't know if it is. I don't." Like,
the cops never went to the
house.
And
they didn't. No, we drove past it, but they didn't break in the house. And that's what helped me that they actually didn't break in the house because that's the proof that I didn't fucking snitch. So eventually they're like, "All right, cool." And they said we were cool. But, I mean, you never know. I mean, I believe them right now because I've seen it and I've been over there and I've been vulnerable where they could have done something to me and I'm still here. So I'm guessing that, we're cool.
Do you have the picture of you tied up?
No.
You never saw it?
No, it's in a group chat, so it's a lot of shit going on. I'm not the only guy in that. There's a bunch of pictures showing up during the day of people they're getting and shit like that. Hey, this guy, for whatever reasons.
Why can't you hear out this ear?
Oh, this ear? I don't know. It's fucked up. I don't know. It's
gunshots?
No. I don't know. It's like I have it like it's just I have a bone even when I open my.
Oh shit! It's just It's been like that way a long time.
I got it was in a fight. I got hit like right here. I can't remember if it was right here or right here, but it was in the side. And that shit fucking like made it loose, kind of like every time. Now if I bite too hard or if I yawn, it goes it misplaces, and that's why sometimes I like it kind of clogs it. I don't know why. Like sometimes I'll be straight and boom, this shit opens, and then I cleaned it and everything, so people are not gonna say it's fucking dirty ears. Yeah. But I don't know what the fuck is it. Yeah.
Damn.
I can hear but a little bit. Like if I can hear if I was like this. I hear it like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's
damn. Have you seen someone get killed while you were around?
Nah.
Nah. We'll leave it at nah.
Yeah, nah.
Damn. Well, Fernando, this is really fun. Is there any story or anything that you want to share that I didn't ask you or that we didn't discuss? Like if there's any,
it's always I always remembering afterwards, like, oh, I should have said this, I should have said that, but
if you want, I just want to double check my notes just for any other questions that
sure
that I didn't ask. Everything you've said and shared so far has been like amazing.
Yeah, I don't know what else. Like, I mean, because I got a bunch of stories. But I don't know which one.
Is there anything that like you're like, okay, I really want to like put this in the book that you haven't like shared or that
well,
that you're excited to share?
Yeah, well, when I actually get the time to write the book, but I'm actually gonna start shooting. Like, I'm about to buy some equipment, some like cameras, some nice cameras to start shooting like short movies, and I want to act on them. But it's I want to like, because my life is, even when I tell it, I hear it and I'm like, damn, that's just cool. You know what I mean? So I want to put stuff like that's actually like the transition of going to like the music industry and leaving all that cool, being the popular artist, being with them, and just seeing that shit and just seeing a bunch of all the positive shit that I mean, coming from all negative and all this shit is, and then just turning all this to positive and just being a hip hop fan and a Corridos fan, and now getting to know some of these artists and being in some of these places. Like, I was in New York and everything. Everywhere I looked, I was like, I seen this in a movie or I heard about it, like the streets, that are in raps and shit like that. So I don't know, man. I like. That's why when I was about to die, I think that's why I felt like I was okay. Like, man, I've lived a cool life. Like, I don't mind. I know that there's still shit I want to do. There's still a lot of shit that I want to do. But up to this point, it's still like cool. You know what I mean?
Are there any movies that you want to film from events in your life that we didn't talk about yet?
Yeah, definitely, man. I mean, I've thought about making like seasons just because my teenagers, all the graffiti, that's
its own thing.
That's its own thing. The graffiti world, like the banging and all that shit, that's its own thing. And then the transition to the cartel, that's a whole different movie. And then the transition, the cartel to the music, that is a whole nother movie. So, I mean, I got some cool stories, man. Trust me.
That's dope. And you gotta do them in English too. Okay?
Oh, I definitely got to. I've been waiting to, but I mean, I do everything myself, and not working for the cartel, it's not easy getting money, getting that amount of money. So now that we're doing legit, I get like loans from people, and then I just work and, get some regular job, or I work with my friends in dispensaries and stuff. So whenever he has events and shit like that, I'll go help him out and get some money and stuff. I mean, it's not the same money, but it helps me sleep at night. Yeah, it's clean, and it's getting me through. Like, my famous friend, he backs me up. Like, if I need like new cameras, he's gonna buy them. Like, he's gonna be like, hey, I got you, bro, and shit like that. So, I mean, you gotta find a way to leave. There is a way, bro. There is a way to, like, to all the people that maybe feel stuck in the game and shit like that. There is a way. You really gotta break your head to figure out, but there is a way. It's not like that's the only thing you can do. Like, there's always a way, unless you're already like fucking wanted for like 30 murders and shit like that. Like, bro, you gotta become a priest or something. But
and is it a better life now that you can sleep well and you don't have to check your shoulder?
It's a way better life, man. Yeah. It's a way, maybe because I have that background and I already lived it. Maybe I get to say this because I have both worlds, and I could say, you know what I mean?
But maybe you could say it for someone that.
But if you haven't lived the street life, you don't need to, bro. Just go straight into the music industry. It's the same shit. People are still gonna try to fuck with you. There's haters. There's girls. There's money. There's respect. There's people admiring you. There's kind of like the same feelings you're gonna get being in the street and having that power hungry because you got a gun, and you like, that's really, like, any fool can shoot anybody, bro. Try running a fade with a guy, or try fighting a guy, or try defending somebody. Try doing something like that. That's the real hard part. You know what I mean? Killing somebody you don't know and he's just wearing a different color. Or just because somebody told you to. That's the easiest shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just that. I think there's moments where you use a gun, and it's moments where it's stupid, and moments where you're smart and you actually had balls to do it. And the stupid is often confused with having balls. You know what I mean? It's not the same thing.
Yeah, bravery and stupidity sometimes.
Yeah, they have a gray area where they kind of clash, but it's definitely not the same thing.
Yeah. Well, Fernando, I appreciate you so much for coming on and sharing your stories.
For bringing me out here, bro.
Yeah, of course, bro. Thank you so much, and I'm excited you get to enjoy New York for
I'm
the
gonna
night.
Piss around today, tomorrow. I actually have some tickets for the show tonight. I think Andrew Schultz has a show tonight. Yeah. So we got, because my Alex, he's a really big fan of comedy. He's like, hey, bro, this show. I'm like, oh, get the tickets. We'll be there tonight.
Hell yeah, bro. That's dope. You're gonna really enjoy it.
Yeah, I hope so. And just cruise around the city.
Well, Fernando, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Peace.